clashes like this. So a good wipe with a force. Mia Micah.
Exactly. It looks like that's probably what he's gonna do. There we go. Hardened upgrade has come in. Spearman now. Much
really
more
bad
hard
fight.
to kill as well.
Yeah, this is the type of fight that Dragoman feels like he needs to take to kind of block us so he has the resources when he techs up. He's trying to be optimal with the micro away, but like raw numbers just work against you here, right? Like it would take an absolute miracle. And as we know, Mia Micah with a background in RTS is not going to make it easy to win a micro battle. Dragoman, a decent effort here, at least to reset both sides close to 0. But Mia Micah is getting a bigger edge. I think that was the movement speed out, yeah. So no attack speed arrow. That's an interesting choice being made by Mia Micah. We'll go for the clash now. Dragoman should have the numerical advantage here, though. It is defender side for Mongols, but right now Mia Micah has no more archers in queue.
Now the Spearmen gotta retreat once the Spearmen come in. They are an effective meat shield here at this point in time as well.
When that would have given an opening, but instead there's only one player who's opening it up here with a win in this entire series because Dragoman looks unstoppable. Archimas outnumbered on the defense now for Mia Micah as he has to react to that play onto the docks. And this should be the stranglehold that gives not only the game, but the series over to the Norwegian kid. And oh my dear God, what are we doing? It's a villager rebellion. Anything to try and defend, but this is buying time for the first Varangian to arrive. I think this is just over. Gold has always been the problem. And Happy Cat doesn't look like he's ever going to get towards gold here. Single Elim, back up against the wall. Puppypaw is looking for the clean sweep. He dives in, he ignores the nest of bees, but that might work against him. Grey Wall Gatehouse does clip. But the Camelot is now in the way.
That was a good amount of range, yeah. Lots of units went down, a lot of crossbows went down, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough.
This is it. This is all he needs to break him. Happy Cat has nothing in reserve, and the Pass Guard count not high enough to stand their ground yet. Crossbows to the backside. Lancers split up looking for the kill. Happy Cat now down by 30 eco, and looking like he's going to be down 3-0 to end this series. Dive comes in. These hand cannon slits are so damn effective against this.
Strangles are there.
He's diving in so soon, though. The nest of bees, they are going to get counted out, but not before they get some vengeance on their death. Golem count way too low here. Elyona just doesn't have the breakthrough, and the House of Wisdom is in trouble now, but I believe that's going to put him in the range of the keep, right? So you'll start losing everything here. Desert Raiders go for the dive even deeper. Numbers are shrinking a little bit, but Corvinus now with the 4 Siege Workshop to keep those numbers up. He moves back towards the castle and forces Elyona into the dive here. That's going to cost him so much of his eco.
No, the villagers all going down. Elyona realized that this is not the way for him.
Elyona, surely he cannot win this fight. Spearman rallied to the other side of the engagement, will block out the sofa at the last moment there. And we'll end up getting a good trade as a result. Corvinus losing a lot of the cav will eventually push this away, but it's definitely cost him. Like, look, I didn't even need them to win this fight. Ugh. You think you have to run? And they're gone, but Corvinus, I think there's just too many spearmen here for him to brute force this. Rams are starting to hit up onto the ranches. Also body blockers. Can the sofas do this? 8 left over.
Considering Roblox death sounds at this point in time. Spearman actually.
He needs to undermesh. He needs to undermesh too, right? Like that's the thing. The archers are still hurting a little bit.
Yeah.
They do now have the poison arrows. Spearman count is low already. Sofas could just dominate this fight. He needs to get rid of the counter archers on the other side fast.
Horsemen's
Feels like a
coming
hold.
in though.
Corvinus almost broke through the front line. Second wave of spearmen do arrive. That is going to force a reset here. So Elyona keeps the pressure up. Line spread out. Sofas are starting to leak over on the flanks here. Spearman count isn't going to be able to hold on for very long against this type of pressure. And it looks like Elyona is going to lose the Ford army. He's going to get access to the map, which means that Corvinus can look to flood out with the Zerg.
But Elyona, he sees this.
Not reacting to it right now. Villagers will have to shift away. Can't reach the wooden fortress. His army's going to be forced to engage, but this doesn't look like a fight you can win. Sofas spread out again.
Units.
You're just getting countered, right? Remember, Sofas, they're tanky, but they also get bonus damage against the men-at-arms. The Musafadi get bonus damage against the men-at-arms. Pretty much everything gets some form of bonus damage against your one hope, and you only have men-at-arms.
It's because it looked so over, right? Like if Sass just pushed it in, I feel like this would have just been over.
But now,
instead,
SDBs is here to play, and no quick access coming in from Zassi. He's going to lose this fight. I don't see how you break through this quick enough.
Yeah, and this is the issue that we had the last time this matchup came, right? It was just a Chinese player not making units. Now the Chinese player is making units.
And crossbows
just going fast in. Yeah.
Gazi count is low. Archers are
Oh,
in
he's got
retreat.
enough.
I think this works. Like, look at the horsemen again. Every time these A clicks are hurting Sassy.
Yeah. And Ciso, just with the Archer mass, able to take some great fights there. What are the villagers doing?
They're vibing right now. They're like, yeah, we won this game. Let's go, boys. It's that guy that gets out of his seat and starts cheering before he's won the game. Archie's going to mop up the loss of the Gazi. Sassy basically has nothing left. I cannot believe this. Escalate, they just weren't as quick.
A little bit of an early move out, though, from Ciso. He's going to lose a lot of his archers.
Not enough,
The
though, I
upgrades
don't
aren't
think.
quite in yet. Yeah, it's definitely not enough, but definitely not ideal for him either. But now when the upgrades are coming in,
5 seconds away. And
it's
now
going to be
let's say
upgrade 1 and
hello
2.
to my little friends.
Suddenly the Gazi Raiders don't look as tanky as they used to.
No, the Guild's going to make it even look worse. The Camel Lance has arrived. Now there's also that debuff to worry about. There's also the risk of exposed eco. And I don't think Sassy even has a full wall, right? The front of his base is still open. Villagers are running back.
as
He needs to
well.
gather. This ain't going to work. I think this might be it. Vodka's PC wants to give up. It's just too many villagers dying. It's making him a little bit deflated. Villagers back at the tree line. He doesn't realize that the Chuganu are still there. And this is not the win on water he needed. Sassy is losing it all.
The Shugadu just having free fire contests right now with the villagers.
Making them
And
squeal like
water for
biggies.
Sassy.
I don't
It's
think he
all going
realizes that.
down.
He just saw it. He just pulled back the villagers. He's about to lose the rest of the fleet. Ghost needs to be careful not to overextend here.
Yeah, he definitely definitely can't overextend. And he does so anyways.
This could backfire quick. Limitane start to move in. Varangian as well. Burst crossbows have arrived. Lash.
Garnet doesn't have +2, +2 pierce damage.
He's also attacking the front line with the mango. This is big. This is the breakthrough. Lash. This looks like a complete wipe. I think he missed micro that across onto the goal. There's no way he should be able to get this for free.
Again, what?
What is going on right now? Crossbows arriving. Mango goes for the smash, but the Longbows getting the trade out here. Meta is going to go down. There's no front line. Once again, no protection for the Mango. Garnaf now on the ropes.
And numbers from Lash, they aren't really going down at all.
He wants to dive. In the meantime, the knight has now arrived in that corner. Say hello, honey. And I believe, is that no textiles?
Doesn't look like it.
That's going to be a problem. Doesn't realize it yet either.
That's 2.
The longer this goes, the less likely he is to notice. Remember, those pings do eventually
3.
stop.
Oh my god.
4.
He noticed at the 4th villager and probably gonna lose a 5th maybe. Nope, Knight. Okay, no, Knight.
Shifts away.
He's gotten tired.
Nice, like all the berries, dude. When they come back an hour later, he's just going to be very fat and covered in red, but it's not the villager's blood. And only works if you've got a front line to hold there. Lancers get a freebie, they just walk in. Follow.
Oh no.
I don't think
No
this
militia.
back line's going to hold. The elephants, just too tanky. There's just simply no answer to them. Mango tries to even it up, but I just don't think it's going to make a difference anymore. The Mangoes are now being taken
Going
out,
down.
and that has to be game. That's the crazy thing as well, like the tax rebate you get from producing this Chiganu, they kind of pay for themselves the most. Chiganu mass, can defend, men at arms, say I don't care. Kind of feels like you want to attack the backline archers, but you're forced to do this. A-click back underneath the TC. Villagers are now going to be in trouble. Garnath looking to punish this eco lead that Lash has built in the raw numbers.
Fight
I mean,
me.
he's something. there's no wooden goal for Nestabees either. That's the one answer he may have had.
Gold kiting has stopped.
Yes, he's like, finally, you're a range of my guns. Swords beat guns?
Huh? No way. Able to kill the men at arms now though. +2 pierce armor isn't in yet.
Garnaf's on the eco. He needs to get these kills. This is what will win him the game. He is picking up the relics behind this, so first wave is survived, but this truly is the German. Welcome back to Red Bull Wololo. El Reinado, our detour before we get to the land, discover who is going to be heading across to Spain to head into a grand final showdown against the reigning champion in Age of Empires 4, the one and only Marine Lord. I'm, of course, KP, to run you through the action across this weekend, because over the next 2 days, we will cull our herd of 4 remaining competitors down to just one person to thrust forward into that offline environment? Will it be the new gen, the new guard, NA rising up, or will it be one of the OGs here from day one dominating? That's what we've got to figure out. And to help do so, I have got Crackety and Dabston here to open up the show as we get ready for our first series of the day. Boys, an insane result here. In fact, I've got to open up with Dabston because this is pretty impressive. We're Grand Finals weekend. 50% of the representation is NA.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. We're excited. It's one of those that Wham and Puppy, they've been trying to make their breakthrough for a while. They've been this close for so many times, but is it finally going to be their chance to be the ones to challenge Marine Lord in the finals?
Oh, they're definitely in a cozy position because, of course, they're both sitting in that upper bracket. And now I get to go to Crackety. 50% of the remaining players are European.
No, that's that's a bad percentage. Right? Yeah, those are rookie numbers. We got to up those numbers, but yeah, I mean, Puppypaw and Wham, what a finally. I just want to say finally, both of them. First of all, okay, they had to meet each other multiple times in previous tournaments earlier. This time they're meeting in the winners finals.
Cozy place to be, you know, a little bit of padding there. You don't have to feel like you just killed your bro's hopes of making it to the biggest LAN of the year. But it's an interesting one because I was looking into this, Dabston, and you know, they have a very balanced matchup, a 50% win rate, but there's a pattern. 2024, the year of Puppypaw, a 70% win rate. 2023, the year of Wham, a 70% win rate. So far this year, they haven't clashed at all. It's time to find out whose year it is. Is it going to be PP or Wham?
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those that with you mentioning it, I was about to say it probably leaned a little bit more towards Wham, but that just might be my recent history. That might just be the most recent games that I was watching and casting there. But 50-50, dead even. And it's one of these things that, you know, you always think with brothers, you think of Vortex and Lucifron. They've been playing against each other for so many years. They know their play styles. They know all the ins and outs, how they react, all the different things. So it makes it all the more exciting.
And, you know, it's good you mentioned Lucifron because although we don't have double Spanish representation, if we look at our brackets, we can see how things are cooking because there are some people, some sharks, waiting in that lower bracket to chomp down whichever Canadian accidentally falls off that top block because we have got Lucifron and Beasty coming up as our second series of the day. As we can see, the journey to get Wham and Puppypaw here has been impressive, knocking Beasty and Lucifron down. Both 3-1 performances there. Their journey incredible, but on that lower side, we have indeed narrowed it down to just Beasty and Lucifron, both formidable opponents, and I love the approach coming out from Wham and Puppypaw here, Crackety. They were like, we could let the old men play an early series and then take a break, or we could have our set first and then make the old guys who belong in the retirement home do back-to-back best of fives.
Hey, that sounds like a plan to me. But yeah, I mean, impressive road that we've been on here so far. The road to Wololo pretty much all over again, and it's always such an impressive tournament. And the lead up, getting there in Spain at that Grand Keep, it's going to be very exciting to whoever makes it through this weekend.
It's a magical moment, right? Being on LAN. Of course, we were both there recently. I believe, Dabston, are you going to be at the King of the Rockies, right? I think
I will be casting King of the Rockies. So, you know, a couple names that I'll be casting today will end up being there as well.
You may end up casting the second best player in Age of Empires 4. I mean, they're going to have to be a formidable opponent nonetheless, because we have to remember all of this is simply to decide who gets to go on a date, best of 5 in a castle up against the one and only Marine Lord, a man who has not failed to grab a single S-tier tournament so far this year. In fact, at this pace, Crackety, he will qualify for, or rather has qualified for every single S-tier tournament. Admittedly, this one did invite him.
Yeah, it's a nice little padding in Marine Lord's wallet there for sure. I don't think he's gonna complain too much about that. But in the end, it could always be more, right? And that's who we're gonna find out who's gonna challenge that wallet this weekend.
And I'm seeing something lethal here. This is kind of crazy on the draft side of things. H3 Roos, mirrored bans, Byzantine mirrored pick. But am I the only one feeling like we got to give Puppypaw a bit of extra spice for getting that IB pick through? To me, you know, if H3 isn't there right now, that looks like the absolute de facto broken pick. even after the nerfs we recently saw.
Yeah, I know we were talking a little bit about this beforehand, where it was Crackety was very adamant of saying HRE needs to be banned every single game by everyone, and that's kind of what we've just seen recently in the past couple of weeks. They've just been that civ that it's strong across all aspects of the board. Roos, we all know where Roos has been at for quite some time, but a Ubits is really that kind of next one up. Very scary, very hard to deal with. Even with, like you said, some of the nerfs that came through, they just have such strong timing, such this crazy ability to take the map control, even after going into this earlier Castle Age.
And I think there's some poetic about the way this begins with Kawasan, right? Because when I think of these two players, Crackety, this almost feels like signature civs. We know Puppypaw loves his Chinese, but Wham, you remember on his Smurfs, he was infamous for his Abas's play. I feel like that still is the civ where I see him and I have the most faith.
Yeah, whenever we see Wham play the Abbasid, like that play with the mass archers, once you get to Castle Age, the composite bow upgrade, it just feels so natural to him. Just getting that huge archer number up and just pushing into the base of your opponent at a certain timing. That's what he's really known for. And we've seen Abbasid plenty of times in this tournament as well on Kawasan, just doing really, really well overall with like the different options that they have as well. Like the fast military wing and feudal age into an early ram. So many ways to approach this matchup.
Want to find out. It's about time to kick off with our first series of the day here on the final weekend, the Red Bull Wololo El Reinado's online portion. It might be a Brotherly Showdown, and that's something where we're used to quick sets, but with the average game times of Puppypaw and Wham, something tells me this one's going to be tight and go long. First time they face off against each other in 2024. It's time to find out if it's the year of the Puppypaw or the year of the Wham.
All right, let's begin on Kawasan. Wham versus Puppypaw. Man, this is going to be exciting. Battle of the Brothers here going on right now.
Yeah, I always love looking at the start of Kawasan. There's a couple different spawns you can do, and this is one where both players are going to be sharing a pawn to start off. So does mean we're going to have a little bit of some naval action once feudal circles around pretty quickly.
Also probably means that we won't be getting that early military wing from the Abbasid. Usually when they do tend to go for a dock, it means that they're probably going to lean more into like a Castle Age play, which is getting is leaning more into like an early culture wing here for the Abbasid.
Yeah. So, and that is where we can already see fishing boats out for the Chinese, scouts just circling on around. It is going to be all about those pawns in this early game. We all know it with these hybrid maps. When there's deep sea fish, you got to secure the deep sea fish, and that secures your foothold in the long game.
Yeah, that's for sure. Can't be too like lenient with the fish though. Like if you rely on the fish for too long in the late game, we've seen it time and time again that the longer the games go, fish just doesn't scale as well as villagers do in the late game. But it is a very nice tempo boost in those mid to even like mid-late Castle Age games where you're just getting so much food in without needing to pull villagers, invest into farms. It just helps you get that big mass going really, really early. But once you get to that 200 pop numbers, that's when you really got to start thinking of retiring some of your fishing ships. I can already see Wham, he only invested into very few fishing ships. And both of these players right now, they're just committing fully to that feudal age. Yeah, they both literally just went for their stragglatories, and after that, fully committed into food in order to rush up to the next age as fast as possible.
Yeah, and when you're in the case of Wham as the Abbasid, you can't really rush it up as fast as the Chinese. So a little bit more important for him to make sure that he clicks that timing earlier, or else he's the one that really can get punished harder. As the Chinese civ, Puppypaw can always rush down his landmark super quick, has that extra building speed as well. But military wing is the first choice from Wham.
Yeah, so this makes sense in combination with him just focusing so heavy on a really, really quick feudal age up. It means that he thinks that he might probably still be able to get a timing in with his military wing units. He's going to sacrifice a little bit of time, though, on his Castle Age timing, but if he can close this game or at least get control over the pawns in the feudal age, that's going to be paying off very, very quickly.
Yeah, and we know how much, 4 units forces a reaction. You can't just do one of those where you're like, my villagers can end up dealing with it, or just one single unit. It's going to force a production building down and usually one or multiple units out of that. So at least some resources that Puppypaw will have to spend. He's choosing the Imperial Academy to start out, kind of bolster up that economy with some Imperial officials down the road.
Yeah, not just that. You can literally just, as soon as you get your units up, you go towards your opponent's dock, you build a ram. After that, you just go and camp on their gold. And they're forced, as you said, to make a production building. They need those units up. But when they're making the production building and spending resources on those units, they're not spending those resources on water. And we can see Wham right now building up his second dock. So he's going to be contesting this pond from Puppypaw very, very soon in Feudal Age.
Yeah, and Puppypaw gets the vision of that, knows that he will need to be dropping a second dock himself. He's at one, just got enough wood to do so, but instead is just focusing on the junk to start, as he is the earlier one to feudal. He is going to be the faster one with the military ship.
Wham, though, with 2 docks and only 3 fishing ships out there, he can just garrison them inside of his dock and shouldn't be too afraid of an early junk coming out here. And the first ship that he queues is actually going to be a Springled ship. So usually queuing a Springled ship first can be very dangerous because of demo ships. But in a situation where Wham is now going to try and deny gold access from Puppypaw, Puppypaw isn't going to have the gold in order to make any demo ships to begin with.
Yeah, and not only that, even if there was enough gold for that one demo, a lot of times we've seen it to where, you know, the demo gets exploded early or fishing boats are able to heal up just enough. Wham, though, has his own multiple military ships already out due to having 2 docks out, and Puppypaw has enough room to garrison, but doesn't have the ability to garrison that archer ship.
This repair is so expensive. Puppypaw, he's losing wood really, really quickly. You never can underestimate that, and especially when you repair ship, you actually have the ability to take a loan on your wood income. Like, you're actually able to go in debt when it comes to your wood.
Yeah, and that is where now Puppypaw gets his next ship out, but demo's already on the way. Springle ship, a little bit out of position. Galley wasn't ready in time, but this is what I was talking about. The fishing boat's able to heal that springled ship up just enough, but loses another fishing boat now. Only has one single one left from that early game.
Oh, the archer ship looks very weak now. Is probably going to go down within the next couple of seconds here. That was the last fishing ship as well, so no repair left. And Wham, he's already secured the next pond. There's already a dock up there.
Yeah, really, really strong early game here by Wham. Great micro with the fishing boats. Now that he has the ability to heal and he knows Puppypaw doesn't, he can just sit under this dock for a good period of time. But the demo pops out, destroys the springled ship. Fishing boats need to run back home, and all of a sudden, it's a dead even game as Wham lost all of his fishing boats.
But at the end, a single archer ship remains here from Wham. I don't think Wham can really do anything about the water now at this point in time. He's going to have to invest into his own archer ship, but if Wham just gets the Springled ship out now, he's going to have the 2-2 composition out earlier.
Yeah, this is going to be one where it's really, we saw it early. Puppypaw saw the second dock, and he knew that he was just going to be battling from behind on this pond. But what he could be trying to do is just forcing Wham to continue to spend resources into it. And instead, Wham just drops a ram like we saw, and that is going to be the easiest way and the quickest way to deal with this dock. But the 2 archers pop out from Puppypaw. Ram has to be canceled. Archers forced back away, at least for the time being.
Yeah, Wham, he's going to have to, go back with the archers as well. The spearmen do provide a little bit of padding here, but it's not going to be enough because Puppypaw does have access to the closer production buildings here. Wham, now forced to reinvest on water here. Puppypaw might be able to cause at least a little bit of idle time here on these docks, but in theory, Wham still has that second pond, so he can just scale his economy over there as well.
Yeah, the thing is no economy scaling yet. I think that was the first fishing boat that was just about to pop out, so economy numbers now dead even on either side, but Wham should be able to climb up faster.
And now, Puppypaw, he's starting to mass up his archers. Demo gets wasted a little bit there on the dock early on, and now Puppypaw is going to be queuing another Springled ship. Actually, there looks to be another dock coming up, or at least there's going to be an attempt. Actually, 4 villagers on that, and these are going to be Chinese villagers. That dock is going to go up really quick. Wham has an archer ship there. Needs to pull it over there in time, though. It's not, but he does see those archers there now, and he might think, okay, when there are archers here, maybe there's going to be something else. Puppypaw, he's clever. He baits the archer ship with the archers in one direction, and sends the villagers around the other. It's outside the line of sight for the most part here. This
Yeah,
might
I
go
think
up.
he will be able to see it at the last second. It's not if it will end up going up. Those are Chinese villagers. It will definitely go up. And on the other pond, there's a little bit of some micro war, and Puppypaw is winning that one due to the defensiveness of the dock and takes down, again, one of the fishing boats and already starts forcing away the demo ship.
Demo ship being forced away, but at the same time, Arch ship is kind of getting sacrificed there. Demo ship will go down, though. Oh, and now there's nothing. Nothing to save that Strangled ship.
Oh, it's one single health left. Fishing boat's trying to heal it up as fast as possible before the Springle can close the gap. Will it be enough damage? It is not enough damage, and the healing outdoes Puppypaw's Springled ship, at least for the time being.
Horseman now also getting produced by Wham here, and he's going to be able to clean up all of these archers easily now with the Horseman.
And this also allows him to kind of start poking and prodding at more of the eco, and also circling back and burning and putting some torches onto some of the docks as well.
It looks like a couple, at least, of the villagers that went to build the dock did get picked up. Combined with fishing ships, that's a total of 7 worker kills now that Wham has.
Another demo by Puppy, able to close the gap, take down the Springled ship from Wham. And now the West Pond, like we said, has just been a lot of wasted resources in military ships. Wham does have a little bit of the eco lead with some fishing boats, but they haven't been able to work for too long a time.
This is still quite awkward for Wham here. I mean, in theory, he has access over both ponds, but he still isn't quite able to start production. And there we go, big demo connection here. Evens out the playing field once more, but there's another Springled ship coming yet. And yeah, Wham's just struggling with trying to like really leverage his 2-pond position right now.
Yeah, it's one that he's trying to battle it on 2 fronts, really 3 fronts if you think about it, with 2 ponds and the land. But he is at the point now where Puppypaw's eco at home doesn't look like it has too much to deal with. There is a spearman there to try to push away the horseman. Wham, though, looked away, isn't sniping down the spear, and loses the micro war at home. There's just too much stuff going on too many screens, and he does not have enough hands.
Now might at least regain. Oh wait, that was an active demolition pull there. The demo ship just exploded without connecting. That's unfortunate.
Yep.
But repair 2 villagers. They got a speed repair. Look at how quickly that ship is getting repaired.
Yep, those Chinese villagers do something else, and another dock has finally been dropped on this pond from Puppy. So not only is he able to match the military numbers that much easier, but we see the fishing boats also popping out, which can prove to be some healers as well as some extra eco.
This is just such a big back and forth here the entire time on this pond, and still don't quite know which player's really in control over these ponds. Gets a good demo shot there.
And snipes down the other demo that just pops out. That's 2 big wins for Puppy. He has another demo closing the gap. But this archer ship able to not take it down in time. Puppypaw just wipes down the whole entire pond.
And I mean, sure, like, China builds their ships 10% faster, but still, Wham had 2 docks there the entire time. Puppy only recently added in another dock here on that pond. But still, Wham wasn't able to fully secure this pond. And now it might actually look like, yeah, Puppypaw, he's going to be the one to fully secure this pond now. And now we're back to a pretty even position here where both players have control over 1 pond each.
Yeah, the key thing here that Wham has been doing, he has been securing and booming up on the other pond as far as the fishing boats go. So his economy is a little bit further ahead in time. And Puppypaw, he went for the Barbican. He's going for Song Dynasty, gonna go for a little bit of some quicker Ville production. And both players look like they're about to macro up towards Castle Age here in the next minute or so.
Yeah, Puppypaw, he's now in Song Dynasty, so has access to Jugonews. Not that he really wants to produce them now at this point in time. But at least he is also going to be able to produce villagers a little bit faster, so he's going to be able to catch up to Wham economy-wise, who has been able to boom at least a little bit earlier on that second pond.
Numbers. The thing is here, Puppypaw still might be able to match the castle timing and might even be able to beat Wham's castle timing, even though Wham's going to be clicking up here in the next 15 to 20 seconds. Just needs a little bit more gold. trying to poke and prod a little bit at those docks, still trying to defend it on up. But Wham, force drop off, and let's see which wing he is going to go with.
Probably Culture Wing, I would assume. Yeah, there we go. Culture Wing coming in, and this is one of the great things with the Abbasid. Sure, they're going to be, actually with 11 villagers, they're going to be quite a bit later when it comes to the age up. But once that age up comes in, like we can see Wham, he already has 800 resources, 800 food in the bank. He's going to be able to immediately pump out a crazy amount of units, and that's going to be a timing where Puppypaw will have to hold.
Yeah, and it looked like Wham was already starting to prep the production behind a little bit. I think I saw 2 extra production buildings get dropped, so he wants to use this water, this extra food that he has coming in. As you can see, the income per minute as massively ahead. It's double range and the stable still, and it looks like a barracks as well, maybe for some gulams.
Getting some early double camel archers. I'm just gonna assume that it's probably just in case the opponent comes around with some knights or palace guards even. There's no stable yet though for Puppypaw.
Oh, and a good little find onto the deer on the front side. Puppypaw did have a military ship to protect himself, does have the Barbican kind of close, but close doesn't really help too much if you're not able to really actually protect those villagers on the deer.
Showing now only 25 seconds remaining. Wham, enough resource in the bank to go up to Castle Age once again once the Castle Age hits for him. And Puppypaw now starting to produce some siege. First Nest of B is going to be in queue. Clock Tower Nest of B as well. So very tanky siege here for him. Chop through on the wood line.
There are a few palace guards to push these units away, but Wham's fine with just trading out a few of these units for some eco kills. Picks up 2 villagers. Now is going for the IO as well. Very expensive unit there. Takes out the IO, so a good little pickup here by Wham for some of those units that probably was planning on throwing away anyways, just kind of left over from feudal age.
Age up has now come in. We are getting the usual suspect when it comes to the upgrades right now. First upgrade you want to get when you get that Culture Wing is going to be Preservation of Knowledge. Does decrease the cost of all of your other upgrades by quite a bit. And Wham, he's making Knight Crossbow. Puppypaw already investing into trying to capture some of these relics. Knight Crossbow and now Ghoulam's also, so a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those, he's got all these different production buildings. He just wants to constantly be producing, constantly use the resources he has in the bank, as we still see 1,000 food in the bank that he needs to spend.
Definitely is a lot. Camel Archers are going to be able, in combination with the Navy, to deter these palace guards for the time being.
I love the outpost in the center, just giving himself some extra vision, giving himself that kind of ground setup location. But Puppypaw immediately going to take that down with the Nest of Bees and start sending more and more palace guards into the economy.
Some quick walls coming in. Is going to be able to pick him off there. Palace guards won't be able to run into the back of the base there. But yeah, Relic has been picked up there. It's going to be a first for Puppypaw. And looks like he's going to be in a nice position to secure himself at least 2 more relics.
Palace guard number climbed up pretty quick, but Wham has everything he needs to deal with those palace guards. He's got Ghulams that if they're taking the fights against palace guards, they will be happy to do so. Got a decent little bit of crossbow number starting to climb on up, and then obviously the knights with their charge will do a significant amount of damage.
Something that worries me is going to be the siege here in the late game, or in the later stages of the game. Nest of Bees and just in general, siege play. It's become very, very dominant in Age of Empires, and whoever is in the end going to be able to just get the most siege out, take the best fights with the siege, is going to be favored when it comes to actually winning the game here.
We all know what civilization is going to be the best, or one of the best at least, at doing that. It's Chinese. With that clock tower, all their siege is that much tankier. Puppypaw, he's got his wall set up, so he says, all right, send a group of palace guards, go do some damage on the eco, continue to produce at home, use the siege as the defense, use the spear crossbow as the defense, and then, you know, make it difficult on Wham to deal with some stuff at home.
The wall, there's a chop through going on. Palace guards do notice that. They're going for it right away. Villagers do pull back.
Oh,
Wait, actually,
I think they can't fit through. I think there's a little bit of
think
wood
they
left
can.
on that one thing.
the imam fit through for Wham.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
look at
you're
that.
right.
It's through the wall. It's through the forest, not through the
Through
wall.
the fort. Yeah, that's what it is.
Look at that. There we go.
Yeah, the imam showed them the way. He's like, I will show you the way of God. And it's like, well, no, you didn't show him exactly what you needed to.
Imam that's gonna make it through, and yeah, should just be another one coming out soon in order to pick up that relic. Puppypaw right now does have the military lead when it comes to the numbers here. It's gonna be tough for Wham to really come back into this game now that Puppypaw is in Castle Age with arguably, as a Chinese, a better economy as the game goes on. Especially since Wham went for the culture wing instead of the eco wing. He doesn't get those extra food upgrades.
Yeah, and we can already see that Puppypaw invests in a Springald, so even if Wham started to work on that siege war himself, he has a long way to come back. Group of Palace Guards still ready to go on another adventure, and Puppypaw is just doing the Chinese thing. Build up home, wall up, continue to boom, and just wait for your time to strike, as he will be the stronger one. Already starting that granary transition behind this too with a ton of space.
Yeah. Puppypaw, he's got this massive clump of just a lot of melee units which are able to torch through these palisade walls, and we can see him just grouping up like separate groups and starting to just push through these walls at separate points, and it's going to be really tough for Wham to keep up with that. He can't just send knights in there because a lot of these groups are also just spearmen.
Wham's walls get denied and runs into yet another set of walls from Puppypaw. So we're seeing both players just trying to stick to the edges, trying to push and pull the military back, get some damage into the eco, and not really take the head-on fight as of now, especially because, Puppypaw, he just wants to wait until that siege number climbs up big enough, and then he can move through the center, have a couple keeps for protection at home as well. Yeah,
we're up to 3 Nest of Bees and still more coming in here. It's going to be a lot of siege, and Wham, he's got 1 Springle right now. He probably needs more like 6, 7 here at this point in time.
Yep. Relic was able to be secured by Wham. Well, brought back a couple steps before killed. However, that one in the long run should end up being Wham's, but now that the wall has been broken by Puppy, he could try to sneak on through.
That's a big clump of units there that I see. But oh my god, that is such a great keep in the middle. That's going to secure Wham so much food here, so many berries, and this is a berry civilization at the end of the day with the Abbasid. Oh, he's also going to be able to use his Springald there in order to start sniping some of these fishing ships.
Yeah,
maybe Wham can play like an eco-denial game.
Exactly. I love what that keep does. We're seeing a little bit of some pressure going in by Puppy. Wham, he's got some heavier, tankier units here. Like we said, those Gulams, not easy to clear up, and there's not a lot of those counter units on the other side from Puppypaw, but this is still a winning fight for Puppy for sure. And what's going to be the next steps after? Wham trickling in units behind this, but needs to really wait and group up with as a whole.
I'm not sure if this was a good fight for Puppypaw. I mean, he lost a lot of his own units there. And Grant, that was only like 10 units from Wham. And I think he killed like 15 or 20 units there from Puppypaw. Like this army, this clump of units, it's much smaller than it was earlier.
Yeah, and that keep, what it does in the center, it gives all the berry secure for Wham, and Wham's dropping his second TC. So he has his own way of boosting up his economy throughout the game. Gulam's still taking so much damage, but like you said, that Springald is going to make it to where Puppy's water and food is going to be a little bit harder. He already has part of that granary transition, but will need more to have this long-term food eco.
And now we do see Wham ramping up that Springald production. More farms coming in for Puppypaw. Yeah, food economy is going to look quite good for him, but you will need that if you're massing this many spearmen and palace guards. But looks like Puppypaw, he's looking for Imperial Age here very soon. He's already got over 3,000 gold in the bank. Just needs the food now for it.
Yeah, he's got an outpost. He's walled himself in. He's basically gotten all of the gold behind his walls, and he knows that. So I think he's moving forward on this left side. Going to try to get some, I think, stone walls down in front of that to secure himself up the next 8k gold vein.
See a Mangonel here on the side coming out for Wham. Trade Wing now on the way. doesn't feel good on a map like Kawasan, where the markets are... The positioning is not the best for them. Let's just put it like that. They're right in the middle of the map. You're not gonna get the greatest of trades from them. Granted, if there's a civilization which can still get a lot of use out of it, it's probably the Abbasid. They do get some really, really great trade upgrades with the trade wing. 30% more income, plus an additional 25% where they can choose the resource. They get them a little bit more armor there. The traders are cheaper to produce. Still doesn't feel that great overall. Like when you pitch up a trader versus a villager, it doesn't feel that great with this distance of trading.
What if he had dropped it all the way in the eastern side and had it walk around the lake to the market where it's almost the full distance?
Like next to the sacred side. Yeah, I think that would probably be worthwhile.
Or even further, closer to Puppy's side and just wall down further along the wall. So where you're just getting a much further extended route. But yeah, either way, I think that would have been the better route to take. But about to walk into the Great Wall Gatehouse, and this thing will do some damage if you're not paying attention.
There it is. Shots coming in. Doesn't get too great of a hit in, though. Most of the army is going to live. Boar gets aggroed, though.
And that will disappear from the map now.
Yeah. Boar wishes he didn't do that.
And it's crazy how pretty similar the numbers are at this point. You know, we see an overall 10 population difference, and it's mainly Puppypaw Siege that is being the difference here. Going up with the Imperial Palace, and this is where Chinese in the late game really starts to get scary.
Puppypaw going to be in Yuan Dynasty, and not just that, he's also going to be having access to those pagodas. So that's pretty much like Achery plus kind of when it comes to the income that you get with those relics. So pagodas, they give you more income than relics from like boosted by Arachnid's Cathedral, which can be kind of disgusting.
Yeah, and not only that, what I really love to see is once this Imperial Palace comes up, how much vision this is going to give Puppypaw just throughout the whole middle central point of this map. And give him some vision as far as using the activated ability, knowing where all the villagers are, knowing where everything is spread throughout.
Keep has now been spotted. Puppypaw immediately queues up a bombard. Does have a great amount of siege out right now, and all of the siege right now, it's Clock Tower siege, so has a lot of bonus health. It's going to be very hard to take this down. Double shot triggers on its way right now for Wham. Oh, that's going down quickly.
Okay. Torches able to take down boats very, very easily if they're able to close the gap. And now you can see those units starting to struggle to try to throw their next set of torches. Wham utilizing the top of the hill.
Oh, that wasn't a good trade for Wham, though. He lost a lot of his Springles. He lost 2 for 1.
Yep, Stranglehold stepping up for Puppypaw, diving under the keep. There is no care right now for him. He has the units. He has the numbers. Horseman trying to circle around, maybe get on top of the siege, and Wham is still just sitting here trying to defend under this keep, trying to do whatever he can to hold this positioning. Horseman get cleaned up so easily. Great job by Puppy.
Yeah, the Horsemen, they tried. They tried to go on the Springles, then they got body blocked, and they were like, okay, guess we're going to try and take down one of the Nest of Bees. They couldn't do that. Counter siege, by the way.
There are only 2 Springalds left here from Puppypaw, but Wham, he moves up with his own Springald, immediately gets sniped on down. 1 Springald left, but Puppy, he still has the siege mass, he still has the unit mass, and all this time, Wham has been the one who's having idle villagers, starting to lose out on the other villagers on the eastern side from some raiding as well.
Yeah, Wham can't hold this, the bombard. It's just taking down that keep so quickly. Only range units here right now for Wham. He doesn't have incendiary arrows yet, nor the blacksmith upgrade for his archers, so they're not doing a lot of damage, even to the palace guards, which do have less pierce armor than other men-at-arms units. And there it is, GG gets called. Too many premium units still on the field for Puppypaw, and Wham knows that is not something that he can hold.
Yep, was losing that center location, losing the TC, would lose the water after, but a great back and forth first game. It seemed like Wham had a good start, seemed like he had the pond's controls, but wasn't ever able to fully deny the water from Puppy, fully secure up that bottom pond for himself.
Yeah, looking at the total resource gathered, we do see Puppypaw with the Chinese just getting a great lead in there with those resources overall. Maybe just the result of Wham going up with the culture wing, not having that economy wing, which does give you some great boost to your economy in the late game. I think that's the main difference why the food graph is that way. Because Abbasid, once they do have that economy wing in the late game, their farms are one of the best in the game.
Yep. Really, really solid game though. Kawasan, it's always an interesting one. Always this kind of back and forth when it comes to the water, but doesn't feel like it is all 100% about the water there, as it ended up being just an even split and getting into that later game.
All right, so now we can take a look and see what's going to be coming up next here for us. And we do see the Ayubits pick now from Puppypaw. It's going to be on Gorge, and Wham, he's going to be playing with the Malians. And we have seen Wham with the Malians so far, looking very, very promising. And I do have to say, overall, when it comes to Mali versus Ayubits, I think that's a pretty decent matchup for Mali overall.
Yeah, it's one of the civilizations that if I had to pick a few to go up against the Ubids, that said it, like we talked about earlier, Ubids is probably one of the top 3 civs up there. But if I had to give a matchup that is more on even ground, even footing, this is definitely one of those. Mali can definitely kind of hold their own a little bit better. Gorge does have a big one of the big focuses on my eyes in Gorge is a lot of the food. A lot of the resources are just out on the edges, out on the outskirts. So that's where Mali has the advantage of being able to drop their cows, having a lot of the passive resources where they're not as vulnerable. But Ayubids doesn't have that same capability.
Exactly. Not just on the sides, but sometimes the berries spawn right in the middle of the map, very far forward. And if that happens, Puppypaw, he's going to have to really worry about that position there. Not just that, one of the main key units early on that the Ayubids get that just really allows some of the most greedy fast castle age plays in the game. It's that Desert Raider, the free Desert Raider that you get from your landmark. Now, it's been nerfed a little bit. It doesn't come out quite as quickly once you reach the age up. However, Wham, with the Malians, he's got one unit which can counter it very easily in feudal age at range, and it's the Javelin Thrower. Does so much damage against the Desert Raiders.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Mali is it's not like they're one of those civs where all of a sudden you hit feudal age, you start making units, and then you go to castle and it's like, all right, well, forget my feudal age army, let's start changing up to different things. Mali kind of just has their same unit composition throughout. You just get some extra upgrades, whether it's Sofa, you actually are able to turn them into pseudo knights when they hit castle age, or whether it's javelin throwers that really just continue to be very solid throughout and into castle age as well. So it's not like making that unit is really going to be this drawback and really this feels bad thing, like you're giving up a lot of resources and reacting with it.
Exactly. Poison arrows as the game goes on, also just such a great asset to the Malian army. When we look at the Ayubid army, unique units that we get there, I mean, obviously you got to talk about the Manjanique. If we get into a position where Puppypaw has map control and is able to push with the Manjanique, the fragile houses from the Malians, they just evaporate under the fire of the Manjanique.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me. Yeah, it reminds me of the old days with the mangonels with before the AOE nerf.
Oh yeah.
And I remember with Mongols, you used to be able to hit the middle of a mill and you would just put all the farms surrounding it on fire. Like that's kind of how the Manjanique works with the Ayubids.
Yeah, you just get so much bounty out of there. Just immediately 9 buildings on fire. Great times, great times. Some of the reasons why Mongol win rate dropped a little bit. They had too many things going for themselves.
And it's crazy looking back. People complain about Siege now. Remember where Mangonels used to be? That was another time or two. But now we're kind of looking into some of the player cards, some of these skills. And yes, we are not looking at the same player cards, even though they're quite close. These are just the brothers over here.
Yeah, Wham definitely looks like he has the fresher haircut in this one. I'm gonna have to see who has the fresher gameplay style here. So we're jumping into our next game now on Gorge with the Malians versus the Ayubids. Battle of Brother is gonna continue here, and gonna take a look at the scouting very early on as Wham, he went through the middle and immediately netting himself a couple of sheep there.
A couple of sheep. Good information too on where the berries is, what kind of locations, all the vital resources are early are on the other side. But this is always a risk, especially when it comes to Gorge. If all of a sudden you take a bad pathing, you all of a sudden get stuck behind your opponent's scout, then you can make your sheep situation,
my
that food
God.
situation, so much worse.
What is that pit mine for Wham? That is so good. That is such a crazy good pit mine.
This
Oh
is
my
a Marine
God.
Lord spawn for Wham for sure. It does cut his cut the wood line, but in reality, what that does is it just gives him a nice and safe, protected pit mine. He even has the other little smaller forest that makes it hard for Puppypaw to just rally units right across. Another kind of just obstruction to get around, or an easy spot to just make a little wall segment and connect.
Yeah, very far back there with the gold mine. Absolutely crazy good for Wham here. That's gonna be very tough to punish from Puppypaw. Sheeple so far doesn't look too convincing for Wham, I want to say. I want to say like he needs at least 4 more sheep to make this look decent when it comes to the sheeple. Mainly because on this map, there's actually a lot more sheep that usually spawn. We can see Puppypaw just about finish his round. He's already got 3 more sheep than Wham has. So he definitely needs to find some more over there on his side. Usually you want to, like, typically in a game you want to have like 9 to 10 sheep each that you find. On a map like this, you want to have like 2 more each, like 12.
Yeah. So we can see it was 15 to 12 here as far as the difference goes. So Puppypaw has a few extra sheep advantage. As I say that, Wham's able to pick up 1 more, but that looks like the majority, if not all, the sheep on the map. Right as feudal ages are being dropped, Mansa Quarry starting to be built on that front side. Puppypaw has clicked up as well. I'm assuming it is the military wing, but we never know until you know.
Never know until we check that one for sure. It's gonna be the economy wing.
Okay.
All right. I like this play, mostly in theory, because you already know that if you go for Desert Raiders, your opponent's already incentivized to go into the javelin throw. So that's a very good response there.
Yeah, and it's actually the first person I saw do this is actually another one of the Canadians. It was Magic back when he was not on the AOM train and more on the AoE4 grind, and he was talking about it where it's like with Molly, you can't just let him free beam up. You can't just let him get that cow boom going on. And it's also one where going into Castle Age, while it might get you some relics, you'll be significantly behind as far as your tempo goes. And Molly a lot of times can punish you and not allow that timing to come through. So this allows a Ubits to play a little bit more feudal. You get a little bit of extra eco boost yourself, and your main goal is stopping those pit mines, stopping those passive resources in the cow boom.
That's a lot of sheep just sitting there for Puppypaw right now. He's going to have a fun time when it comes to food income. It's going to take him a while to get rid of all of those sheep, so he'll invest rather late into farms there. Looks like Ram did realize that his opponent didn't go up with the military wing, so he's going to be able to just send the village out and get a very nice and early second pit mine out on the map, since he's not going to be pressured early on.
And I mean, lovely ability when you're Molly and already able to get your second pit mine out that early. It just, again, it's all about the cow boom. It's all about getting that going for you. But Puppypaw, he knows that that's probably the plan. He wants to get some information on where all those gold mines are, where the pit mines are, and where he is going to pressure, as Horseman is already in queue.
Horseman as the beginning play here. I'm sure you do get the mobility. Probably will want to buffer that out with some archers as well, though. Ibits, they're not the greatest, I want to say, in Feudal Age at just mass-producing units. Mainly because they're... It's fine, right? Like, they do get the berries, so they do have a lot of food potential when it comes to spamming.
What?
They're not as great as Abbasid, though, just because like their Golden Age bonus isn't that like as big. They don't have that immediate flood with the military wing. Overall, still a very solid, just due to the berries here. I'm not seeing Puppypaw like win straight up a feudal age engagement against the Malians.
Ah, so he went with that extra mill for Golden Age Tier 1. I was wondering why. I was like, it's not like it's providing that much value as far as the walking time goes, but I guess it is at least, you know, providing some value in that sense. And the bigger and more important reasoning for it was the Golden Age Tier 1.
we go. Archer and Horseman are going to be in the menu, and Whammy actually just opting into Sofa straight away. That's interesting.
Oh no, Puppypaw has not actually scouted where that second gold mine. Well, he scouted where one of the second gold mines is, and now he realizes, okay, second pit mine hasn't been taken in the north. You had to have gone somewhere else. Or is he just circling to go burn the original pit? Yeah, I think he's just going for the original one. This is what lack of knowledge can do for you. He hasn't fully scouted that map. The Sofa pops on out and is going to deter that away right into the pit mine.
So he's going to find out one way or another, at least when the scout goes that way. Scout doesn't go that way.
Turns.
Oh my god, that's so close. That you can literally see the gold mine through the fog of war. Oh no, man, that's stone, but still, it's so close. It's so next.
Wham scouts out the archers that are starting to come across the map as well, and still this is such a big importance for Wham right now. The second pit mine hasn't been spotted. He has a villager out there, which, you know, at this point, not the biggest deal if it goes down, but the big importance is he's got the pit mine up, and it will take such a long time for that to burn down already. That thing is raking in gold already and should allow him to start boosting, and we can already see it. There's 2 cows into play. He's starting to get more Sofa in queue. He's starting to get more Javs in through, and really kind of balancing all this out.
Puppypaw behind this wants to go up to Castle Age soon, and it's the advancement wing. He's gonna get up really, really quick now. All right, that's a quick age up, considering he invested into 7 units. And wham, he's actually over investing now. He's still making units right now. Doesn't know that Puppypaw is already aging up right now behind this. That is a very quick age up.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things you got to respect those units, and there were a good amount of units. He saw the archer starting to move across as well, so this is going to be a very, very quick ability to transition into those camel lancers, take the relics onto the map, which Molly love because they're all about their gold, and really kind of secure everything up.
Wham, still having a scout alive there means that he might be able to scout out the age up coming in from Puppypaw now. It's going to be very important to scout, and there we go. Now he sees the age up is coming in, yeah.
He does have 5 cows, though. Five
cows, but is that enough? There's only 4 in the cattle ranches right now.
Not enough, no, but it is enough to at least give you a little bit of boost. The question is he going to just immediately try to match the castle timing, or is he still just going to continue in feudal for quite some time? And I think I'm leaning towards continuing feudal for a little bit longer. Yeah. He still has the unit composition that he can deal with camel lancers. He can deal with some of these units in smaller numbers, and then once the cows are fully circled up, once you've gotten your eco fully online with your passive resources, then go up to castle, get the upgrades you need. Everything you make does really well after upgrades.
Yeah. This is really great right now for Wham with the Malians, that he does have all the tools that he needs in order to fight against the units of his opponent, while still being in feudal age. The issue is that he probably won't be able to stop these dervishes. Oh, wow, many villagers are making that mosque. Okay, they're heading on to other resources now, but that's a big commitment on the dervishes. Double mosque now coming up, and yeah, that's a couple of
villagers. Does he even have enough to make another dervish? He doesn't have enough gold to make another dervish.
He has one. Yeah, he's getting one out. Dervishes are a bit cheaper on the gold than normal religious units. In exchange, though, they do cost a little bit of bonus food. Overall, still very cheap compared to a warrior monk.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, though, that second mosque isn't able to be produced, so that timing's still not quite there to go secure up the next set of relics. I still think Puppypaw should easily be able to get 4, if not 5. Wham, though, looking a little bit more healthier. Last we checked in, he was sitting at 6 cattle. The overlay giving us that nice update. Doubled that number up to 12. Still has a good amount of gold sitting in the bank too. So Wham, not really at too big of a deficit. Obviously, you know, the numbers on the board don't ever tell the full story with Molly.
Yeah. I think soon he's gonna have to pull the trigger on the age up as well. There we go, Dervish. Even though not really a military unit, it does still provide the camel unease, and there we go, camel lancers with the long charge.
Doing a lot of damage. Though. This is actually big. Has to drop it. Dervish just runs.
The sofas are quicker than normal knights, though, than normal dervishes as well. They're going to be able to somewhat catch up. Oh my god, the dervish
And
is
there's
so
the
fast.
rest of the army. The dervish
Religious
is so
unit, by the way.
fast. But Wham has his reinforcements coming. There are some javelins. There are... I mean, this is where this timing, it's not paying off as much as you would have expected. Molly's kind of able to hold their own a little bit. The relics aren't fully secured, aren't generating those resources that they need to yet. But Wham, he cannot lose this army. That is a much more valuable army from Puppypaw just because he's got those Camel Lancers on the front side. But Wham, losing any units now is so detrimental for him.
Yeah, jump throws do try to get some hits in now as well. It's a difficult situation now for Wham. He still hasn't been able to pull the trigger on the age up, and doesn't feel like he's going to be able to do so anytime soon while still producing units, but he knows he has to do it. But every now and then, just a little bit of reinvestment into military, it pushes him so much further behind.
Yeah, I feel like he's at the point now, though, that the cows are allowing him to produce a little bit and still just slowly idle out on some of those production buildings and go up. He's almost full setup on the cows. He takes down that dervish from circling around and getting the third relic for Puppypaw. Military numbers are still favoring Wham, and he is now at Castle Age resources. He's about to be able to drop the Grand Fulani, and that is going to be an almost fully online Grand Fulani.
In a situation where Puppypaw went up with the advancement wing, so doesn't really have any ongoing benefits from reaching Castle Age, at least when it comes to his landmarks.
Yep, another cow starting to come out. 15 villagers on that Grand Fulani, and Wham ultimately is sitting in a pretty fine spot. He still has some of those sofas circling around trying to do some ratings, might be able to get some Vil picks, and his main army was able to stay alive and healthy. Vil picks indeed.
First, yeah, there we go. Gets at least one, probably two villagers. Do these villagers have sex? Oh, he doesn't even get them.
Formation speed up with the wheelbarrow is just
Sometimes,
absolutely wild.
I swear, sometimes it is disgusting how quick villagers are.
Well, it's with the formation catch up, yeah, and the wheelbarrow. It's nuts.
It is, it is. There have been situations where just knights aren't able to catch up to villagers for what feels like 10, 15 seconds. And honestly, it's been nerfed quite heavily, the formation speed up, but it still feels like quite a big issue. That is, I mean, it's gonna go down.
There's
That's
not
two villagers.
Oh,
maybe three.
A third, maybe. Yeah, a third did go down as we saw the numbers at the bottom side update. Javelin's taking out a few archers before falling back, but Wham, he so desperately just needs time now. Hold this push and time for that eco to come back online, upgrades to come on through, but he has to take the fight. Puppypaw sniping down as many of those frontline spears as he can, but it's just not enough. A lot of those Camel Lancers went down. There's only 4 left. There are still too many javelin throwers here for the archers to step up and clean that front line of Donzos.
And this is starting to look very good. Dervish, a little bit outside of his comfort zone, I want to say. Tries to get a relic back there, but will probably get picked up. He's walled in. He's walled in. He's going to have to go a long way around, but chances are that that way isn't going to be too accessible. There's no wheelchair ramp or anything above those walls. Yeah.
How high can the camels jump?
Not high enough. Oh, wolf blocks. There we go. Oh my god!
The Tower of the Salt.
Okay. Somebody's cooking. Now, usually I want to say Tower of the Sultan is great at dealing with archers. It doesn't do as much damage to javelin throwers just because they already have a lot of pierce armor. So damage is like half, pretty much.
Wham, already dropping a siege workshop, already getting a sprinkled into queue, though.
That's such a great timing.
My question is, what does he have in store for the food and build up that he's starting to do? He's not producing. He's not utilizing upgrades as far as imported armor goes or anything. And it's the Musafati switch is what he's planning on.
Yes, Musafati. That's interesting considering there's still plenty of archers right now. I think the Donzos are just overall the better option here for him. Cancels a couple, queues a couple more again.
And the push
gonna
is
be
starting to
interesting
come
to see
through from
now.
Puppypaw. Only a few Camel Lancers and mainly archers, which is just, it feels so bad trying to push into Molly with only archers as your main
The
unit
Springle?
composition.
Springle's looking a little bit vulnerable at the moment. At the front side. Okay, there we go. Now it's pushing back. But this Tower of the Sultan, actually, it's going to be able to instantly take down one of these cattle ranches. Is that going to be the plan from Puppypaw? Just take down the cattle ranches?
And then immediately
It
take
might
down
be.
the cows right after. Palace of the Sultan stepping up. First cattle
There we
ranch,
go.
get one tap.
shot.
You can see it. It's just moving up to the next one. This is, I mean, it's paying off 100%. Cows are moving back, though. They haven't been killed yet, so all we need is the ranch to get refilled. There it is. Next set of cattle ranches get taken down. Javelin throwers doing everything that they possibly can to take down as many archers as possible.
That was not a good trade.
Yeah, it was cool seeing the Palace of the Sultan take down 2 cattle ranches, but in reality, Puppypaw just threw away his whole entire archer mass during that.
Yeah, and behind this, sure, Wham loses a little bit of food for now, but we're going to get to the stage where Ibid will have to make a farm transition. And that doesn't feel good. That does not feel good in the situation.
Yeah, and especially when you're going advancement wing, you don't have a lot of extra eco, like you said. You don't have those extra eco bonuses going for yourself. So a lot of times you'll see a Ubids maybe drop an extra TC or even 2 behind some of these timings when they're pushing. We haven't seen Puppy do that. So he is still 1 TC a Ubids, where Wham is a fully online Grand Fulani Molly now that just defended the big push, that took some good military trades. And when Molly's online, the onslaught of units that just continue to stream is absolutely nuts. So Puppypaw will be in a struggling situation.
Yeah, Musafati Warriors getting some good... Oh my god, the villagers, they're fighting. They're fighting, but that's not a good fight. The Musafati Warriors, they have a lot of attack speed. Look at them go.
And
That
there's
body's
another raid
littering
on the
the
top
street.
side berries. So Wham knows
God.
exactly what he wants to damage. He wants to idle out the food, idling out the food, idles out the production now. He doesn't need to worry about any of his production. It is fully online. He's going to keep doing this, keep being aggressive here. His military mass is super scary already.
Puppypaw is trying to slow the game down now a little bit, get some of these, get some of the walls up throughout the entire middle of the map. Sacred Side victory approaching, but that doesn't feel like something too sustainable, as Wham is now also doing the switch to archers with poison arrows and Q.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where you don't even need that frontline mass, and Wham still has that frontline mass, but the Poison Arrow Archers are going to shred anything in their path. Puppypaw's making the transition into Gulams to fight against the Wham's mainly kind of infantry mass, but another Musafati on those berries, and Puppypaw slow to react.
Oh man, Wham. At this point in time, with a firm economy lead, 19 cattle out there in those ranches, just providing him with so much food. Now we also have a siege advantage for him going on as well. He still keeps a lot of his units in the back. Just wants to make sure the space is safe. 3rd pit mine, now going to be coming up soon as well. Sacred Sites should be denied in a couple of minutes as well. It looks like Puppypaw managed to get a couple of villager kills here and there and as well, in between.
Ooh, Camel Lancer raid on the backside. That's where all the siege is. But villagers are there, archers are there, so Camel Lancers should get cleaned up, and none of the siege actually ended up falling. So I think that was 5 Camel Lancers that died for maybe 2-3 villagers. Was able to deny the 2nd pit mine from going up, though.
Yeah, I want to say, like, Puppypaw, he killed more villagers than Wham. But it feels like against Mali, that doesn't matter at all.
Because it doesn't.
It literally doesn't. The floodgates are open.
Yeah, I feel like you hit the nail on the head earlier with the farm transition comment. The longer this keeps going without Puppypaw having an actual farm transition, the worse this is just going to continue to get. Look at the military lead now for Wham. It's 77 compared to 50, and it's just going to continue to get worse as Puppy does not have the food income to support the same military mass.
Now trying to get another TC going, but in the end, I feel like the TC timing to like pay off, it's like 6-7 minutes to pay off. I don't think Puppypaw has that kind of time. Granted, Puppypaw with all the relic, with all the passive income, considering that he's just been pumping out archers and golems, he's been raking up a ton of gold, just completely passively, with sacred sites and with the relics. He can't do anything with the gold because he just has no food.
Exactly. I mean, he needs to drop a market, start selling off this gold, start being able to use some of these resources. But he has a little bit of a problem knocking on his doorstep. He doesn't want to answer up, but they just bust down the door and they're coming on in anyways.
FBI open up. That's what it feels like here, because now there's a huge military force from Wham knocking on the door from Puppypaw. 60 to 85 military plus an additional 10 population worth of siege.
And Puppy is trying to defend these masses. Wham splitting into a couple different groups, but those different groups are more than enough to take down the masses from Puppypaw. Camel Lancers think that they can dive into that and very quickly get taken to about a quarter health each.
Is it going to go down? Okay, Camel Lancer barely survives, but yeah, he's at like 1 health left.
A couple of the Springleds help get
they're
another
gonna
couple shots
take care of him. Age of Springles, there we go. They're taking care of the Camel Lancers.
3 Camel Lancers fall from that. A couple of holes still in the wall. Some archers broke off and causing more and more idle time. Wham is just not letting Puppy stabilize. Not
so
letting
many ranged
Puppy
units.
chill.
This feels like a reload composition right now with so many ranged units out in the field.
Yeah, and well, you say there's so many ranged units, but there's also 23 Musafatis out there. We'll make that 30 now because they just all popped out of the barracks because so many are in queue. So it's just everything. He's got over 100 military population right now.
Couple of villagers getting spotted out there by the archer. Never mind. They're just taking a stroll in the forest. They're going back.
But look at the reaction it
Oh
forces
my god,
from Puppy.
they're just missing each other there.
Puppy had to send
Nobody
20 units
here.
that way. That's a third of his military, and look at what's about to come in. Can't be onto the deer anymore. That's more food that he's being idled. He's at 500 food per minute. He can't even produce out of that second TC, I feel like, now with all this idle time.
Yeah, and he needed more siege now. At this point in time, Wham out-sieging Puppypaw. And there's just a lot of units from Puppypaw, a lot of expensive units, granted. But it feels like in a straight-up engagement, this might not be enough. Springles now coming in. There's one Mangonel, one Manganic from Puppypaw.
Mangonel gets dodged and then immediately taken down by Wham. Wham's Mangonel getting ready to fire onto the back line. Good dodge by Puppypaw. But during all of that dodging, the poison arrows, the javelin throwers are still on the backside, just firing down onto the Ghulams. But Ghulams
are tanking
not
up
easy
there.
to take down. I feel like we're the Musafatis.
I think the Ghulam's just with the buff right now. With the Sultan's buff, Mameluke's Bravery. They're doing a good job, but finally getting cleaned up. But in the end, what remains is still a whole bunch of javelin throwers which are able to tank as the front line.
And I'm not sure about those player cards now. Seeing that micro, Puppypaw micro to a perfection there during that. I don't think the Mangonel got close to landing even a little bit of damage on those archers. And immediately, again, look at that reaction from the Mangonel shot.
You don't need Springles if you just don't get hit.
And Ghulams, if they're taking Mangonels, Puppy doesn't care. It's all about that ranged mass on the backside, and he is forcing Wham back now. He's dropping a keep during this. Musafatis diving onto the back line of archers, not the trade, and another dodge from that Mangonel. This is unbelievable.
How is Puppypaw winning this fight? So many dodges. Man, this Mangonel must be pissed right now. He's like, I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
The Mangonel's going to get taken
kidding.
down by the archers. It's about to be archers countering the Mangonel, not Mangonels countering the archer. Finally lands a shot. Still not the greatest, but at least it's something.
At least it's something, but behind this, Puppypaw on the ropes, and what does Wham do? He's going up to Imperial Age.
And finally, this is the transition I was wanting from Wham. He's going with... oh my gosh, I did not see that. But the other thing, he's going imported armor. He's going to go with the Sofa swap because Puppy,
that's so good.
He's on all archers and the Ghulams. The Sofa are going to be the perfect thing to just run past it, force a reaction, take the fight if he has enough to take the fight, or just continue to be a nuisance in the economy.
This is going to hit him quite a bit. Puppypaw right now with less than 1,000 food wood. Actually, just about less than 1,000 resources in the bank. At a moment in time where Wham hits Imperial Age, that is not going to be a good moment for Puppypaw.
Not at all. The second mangonel's into the mix for Wham, so he's like, you may be able to dodge one, but what about two? So now we'll see. It makes it that much more difficult, especially if you kind of stagger the timings for the throws a little bit to like right next to each other or just slightly past each other. Makes it very difficult to actually micro efficiently against it.
Yeah. And Puppypaw behind all of this, he's done a reasonable food transition in the corner. The issue is, can he keep the save now with Wham in Imperial Age? These raids on the sides where the food is situated could be devastating. But Puppypaw, I think he's just started dropping some stone walls potentially on that side as well. A second layer of walls coming up. And this might be stone walls, since he did have a lot of stone in the bank, which he doesn't have anymore.
Maybe next to the TC? No?
That's a keep. That's a keep and palisade wall.
So he's gotten 2 keeps now near the farm. So he's trying to reinforce, trying to protect the economy. But again, this is where with keeps, there's still no sofa yet for Wham. But with keeps, javelin throwers could just run, tank them up, even though javelins aren't the play.
He's got resources. I'll just say it like that. Wham's got resources.
3,000 food, but he's not producing anything, and he's not at max pop.
He's just getting the upgrades right now. He's getting ready.
Patience. That's what he's telling me. He's saying, patience. Just wait. I will close this game out when I am ready to do so. And there's the sofa swap. More Musafati as well. He's trying to burn holes in all the different spots on this wall. Puppypaw is a very, very immobile army. It's all archers. It's all ghulams. It's very slow to react and hard to react as well. So Wham can just throw these units away, push through, fight him when these masses are a little bit smaller, and Puppy has a harder time replenishing that army, and he's out tech now. There we go. Another Musafati swap in the background. I think that is the Ram upgrade as well. So Wham might just start sending Rams through the middle of the map too to just start taking down Eco.
Yeah, he's got the Ram upgrade. So yeah, could just send Rams on the sides. That's what we've seen from Wham so far when he played the Malians against Beasty as well during the Webpool qualifier. And the late game with Wham with the Malians overall just seems very solid. Like, he knows what he needs to do at what point in time. So I'm guessing, like, if Puppypaw is able to hold for like 6-7 more minutes, that we might even see trade coming in for Wham.
Yeah, he's almost got it fully secured with his walls. He could easily move up and wall it off if he wanted to. Puppypaw's going up to Imperial himself, but he's going up to Imp at a time where now Wham has been fully online. Upgrades have already been coming through, and the onslaught is about to start. Houses are on the front side. I'm wondering where the Rams are going to start taking things down.
Well, he's going up with the Adabacks. I would have actually liked to see like the reinforcement wing in Imperial Age, just because in Imperial Age it actually offers you a ton of military value, with 7 Desert Raiders coming in every 2 minutes. That's a lot of value they're getting there. It's 7 times 90 resource per minute worth of units.
And the trade has already started for Wham, actually. We just saw a trader walking by that wall. Sofa's coming to help secure up those Rams, not allow the villagers to rebuild, whereas the main army fighting in the center. Mangonels are firing here. Like we said, there are 2 of them here this time, so might have some better luck with their shots. The 3 Springles stepping up for Puppypaw. Wham not yet reacting yet from the Springle War. Loses the first Mangonel. Now the Springles react. Loses the second Mangonel, but takes down the Springles. Archers only on the backside left for Puppypaw, and Wham has everything. He's pushing through, and that is it. Wham ties up the series 1-1.
GG. There we go. Looking at the resource there, we can tell Wham with the overwhelming military lead. It looked like Puppypaw might have a timing with that early fast castle age, but not coming into play as Wham managed to hold and get calm and collected, goes up with enough cattle, gets a really solid economy, and after that, just calmly plays it out, knows that he has the economic lead, and able to just pump out much more military in the mid game.
Yeah, that was like the biggest thing that I want to focus on is just how well Wham did to delay the timing of Castle paying off. Like Puppypaw hit Castle, and his main focus was getting the relics, but Gold got idled. So first things first was, you didn't immediately get both of the monks out or camels out to go secure the relics quicker, and so it really just delayed all the timings and allowed Wham to have his own payoff go through.
A tight series as a result of that 1-1 the scoreline, and a beautiful way to do it. I was kind of a little bit worried that Ibids were going to roll away from that, or with that rather. Do you think that usually that's the way that matchup plays out, Crackety? Was this more just Wham playing a phenomenal Malian games, or is this more of a 50-50 matchup than we'd maybe expect?
I think honestly, like Puppypaw, he went for that really, really fast age up timing. I think usually what we do see in those situations from Ibid is that 3TC transition, because they know, okay, I probably can't kill my opponent in like the earlier stages of the game. That 3TC transition didn't come in. He stayed on 1TC for the majority of the game, only added in a second TC later. In the end, the cattle economy was just too strong, and that's like all the credit to Wham there. Just calmly still keep making cattle in a situation where you feel really pressured into aging up behind your opponent. Just credit to him there. He played it calm and collected, managed to get the cattle in that he needed, and then just played it with the better economy.
And, looking forward, Dabston, we've dodged the mirror matchup still. That's still potentially on the horizon. It's starting to feel more and more inevitable that we could actually get to a 5th game and end this series with a Byzantine mirror.
It's funny. Mirror matchups are usually miserable to watch, but there's a few mirror matchups that are exceptions to that, and Byzantines is one of those for me. It is one that I don't like playing it, which fortunately haven't had to play that, but it's one that I wouldn't like to play it anyways, but watching it, it's fun. It's a lot of action. It's a lot of military mass that comes out. Byzantines, they're just a fun and aggressive civilization that also has a few different ways that you can play the game, so you can really kind of create your differences in a mirror matchup as well.
Yeah,
Byzantine Mirror is so fun because you're actually seeing units that you usually never see from the Byzantines. You see the Kashik and you see the Cataphract. That's what's coming in a Byzantine Mirror.
Dude, I love that. I think that's so true of both the new civs, right? Japanese is the same. You see them build all the units they normally don't. For example, like Onimusha makes sense in that matchup, right? I don't know what it is. It's something about the new civs where their mirror matchups are entertaining, whereas the OG civs want to put you to sleep. But it's time to see who is going to be on the verge of sticking their opponent down in that lower bracket, because, of course, it's a best of 5, and someone needs to be on the verge of match point here. Holy Island, a classic way of solving this. Juji and Japanese, at this point, have to be the de facto top 2 picks consistently being seen here. Beasty revealed a new way the Japanese can be played, a more aggressive way, a more fierce way that could give them the edge. Curious to see if Puppypaw has been paying attention or is ready to educate us with something new in game number 3.
And here we go. Wham spawning in on this north side as Zushi. Puppypaw in the southern side as the Japanese. Wham in the yellow. Puppy in the red. And my first main focus is going to be the meditation garden spot.
There are some juicy spots available. Actually, not that much for Wham, I want to say. Like, they're pretty far away towards the middle of the map. Like these truly insane spawns, I want to say like next to the sacred side is probably the best that you can go for. Like you get double stone, you get the gold, you get the berries. Maybe you can fit it there in the front side. No, you don't want it to go there because that's where the boar is. You can't put it next to the boar. That's a no-no. You're getting hurt for that. Yeah, I think it's probably just next to the double stone there. Double stone gold, you get some of the berries in there.
Yeah, so
or this one. That one also looks good.
Yeah, and that one's a little bit safer, a little bit closer too. You don't have as much walking time, so the resources will come in a little bit quicker, which on water maps, that is all the much more important, as if you delay your feudal age by 10, 15 seconds, that can just prove to be the game right there. So I think I'm leaning towards the one that's a little bit closer to his side of the map there, a little bit safer for himself. And Puppypaw, obviously, we know the Japanese, they are able to get just an unbelievable amount of fishing boats out just because they're so cheap, or cut them much earlier and get a quick age up too.
Only paying 45 wood for every single fishing ship. It's such a huge bonus for them that just pays off so quickly. Shuji's Legacy, they do have those normal Chinese-ish bonuses where the dock does produce 10% faster. And they do have Imperial Officials, where they even start with an Imperial Official, which is very handy, especially on a water map. Getting that nice and early supervision on your dock, not on your dock, but on your lumber camp. Get yourself a nice little boost there when it comes to the wood income. But still doesn't feel quite as good as the bonus that the Japanese do get.
Yeah, it's funny talking about the bonuses for water on the Japanese because it's like the fishing boat one's great. And it's like, that's not the only one, though. There's so many other things that make Japanese strong on hybrid maps, on water maps, whether it's the shinobi able to, you know, idle out your opponent's docks, cause some extra damage, cause some burning there, or whether it's getting passive stone from mining gold to where all of a sudden you can get a dock emplacement later on if need be, or you know, something of that sort. There's a lot of kind of different things that just all have themselves working towards the same thing for Japanese.
Already have a second dock now coming in for Puppypaw. Same for Wham, so very similar timings here. Only main difference is going to be that Puppypaw, as a Japanese, is going to be able to just pump out so many more fishing ships from that double dock play.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's really where you can see that second dock paying off earlier, or you can see the timing coming quicker. Scouts just being annoying as possible. A lot of times you'll see the villagers have to run back home, but you'll still see them replace them with another villager because shoreline fish is a great resource to gather for those villagers. But also they know that they're probably going to be dropping a third dock in the near future, and they want to be able to react very quickly and have that villager ready and waiting when they need to.
Yeah, also when push comes to shove, it's very nice having a villager close to the shoreline, just because the repair speed on ships from a villager is like 2 times, or maybe even 3 times as quick as from a fishing ship. Truly absurd just how quickly it goes.
Yeah, so compared to Kawasan, this is one that you can see how many more fishing boats both of these players are investing into before trying to click their age up, before getting ready to get into some more of this feudal age action. So even though they're hybrid maps, having a big shared pond is a lot different than having the 2 smaller ones. We're getting to the point, though, that
Age
I
up's
think
coming in soon.
Yeah. Wham's moving out with his 4 villagers.
There we go. That's the position we thought of, right? Surely he's going for that one. To the top side.
Top side, yeah.
Top side. There we go. Get the double gold in. Probably not in range. Okay, decides to just get stone gold and the berries. I think maybe he could have. Maybe he could have gotten that. Maybe he could have gotten that gold. Maybe.
I think so too, but you know, it's one that just get it down quick, get things going for himself. And on the other side, the Coca Township is on its way. 9 villagers building that one on up. So let's see what Puppypaw has in store. Those shinobi, I mean, I will say later on you can still be annoying with them, but early on is really when they prove to be the most effective.
Dock up right now for Puppypaw. He's still producing fishing ship out of all 3 docks. So at the same time, like the economy is still fairly even. Puppypaw right now with a 2 fishing ship lead. Grant, there weren't too many docks up earlier. But here we go. Age up has come in. Do we see any ships coming in yet? Doesn't look like it. No ship has been queued yet.
Yeah, there's not enough wood in the
He built something. He built something with 150 wood. Did Wham drop a production building?
I think he must.
Or an outpost.
I think I see a production building next to the wood line on Wham's side. Nope.
Yeah, that's the arch range.
Oh, there it is. Okay, it's a range.
Yeah, you definitely need that against the shinobi. Just 1 or 2 Jugunu, like on the archer range, on your gold line, not archer range, but on the wood line, on the gold mine. Do need that.
So we'll be able to at least deal with those first earlier shinobi easier. Scout is right next to the Coca Township, so that's where you want to be able to track where that first shinobi is going and follow it all along the path. But I think Wham just missed out on it. I think the shinobi just passed the boar, and Wham wasn't able to spot it out with the scout.
Here we go. Shinobi is making its way over to the dock. There's still a villager there, so could pick a villager off as well as sabotage one of those docks. Could buy him a little bit of leeway when it comes to the production, but Jugunu actually moving forward here. won't achieve too much because
There's an
Puppypaw was
outpost.
smart and he built an outpost and immediately is getting the emplacement on. And there we go, Jugunu just turning
Dock
right
and
around.
slide.
Oh, there we go. Wait.
Oh,
Oh, there we go. Ship, help!
It's like, please, please.
Don't leave me alone.
Oh, Springle able to hit. I thought that was going to be out of range, but Springle Chip's able to make the connection, and the Shinobi still
Shinobi.
barely alive.
He's gonna heal up. He's gonna heal up. Shinobi do regenerate health after all, out of combat. Maybe in combat. It's relatively slow. They do heal.
A little bit of a short wall for Puppypaw protecting up that wood line. And again, all things considered, we're at, this almost 8-minute mark and things are relatively even. Puppypaw is up one single economic unit due to those probably just extra fishing boat, and that's it.
Yeah, Puppypaw, he's probably gonna try aging up soon, I want to say. Of course, I say that, and he immediately starts queuing horsemen. I was like, what's he gonna do with all the food? Age up? Oh, he's making horsemen now. All right, that's a play.
And Wham, he's going to have to react, though. He's got a barracks starting to be built, and he's going to have to react with his own spears. So going to have his own little bit of a food investment, or else he would also be thinking castle age soon as well. Scout, though.
Oh, maybe get the Shunshin in. Doesn't come in. Horseman. Oh, that Jugunu. He doesn't have a fun time. He shows up to work only to immediately get speared in the face by a horseman.
And the scout
Mondays,
gets
am I right?
bird on away. We see the first little bit of moving up onto the water from Wham, but has to move back soon after that. Scout falls for Puppypaw due to the chook. And again, now just a
comes in soon
standoff.
for Wham. Yeah, right now it feels like Wham. He's macroing heavily towards Castle Age right now. Granted, the Castle Age is still discounted for Rudy's Legacy. He didn't go Song Dynasty, and there we go. Shaolin Monastery coming in now.
We're gonna see
Puppypaw
some
not far
bald
away.
monks. Some of those Shaolin monks are not to be joked around with. They can hold their own in combat as well as obviously secure up those relics for themselves. So Wham gonna be able to the first moving out on the map for the relics. He's got some spears and some chooks to deal with the little bit of aggression on the land from Puppypaw. But what I am worried about is usually when you hear Castle Age come out, it's the water that you end up taking damage on.
Yeah, relatively even Navy at the moment, but the age up, it's coming in soon. Puppypaw is going to get the notification, and now he knows, okay, maybe I do have to push it in a little bit, but he actually doesn't have as many ships. There we go, his own age up now getting dropped as well. Floating gate is coming in soon. The question is going to be, is it going to be in time? First major upgrade for Wham on water is coming in. +1 range on the Springle chips as well as plus 15% attack speed on them. It's going to be hard to deal with. He's going to need some time.
And the Springle chips is the main composition that Wham has been going with. Knew that was the reason why that is the first and biggest priority for upgrade for him. It's about to go through. Puppypaw's starting to... I was about to say he was starting to posture forward, but I'm not too sure if I'd be posturing forward with Puppypaw while I am aging up.
There we go. Shinto Priest coming out immediately. And there's going to be some Mounted Samurai out on the field very, very soon. And they're quite strong. I actually saw a video earlier today where the Mounted Samurai actually beat French Knights.
Oh,
Fairly impressive.
Monk walked up, was about to try to grab that relic and said, oh, I see a couple units there. I'm going to give myself an escort before grabbing this relic.
Interesting. Units on the shoreline, that's a paddling.
Yep, 2 horsemen get taken down by those boats, and the first relic has been secured by Wham. But on the other side, Puppy looks like he's going to go secure or try to deny the other relics. Fishing battle or boat battle on the water is finally commencing. Wham does have the extra upgrade, but Armored Hull is about to come through for Puppypaw as the fight's going on. It finishes, so all of those boats become that much stronger.
Behind this, that dock also had an emplacement, so a little bit of bonus damage coming in. Freeze getting picked off there.
Wham's
dock
trying to
getting
get a little
repaired.
more. Yeah, he's trying to get damage on the dock, but there's a villager there just hammering on away at it, so not really being too effective. Demo gets denied. Trying to get some more trades on the Springle chips. Demo's pushing forward for Wham.
Oh!
Looks like they're closing the gap, and a great connection for the first one.
Big damage coming in. And 2 Springle ships go down.
2 Springle chips going down, another 2 to follow there. Wham is pushing up further and further into that water economy. But you said it, just maybe a little bit, flew a little bit too close to the sun. Definitely with one of those Springle chips. Barely alive, but doesn't actually lose any of the military ships yet. Demo's closing the gap, though. There's about 3 or 4 ships that might die.
Oh, but the other ships get it in time.
And over with the dual box, we can see relics actually being secured by Puppypaw. So Wham got the earlier age up timing, but with the mounted samurai, Puppypaw has been able to take more of the map control, denied up that relic, secured one for himself, and now is going to move across the map even further.
Behind this, I mean, Wham, he does have a lot of demo ships right now. 6 demo ships ready to pull. And right now, Puppypaw only with a single archer ship. If Wham just fully sends it in now, it's going to be tough for Puppypaw to hold this on water. He's not going for it right now, though. Instead, he's reinvesting into land. Those mounted samurai just being too much of a threat for him right now to ignore it on land.
Yeah, it's one of those. He knows that the more mounted samurai he gets, it's going to force more spears from Wham. And then what does he follow up that with? Knowing that spears are going to be weak against good old palace guards, and we'll be able to start sending some palace guards out and about as well.
Some mounted samurai getting picked off there, and there's the transition into the Onabagashas. This is what we see from Japanese players on land all the time when it comes to Holy Island. You start off with the mounted samurai, you disrupt your opponent's economy, you hit them on the sides where it hurts, and then you transition into a big ball of Onabagashas. You get your Shiro relics inside of your barracks, and you just start pumping like there's no tomorrow.
Exactly. And now we can see Wham's military numbers are looking healthy, but that's where a lot of the land units are trash army with the spears, but it's not all about the land. It's about the water, and we have just seen both water militaries posturing on either side, not yet able to fully close. Wham took a great trade and then stepped a little bit too far up and took some return damage back.
We also have a Katana Bannerman right now on the field for Puppypaw, so he's immediately going to start hitting hard now. Captrade, sadly, doesn't tell us just how many blacksmith upgrades Puppypaw has, but I imagine he probably has some for the melee upgrades. Some fights now happening on water here. Archer ship is going to have to be careful now as the demo ship fleet from Wham is starting to come in. Still, only a single archer ship is getting taken down. There's nothing remaining to take care of these demo ships. And there we go, demo ships starting to get some connections. Ships are trying to split apart. Some connections are coming in.
Oh,
actually, that's
so
a big amount of
Springle
connections.
ships.
There we go.
Puppypaw, he did a great job splitting the ships. The problem is with the split, there still wasn't anything to help take down the demo, so they all just split and then waited for the explosion to happen. The rest of the Springle chips are quite low. Wham's pushing forward. There's demos in return fire for Puppypaw. So Wham, again, he takes a great trade, but now does he step forward too far? Still has a galley for himself, still has his own demos. He's trying to kite back enough. And he takes down all of the demos before they close.
The defense with his own demolition ships. Wham able to take down the majority of the demo ships there. Keeps his fleet alive, and he's in a very, very good position now, both on land and on water. Puppypaw still building up his numbers with the Onabagashas. It's going to be one big clump of units that's going to try and get a fight in, but I think if Puppypaw doesn't win that fight on land, then he probably won't have a lot going for him. Right now, his wood income also seems rather lackluster.
Yeah, he's spending all the wood that's coming in. It looks like Wham's actually pushing up into the mid-map with his army, has crossbows, has palace guards as well. And there's a ton of villagers there. Puppy's a little slow to react. There's a lot of microing going on the water as well. Demo ship getting close. Able
Not
to
quite
take
the
down
best
one
connection.
Stranglehold, but not the greatest. And even still, Puppy somehow has been holding the water fight. But look at the split screen. Losing villagers, getting idled off of food. And if he gets idled off of food at 2 different spots, there's no chance that he can make military.
At least not enough. He does have a big ball, and there we go. That's the big ball that we talked about. Military units now streaming out of Puppypaw's base. A lot of Onabegeishas together with the Katana Bannerman aura, able to take down the entire front line there from Wham. But at the same time, Wham able to do a lot of damage on water. Lots of fishing ships going down.
Lots of fishing ships going down, some more Springled ships falling as well. There's not the fishing boats to help heal up during that fight either. And like I said, that was right as Puppypaw got pushed off of the berries pretty heavily. Was able to fall back to another set, but Wham should have no problem rebuilding back up onto the land. But 37 Onabegeishas.
And right now, it's mostly Palace Guards and crossbows coming in out from Wham. The Palace Guards are going to do quite well as a meat shield against the Onabegeishas since they do have the armor. But it's just a big number disadvantage. And sure, Palace Guards do have armor, but they don't have as much as normal men-at-arms. So even in that trade, they're not that good. Granted, though,
Here we go.
before he doesn't have too many melee upgrades.
Might not have a ton, but he has a few of them. This is a defensive fight for Wham, though. He has the TC helping him out. He has all of the production next to it. Has an outpost there as well, so will have that advantage on his side.
That's a
And it
hold
looks
from
like it's
Wham.
an easy hold.
The front line isn't going down, and the Onabegeishas, they're gone.
And not only that, it felt like that was Puppypaw's last chance. You can see him losing all of these fishing boats onto the water. He's having to move out to other food resources onto the land, but that means that Wham can start sending raids and can start splitting off some Palace Guards now that he has held on up and start hurting Puppypaw's land eco because he has nothing to worry about on water anymore.
And now starting to take down the fishing ship economy here from Puppypaw. Puppypaw, though, he still has a good couple of docks with the emplacements as well. So able to do a good bunch of damage there to units remaining. Whammy still has to be really careful, really mindful of those demo ships and the archer ships. I mean, the demos, even if they hit the archer ships, sure, they don't do as much damage, but they still do a good bunch of damage.
Yep, the Onas did find a little bit of that deer exposure from Wham, but Wham, he's got that Palace Guard mass. He can still defend that on up if he wants, but more importantly, he is putting a giant wall down the center as he knows he's won water. The only way he loses this game now is taking too much damage onto the land. Walls are a great way to deal with that, to delay any timing push from Puppy. And another great demo.
With the range upgrade as well. That one of those priests is carrying a Yorishiro relic with it. Don't want to have that on the front line.
No, not so much. Ona's knocking onto the wall. There's a good amount of, but again, this is almost exactly what we saw last time from Puppypaw, and I feel like Wham has more this time to deal with the mass.
And now up to 23 Palace Guards, and at this point in time, the Onabegeishas, they just don't cut it anymore. They're not good enough. They don't do enough damage here. Still missing some melee upgrades. Now the second melee upgrade is coming in now, so now they're gonna go from doing +2 damage to +3. It's gonna be a sizable damage lead on those units. It still doesn't feel like it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, next set of ranged armor coming in from Puppypaw as well, just because of how many crossbows there are, TC fire outpost. But again, losing more and more this timing. That wall now has been extended. Wham has half of the map fully walled on out, and it is soon to be the full map walled on out. So then he just doesn't have to worry anymore and just can start sending raids.
And he can, and now just more and more of these Palace Guards coming in.
There's a hole by the berries.
It's not walled yet, yeah.
I actually think it's a hole
Or
by
is
the
it
berries.
walled?
I think it's
might
walled.
be.
I think it's the resource glitch on the.
It might be. Yeah, there it is. Oh, no. Okay, that feels really bad. Did Wham realize? I don't think he realized. It's not a big force. It's not a big army.
No, it is not too big of an army, and he has his military close enough. He has his TC that's given him vision of it now. He spotted out some backside gold. And yeah, he took no damage from that, but should realize, hopefully realizes that that group had to come from somewhere. It wasn't hiding out in the corner. It's his walls that aren't finished.
Some outposts there next to the goal, but is likely gonna have to pull the villagers away.
Jumps on into
outpost
the
gonna
outpost.
go down really quick.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's so many melee units here. They can just start torching the outpost. One has the reinforcements there, but at the same time, Puppy, he had to deal with the raid at home, so didn't immediately start torching the outpost. We have raids going on all over the place. First outpost falls. Units aren't falling quick enough. Second outpost will end up falling, but Puppypaw, he's taking damage at home. It feels like base trades at this point.
It does. But at the end of the day, it feels like even though Puppypaw killed a lot of villagers here, Wham killed more.
Yeah, Wham killed more, and Wham actually wasn't able to fully deny the water and secure up all of his side. So Puppy still has a force onto the water, so that's still going to be something he has to deal with. But a ton more villagers he was just able to find with this Palace Guard mass, so even more damage will be happening. Those Onas are just not enough to deal with the mass. A few Samurais coming into the mix now, those will at least be a tanky spot. But again, not a ton of damage here yet without all of those melee upgrades.
And behind all of that, I mean, Wham, he still has a ton of crossbows, so is going to be able to deal with the samurai. Villagers go through the gate. Oh
there was
my
a
God.
gate there. There was a gate there.
He needs to see that. He needs to react to that.
Transport ship.
That's too many villagers.
Please.
Oh my God. And suddenly it's even out. Suddenly the villager count is even out.
Water's completely even too, and Puppypaw's now the one that's stabilized. Puppy is the one that eco at home isn't being raided.
I feel like this has only been like temporary eco though, because of the berries. Like Puppypaw vacuumed up 2 berry patches very, very quickly. Double demos? What are they doing here? Oh, Wham, he's not reinvesting into water right now. He kind of needs to. He's getting raided. Oh my God, double demos there.
More damage coming in, but I mean, look at that grouping now from Wham. A lot of Puppy's army was just splitting off, continuing to raid, but Wham has his group together. 35 Palace Guards. He's got 30 crossbows essentially there. Puppy does not have a lot of gold secured for himself. So I think that's going to be the big problem, is as he continues to use this gold, the rest of his veins are all on the front side. He went to that back one by the water first, and that's going to be the big kind of detriment for him.
I think so too. And right now, Wham, with still a great military lead. I mean, sure, Puppypaw for a little bit had the economic advantage here just based on the income. But now Wham, with the big military lead, I don't see Puppypaw really winning any fights, but he's going to use the mobility advantage that his own obligations provide him with.
Just continue to trade. Those need to be stone walls. There's still the gap in the wall that hasn't been rebuilt, but...
Go landmark victory. Go landmark victory. Pull all the builds. Go for it.
Oh, it's too early for that. We are still at a pretty close level here now. I don't think we're pulling the vills. We're not needing to pull the boys yet, but Wham! He's starting to burn the outpost. There's a bunch of houses. I was about to say he's starting to burn the TC. Villagers on the front side, deer. They're not reacting yet. This is another 15 or so villagers.
Making it out alive there.
And Wham's finally pulling his military mass back. I feel like he needed to do this sooner than later.
It's going to be difficult for Puppypaw to escape now, right?
Yeah, there's only that one gap in the wall to walk back through, so there's nowhere really to go. At this point, you just, I would say, trade for as much economy as you can, or as much military as you can as well.
And behind all of that, not too many villagers went down for Wham at all.
But it looks like he's starting to lose water. Demo's starting to move across. It's just been demos. It has been a slow trickle on the water, but actually both players, as far as water military, there's 0 ships essentially out other than 2 demos for Puppy. He might go and hit some fishing with those demos too.
Behind that Puppypaw, he has a good amount of fishing ships, like a really, really good amount at this point in time. That's just Japanese. It's so easy, like when you lose a couple of fishing ships, just reinvest in there. And actually, it looks like Wham just lost a lot of villagers there.
It was the fishing boats. He demoed the fishing boats too.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
So yeah, that was one of the big keys. But again, Puppypaw tries to move up with the mass again, and Wham's mass has been staying alive, staying healthy. He has been taking some damage, so now the roles have kind of reversed, where Puppy's eco is ahead, but needs to get that military mass going for himself again.
This has just been such a back and forth here the entire time. Now demo ships are coming in. You only need one.
Yeah.
Maybe you need two.
Okay. He'll take the second one too, just to make sure it secures it. And Wham is actually about to spot out the hole in the wall with the unit chase down, and it also spots right where Puppy was moving out to gold.
Could be idling a lot of villagers over there. Puppy, though, he did also move over to the east side next to the shoreline, but there's also more gold available to him. Oh my god, the fishing ships are running. The fishing ships are running.
Oh no! They don't know where to go!
They don't see it. Oh, now they should.
There's so much going on, though. There's so much going on. He didn't see it immediately.
He doesn't realize.
All those demos getting taken down, but the Goldvilles, this is what I was worried about as well. Goldvilles being idle, crossbows on the backside. They need to step up, start taking down all of those Onas that are there. And I think the gold on the near the shoreline is almost out, but there's also a unit of land sitting there.
So many villagers, so many fishing ships going down for Puppypaw right now behind this.
Yeah.
Oh, he found the gold there as well.
I don't even think there's much gold there left anyways, but all the fishing was being taken down, being damaged. And again, the rolls just keep flipping over and over and over. But Wham, he's kiting back, still has a good crossbow mass. And there is some siege onto the field here. We have 2 nested bees.
Onifigatias are able to clean up a lot of the crossbows there, but reinforcements with the nest of bees able to clean that up. And at the end of the day, once the dust settles, Puppypaw below 50 economy now, 30 minutes into the game.
Oh, here's the nested bees fire you want. Oh, nope, just able to turn back and run away, but the Ona mass now becomes so much less effective with double nested bees if the armies are staying grouped together. Palace guards are still continuing to split off, still continuing to idle Puppy. Somehow at this game, we're at the 30-minute mark and Puppy's sitting at 70 total population.
Outposts are fully upgraded. I mean, to be fair, you can't build keeps as Japanese in the Castle Age, so might as well pump all of your stone into these outposts in order to get at least some security in on your resources. Nest of Bee. Nest of Bee's gonna fire here. This little gap does prove to be a very nice choke point. Villagers, once again, have to go inside the outpost. Puppypaw has some gold remaining, but when you look at the rest of his economy, there's nothing.
It feels very barren, and it's just everywhere we look, every time we see the observer, we see a little bit of a swap on the camera angle. There's always a palace guard randomly there. All throughout Puppy's economy, there's just nowhere he can go that actually is safe, secure, and stabilized. He's also lost water now. He is down to 40 economy. He's trying to do some return damage somewhere, but steam is running out. He is feeling like his economy is barren. Everything is starting to just run ragged.
Wow. He just keeps pushing in behind us, and at this point in time, I would be hard-pressed if Puppypaw can do a comeback. I feel like this game is going very much in Wham's favor now at this point in time.
Yeah, this is definitely, the beginning of the end. There was a lot of back and forth for a while. It was just flipping either side back and forth. But now is the time where I don't think Wham can mess this one up. He is so far ahead in the military, so far ahead in the economy, has the control, doubling down on the walls as well. So knowing that the ways he loses is just these small little mistakes, and he is not going to make those small little mistakes.
He's continuous. Just small little raids from Wham throughout the entire time. Puppypaw causing so much idle time, and now here, once again, a raid on the woodline. Just losses that he can't really afford at this point in time. And the Palace Guards just keep coming.
Yeah, there's pings all over the map for Puppypaw, and I know this is one of those where we're watching fights and it's like, oh, why isn't he microing? I can't believe he threw that Springle chip away, and it's like he can't pay attention to all these different things, and this is exactly why. More and more damage coming in. He's down to 28 villagers
28.
at the 31-minute mark, and that's not including fishing ships, as I think he's got 20 fishing ships out probably.
Yeah,
Does he not?
that is included. That is including the fishing ships. It's
Oh my
27
God.
total, and there we go. GG gets called, and we have one player here now on match point, and it's gonna be Wham.
I mean, that has just to feel like he mentally broke his brother over there. That is a miserable experience. Look at the economy count, just taking a straight down dive to nothing.
It's been mentioned over and over again that like which one of the twins is the older one by like so and so many minutes. I think Wham is okay. I actually have no clue off the top of my head which one it is, but if it was Puppypaw, Wham is challenging that one. Okay, I'm getting confirmation. Allegedly, Puppypaw is 2 minutes older. Wham is challenging that position right now of older brother.
Absolutely. He is trying to make the claim for himself, leading the series 2-1, and it is not the mirror you're expecting. It's
Oh,
not
this is
the
so
mirror
good.
we're wanting.
This is so
but
good for
it is-
Wham.
Oh, it is English versus Byzantines, and I think he knew. I mean, it's one of those dry Arabia comes up. It's game decider. You're not going to choose one of your weaker civs. You're going to pick the best of the best out there. So Byzantines was what Puppypaw wanted. Wham knew that was going to be the choice. So he is trying to give himself a better matchup here, as well as leaving Byzantines as his final pick if needed on Rocky River.
Yeah, Byzantines, they have very few bad matchups, but this is one of them. Up against the English, a civilization which also has access to the longbows.
That's one where it's not always about the games, it's about the series. And you know, if you're moving all on along, that's all that matters here. And he has his leg up here. He's got his nice old lead going on in, and he has a good position to potentially be sitting back, giving himself some breathing room and watching and waiting.
We were just talking about the player cards, and turns out nobody was able to hear us during that little scene there.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's
we're
good.
back. Yeah, we just had a little calm moment there, you know.
it was one of those where like everyone be quiet for 10 seconds, moment of silence for the brother duo. We're going to have one of them is going to be sacrificed to the other over here. We don't know which one.
Dry Arabia now, though. Byzantines versus English. And I feel like, honestly, this matchup, it's one of the most English matchups that we've seen recently, like in this meta, where pretty much all the time, English always go 2TC. They go Abbey of Kings. They run around with that knight. They're going to be a little bit annoying. And behind that, they're just going to fast castle behind that.
Yep. I don't know if Guts is wanting to see the player cards again for the value on the player cards, or is that he's telling us to shut up, but we'll see here. But here are the other player cards from earlier, and this is what I actually had mentioned back in the game that we were just casting. Puppypaw has the leg ahead on the micro for Wham, but there's definitely some fights that it felt like Wham was the one out microing them. Ultimately, I feel like it is dead even. You could have switched these cards, and I wouldn't know which one's which.
Maybe we got to add a point to speed there for Wham, because the last game definitely looked like he had the upper hand when it came to speed, but here we go. Game number 4 is on its way. Wham now on match point in this brother versus brother matchup here in the finals for the winners bracket for qualifiers for the Red Bull Wololo. And here we go, Dry Arabia. We're diving right into it, and right away, I just got to look at the map spawn here. We see Byzantines with forward berries and English with back gold.
Oh, you know, if it's not a Marine Lord spawn, I don't know what is. The thing is, you know, this is one of those that you see a lot of the deer very, very kind of close together for Puppypaw as well. That could be a pro or a con. Byzantines, they usually like having those olive groves, having the berries as well, a little bit more of the focus. And on Wham's side, the back wood line does allow a very, very easy back wall where it's going to cost like 10, 15 wood to connect that back wall. And then it's basically going to be impossible to circle around and kind of roam behind his base.
Yeah, I mean, the wood line's very nice there for walling, as you said. And Looking at the map elsewhere, I mean, Puppypaw, he does have some back berries there all the way in the corner as well. He's definitely going to have to be the one that plays aggressive here in this one. Puppypaw cannot really allow himself to get pushed into his base just because of that berry position at the front.
Yeah, and fortunately he's playing against a Civ that likes to give up the map control other than, like you said, having that king roam around being annoying as possible until Castle Age ends up paying off, until they get that leg up. They've had their farm transition. Their farms are fully online. Everything's up and running and rolling. But we're seeing the scout circle on around. We'll check in and see if there's any big sheep differential here in just a little bit, as I feel like every time we've checked in on these scouts, neither one of them have had too much too much sheep involved over here.
Yeah, overall, not that many. Granted, Wham, he still actually has some alive. They're probably with the scout right now. There we go, also collecting some on the back. There we go. Abbey of Kings now also coming in. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the first couple of villagers very soon being pulled over to Stone just to start gathering for that second TC.
As expected, the Abbey is the one going down. Moving on over to the Stone already as well.
Oh, there we go. Okay, Puppypaw perfectly realizes with the web spawn in what position he's in. This is not a defensive or like boomy or kind of like mass up Byzantine style. You can go ham in this one. And we're seeing the Imperial Hippodrome coming in for Puppypaw with the Byzantines here. I like that play. I like the realization that just based with the map spawn, he cannot just sit back in this one. He needs to take control.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Hippo. It's fun to watch. It's a lot cooler to watch than seeing someone, drop an economic building and a couple olive groves. It's like, no. Let's see some raiding. Let's see some military onto the field and that Byzantine onslaught.
This could actually prove to be quite a nice play here for Puppypaw as well. We can already see, like, he's getting a lot of olive oil in right now. So once he gets up to the next age, if he has enough wood to immediately drop his mercenary school, he's going to immediately be able to queue the first batch of them.
Yep, does need to get a little bit more wood into the bank to drop that mercenary school, but already has been moving on to there. We'll just take 2 or so more drop-offs with his grouping there. But he should have enough food as well once he ages up to get a horseman in queue pretty quickly and start roaming on around too.
Horseman definitely gonna be the name of the game here early on. I'm just guessing a horseman and javelin thrower composition early on coming in from Puppypaw here would make the most of sense. You can, in theory, also go for longbows against English, just because with the Byzantine oil income, you can actually get like a very similar amount of longbows to the English.
And it looks like Wham is prepping for a TC drop potentially next to the Stone forward onto those deer. So wants to kind of secure himself up some food. But one thing we know is Puppy's planning on this aggression here. And if you're dropping a forward TC, this isn't a forward TC like ABBA where you got some extra fire armor on it or something. It's just going to be a forward TC if that's what he is deciding on.
Forward TC definitely doesn't sound the best in this situation. Should probably just be on the gold mine in the back. Where is it gonna go? Don't drop it on the deer.
He's doing it. He's doing it. I told you it's it. Oh no.
Okay, he's playing right in. Yeah, he's playing right into Puppypaw Sand here.
Look at the horseman's gonna arrive, but the king's there to defend it on up. But this is where again,
TC's gonna go up. But like Puppypaw now, he can just play the mercenary game into the Kira Siphon and be fine with that. And just like 2 Kira Siphons able to easily push that TC. And the horseman, where's the king? Hello,
the king. The king ran to raid.
Oh, that's an early triumph though. Oh, is he gonna get the Vil?
He's gonna get a Vil at least. That's a Vil, and he can get on out. Loses the scout. Nope, he's gonna lose the horseman too. I mean, I guess
he's some idle time in the TC, right?
He's saying, all right, good enough. My thing here is this is one of those plays that you see the TC and you don't go, oh my gosh, I need a TC. You go, okay, he dropped a forward TC. This is super greedy. Let's just do like the Vortex thing or the Lucifron thing that's like, all right, in 2 minutes, I'm going to have, 7 horsemen, 2 sets of my longbows, and be dropping a Karasife and diving the TC. Like, that's all we need to do. Not allow the TC to pay off. Punish the play.
One thing we got to remember is that Wham, like the TC, the secondary TCs, they've been nerfed. The range is no bueno on them. Longbows outrange them. They actually outrange the TC fire. You can have like longbows almost firing on the TC and the TC can't fight back. These deer that are literally right on TC can get denied by longbows.
Another horseman roaming across. First set of longbows about to be on the way, and it's still just the king for Wham. Just the king for Wham as of now, but there is the first horseman in queue for him. So will we see some of the Limitanai start to come out for Puppypaw? Villager will get picked off from the king. Set of
those forward
coming.
berries, yeah, those forward berries have been kind of greedy, right?
They have been greedy, but now with reinforcements, now might make things a little bit easier. Horsemen trying to take the fight will be able to heal up as needed.
Now we're getting the double stable drop and some spearmen coming in as well. The king able to defend quite nicely there, and yeah, as you said, like he'll just be able to heal up again.
Yep. Puppypaw trying to not allow the king to heal up, trying to do as much damage as possible with these horsemen. They're just barely poking though, and then right as the king gets close to the TC, they got to run on away. Puppy though, the numbers that he has, they're climbing fast. He's about to have double-digit horsemen out onto the field, but everything Wham has trades pretty efficiently into the longbow horsemen. He's got the king, and then he's going to be able to start diving the longbows with his own horsemen himself.
I feel like the longbow build-up has been a little bit slow, though, so far from Puppypaw when it came to the berry income. Grant the king was able to do a little bit of idle time there. Triumph coming in. That's not a fight that Puppypaw really wants to take there. One of the horsemen also going down. Longbow's doing a great job at finishing that off.
Get a little bit of damage here and there on the villagers, too.
8.5 minutes in, only one mercenary batch out right now. Doesn't feel too great. There's a lot of villagers still on sheep here, not gathering oil.
Yeah, it definitely feels slow in the mercenaries, but he has still done a good job of just continuing to build that lead, cause a little bit of idle time here and there, trying not to overstep. I haven't seen any farms really come in on the side of Wham, so it's going to be one that, like, the food, if he continues to pressure this deer, it's going to be harder for Wham to continue to produce these horsemen and produce out of the 2 TCs. Look at how many villagers Wham has on berries as an English player.
It's a surprising amount for sure. I think he realized that he can't, in this situation, like make a farm transition as well. It's just gonna be slightly too expensive here for him. Villagers once again getting idled out there on the berries. Even gonna lose some of these very, very precious mercenary units. There, that's a lot of villagers going down. Was Triumph even pulled there?
I don't know if Triumph was pulled. He's on the next set of villagers as well. This is a ton of horsemen. You cannot...
That's a lot of spearmen, though.
Oh.
Like, actually, not a lot, but 2 spearmen just doing the work there. I'm not sure if he thought those were villagers, but...
I thought there was only 1 spear. The second one I didn't...
I thought it was a villager as well. That's some hefty...
The second was hiding in along with the villagers, but yeah, some big horseman losses for sure. Allows Wham some breathing room too, as look at the military numbers now. They're pretty even, and Puppypaw lost a little bit of that steam.
He did, and now, I mean, going back down to just 3 longbows, it takes a while to build up the mercenaries, but yeah, we talked about it. It's just such a slow build-up right now when it comes to the mercenaries. That's like one of the things that you lose when you go for the Hippodrome instead of the Grand Winery. You're only getting 750 olive oil out of your just first initial berry patch instead of 1,250. So you're losing out on pretty much an entire batch of longbows early on.
Yeah,
oh, there we go. Triumph coming in.
Numbers for the horsemen are still on Puppypaw's side. There's the spears, but the spears for Wham are sitting into the berries, sitting under that TC. I saw a Karasiphon start to be built, but Puppypaw wanted to move a little bit further forward, I think, before building it, as it would take a long ways away to get there. And now we are starting the first build. I'm scared for Puppy in the fact that he doesn't have any spears. We're now starting to see
some.
Yeah, we're now starting to see Wham have longbows, and now it's to the point where if Puppypaw makes spears, he's going to be lacking the numbers to actually hold up this defense now because the longbows can pick him off. But Wham can ultimately just dive the longbow mass, dive the horseman mass, and I feel like this is a good enough fight for him with the king.
The thing is, every time he takes a fight and doesn't kill a unit, that unit's always getting healed up again, and that's just happened time and time and time again. To the point where right now, Puppypaw's military, it's pretty much even, but Wham's 10 villagers ahead.
Yep. Second Karasiphon on the way. So how much damage can this do? And after these trades happen, will Wham be able to reboom back up on the military if he loses enough? Because like we said, the farm transition hasn't been there. He's been on these deer for a while, but if this TC goes down, that's no more deer
for him. It won't go down. With this many horsemen and no spearmen there, Wham can literally just snipe down the Karasiphons with his cavalry. No worries there at all.
Spears starting to step up, getting a little close to the sun, though. Longbow's doing a great job sniping down the few spears that Wham had. Fights being taken, but now it's super hard to actually snipe down those spears. Horsemen should be falling much quicker for Puppypaw. Karasiphons, like you said, immediately fell, and this is looking like a good hold from Wham, a solid game plan and situation from him, as it's just playing that defensive English game.
And he's just having the military lead almost at this point in time. King does go down. Might want to pull back just for a little bit. Doesn't have the aura anymore on his units for the bonus attack movement speed, attack speed.
He at least stills, again, I think this is one of those where he might not have been taking the best trade, but he's taking trades away from his TC.
Puppypaw has 10.
How many stables does he have? Please tell me he has another
Hippodrome. One Hippodrome.
He doesn't have another stables.
He does have one more. And to be fair, they're boosted, but they're not connected. The cisterns, they're not connected.
Oh. I mean, this is just a couple of big mistakes you wouldn't expect as much coming from Puppypaw here. A good horseman raid potential. Villagers were starting to run back, quick reaction, and no actual damage done.
Oh, man. I'm behind all of this. I mean, Puppypaw, he could have gone up, actually, if he can. Okay, he's about to still go up with a lot of horsemen out. Maybe another timing?
Again, though.
Oh, but this is a crucial timing when Wham is causing idle time on the gold from Puppypaw. He doesn't have enough yet. He's going to go back now.
He was 7 gold short, and this is where now the worry I had
20 seconds.
Yeah, the worry I had for Wham was the food, and looking at his side now, it looks like he's got a full farm boom going in now.
Yeah. And this is just 20 seconds shaved off of Puppypaw's age-up time at a moment in time where Wham is 15 villagers ahead, and the push onto his TC didn't work out. But it might be a push number 2 attempt, because Puppypaw, even though he's aging up, he's still got 18 horsemen out on the field.
18 horsemen, if he is able to get the next, ranged armor to deal with all the TC fire and the sprinkles from the longbows, and obviously veterans on the horsemen, it's hard to take down. Those units become so much tankier. Your longbows are doing 1 damage a pop.
Yeah, Wham, he's going to have to hold for an entire minute right now in order to get to that white tower position. Granted, though, even if his TC goes down right now, as long as he's able to keep his villagers alive, he's still going to be in a decent position.
Yeah, TC goes down, all the farming's on the front side, so that's the one kind of opportunity, one thing Puppypaw has going for himself. He's going ahead, getting the veterancy on those contracts. Needs another drop-off to get the veterancy on the horseman, I believe. There it is.
White Tower needs to come in ASAP here for Wham.
He's planning it. He's having to move out to the backside berries. He needs as much food as possible. Now this is a timing that Puppypaw upgrades have come through, except for the horsemen. But that is the one of the key ones. That's your front line. That's the tanky unit you want to actually have that's diving, that's taking the majority of the damage. It's about halfway there, but Wham, he doesn't feel like he can wait any longer. He's taking the fight, taking this timing. Longbows do so much more damage to the horsemen on the other side now. This fight looks completely different.
It does. Triumph now coming in as well. And sure, Wham has the attack speed aura, but that is nowhere near enough. He's reinvesting into units, pushing himself further into the feudal age, or at least not getting up to next age just as quickly. Villagers going down. Villagers garrison inside the TC will
Horseman
go down
upgrade
if they're not
comes
being
through
rushed up as well.
finally.
Oh, this is so bad. Granted,
Horseman
though, he's
upgrade
losing a lot
finally
of
comes
horsemen.
through.
Villagers on the TC not moving. All of them going down.
Longbows still peppering things from the backside. Karo Siphon's focusing on the mine. Ultimately, though, after all of this, Puppypaw, he's only down 8 villagers. Wham hasn't yet stabilized for Castle Age, doesn't have the gold to do so yet. It's on the backside. Farms are starting to go down. And Wham, he's all on the berries on the backside. He's moved out over to the deer on the west.
The longbows.
Food is his problem.
Puppypaw is throwing his longbows away. He just threw them all away. There were so many veteran longbows just gone now. They're gone. Wham's
Yes,
fine.
they are.
He's stabilized.
But look at what else is into the mix. You said it only comes out on Byzantine mirrors as much. Will it actually be effective here?
I'm saying
Oh, the cataphracts. 2 cataphracts in queue. More horsemen in queue. The White Tower is being dropped. Will it get finished quick enough? 21 villagers building it on up.
I'm saying that's not gonna be enough. 2 cataphracts now coming in. He lost so many of those longbows, which are so valuable in this kind of situation.
Going for more villager picks, trying to delay this White Tower. It's just too late. He's going to lose all of these units here, just doing, again, as much damage as possible before those units fall. Puppy still, after all of this, after having 2 TCs for that long, Puppy is only down 6 villagers with how much damage he was able to do.
Puppypaw actually killed a lot of villagers, 20 villagers overall. I want to say that in theory, if Wham managed to like save more villagers, which he could have done, like those 8 villagers inside the TC, if he just pulled them out in the opposite direction, could have still had a lot more villagers alive. He's still in such a good spot right now. He's able to mass produce knights right now as well. The only thing that he's lacking still is gold.
Yep, and that is where he does have that extra northern side gold behind his walls. Deer making sure they're denied, but Whams, he's back on all his farms that he has. Yeah, he's back on all the farms. This is where if he had 1 or 2 of these horsemen during the push he was having, that's where Wham would have been fully idled on food. Will we finally start seeing some of those cisterns get connected, start to see some of those better bonuses? Looks like we will get level 3.
Puppypaw is actually doubling down on the cataphracts. I mean, with Triumph, the movement speed is actually really valuable to those cataphracts. The healing is also very nice for them because they're actually alive for the majority of that Triumph buff.
I mean, you said that, like, you know, Wham's going to be able to double, triple down on these knights. Somehow Puppypaw already has 6 cataphracts out. That is nothing to joke around about. Longbows are able to snipe down one of the knights, but all those longbows should fall. A little bit of out of positioning there. Knight's trying to get away, but it will. Yep, gets taken down as well. So at least not thrown away for nothing, but still a lot of longbows falling there.
Cataphracts being revealed though. And this tells Wham. Maybe some crossbows aren't a bit. Yeah, maybe some crossbows, maybe some more spears.
Yeah, maybe no more longbows as those cataphracts
or maybe more knights.
Instead, he puts 3 more knights in the queue. Puppypaw has a ton of food into the bank now.
Yeah, the thing is right. Like, he needs just more gold for these cataphracts. They're so expensive, man. They're 150 gold each.
I think that's going to be Cistern level 5 now coming in from Puppypaw. So this is where the Byzantines are going to be fully online.
Yeah, 25% bonus on that economy as soon as that connects. And definitely not something to sneeze at. That is very, very potent for the economy.
Yeah. It feels a lot different compared to the other games we watch where someone hits castle and it's all about the first 3 minutes in Castle Age or relics, relics, and relics. We've been in the Castle Age for a good little bit now. No relics secured, but a good raid by Wham on the backside. Puppypaw losing a decent amount of villagers, and it's not only on the backside, it's onto the boar as well. So Wham's starting to hit the food that Puppypaw was on and getting some damage done.
Frank's out on the front in masses. That is a lot of them. With the support from the longbows as well. Puppypaw trying to get a big push going here right now. Wham, he's still doubling down on that mass knight play here against the mass of cataphracts, and I'm doubting. I'm doubting right now.
The
Cataphracts
are
taking missing
those
upgrades. Both of them missing blacksmith upgrades.
Cataphracts taking the trades. Longbows on either side just doing the best they can to help. Triumph has finally been activated. Cataphracts utilizing that charge, not able to go through any, or stampede or whatever it's called, not able to hit any of the longbows. But the Night Mass from Wham is getting thinned out pretty quick.
He needs a white tower here, and you definitely need to pull back the weak knights. There have been so many knights here in this fight that Wham could have pulled back. This becomes a little, like, very important even in this stage of the game. Sometimes you
there's
lose
the stampede.
You lose track of it, but you still have the Abbey of Kings to heal up.
Longbow's able to finish up that Kara Siphon, so Outpost starting to get taken down. And look at how quickly the longbow mass from Wham just disappeared when the Cataphracts hit the backside.
Does Wham not know about the gold in the back that he has? Is that not scouted?
He must not.
Behind the market.
He moved out to the west side. He must not know about that one.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he doesn't. Oh, he can see the edge of it. No. And now Puppypaw, he just found the other gold. The Cataphract hits it. Oh, that's it.
He has
this
gold,
is
but
it.
he does. No way. No way. No actual way.
A little bit of a scouting blip. This is why it's always important to reveal the whole entire map. Just 90% of it, 95% of it's not good enough.
This could have been such a non-issue for Wham here, had he scouted that gold. Even the monk that he sent out now gets revealed here. Oh man. Suddenly the entire game kind of flips around again.
Completely flips upside down. Wham, he's at a military deficit. Villagers looking much more even, but remember, Byzantine's got that extra eco bonus with the cistern, so the lack of villagers doesn't matter as much. They also got olive oil coming in that English doesn't. Cataphracts taking in another trade. Knight barely able to stay alive, but another Cataphract circles around, finds a few more villager picks, and then another's one split off from there that's going to go hit some farms. So soon enough, we're going to blink. This villager count's going to be dead even. Yeah,
just about. Wham, he might actually want to add in another TC again at this point in time. Wham doesn't know that the gold's there. Puppypaw does, though. That's why he sent the Cataphracts over there to that corner. But now Wham, actually, if he sends the knights over there, he might finally realize, oh wait, there's been gold there this entire time.
He did pass by it. I'm not sure if he passed by it close enough with those knights.
He must
Crossbow number is only at 2.
2 better than 0.
Oh, he does see it now.
He sees it on the minimap. He sees it on the minimap at the very least. Charge comes in, misses though, and you can't cancel that.
King back alive in that front line with the Night Mass. But Cataphracts are just doing a great job getting on top of the range, taking the good trades there, and Puppypaw just continuing this onslaught. More units coming forward, more units coming forward. Wham just moved out to the west side gold again. He says, I don't care about the north gold. I want my west gold.
But there's another Cataphract there.
I know. It looks like he was trying to build an outpost. It is. Oh, there's 2. This is it. This is over.
Villagers. Oh my god. No. Don't look. Don't look.
Oh, no. Oh, textiles doesn't matter enough when you just continue to send them out to their death. We talked about it. The villager numbers now. It's dead even.
I mean, this is a game that you look at it afterwards and you're like, oh my god, I had gold there, and you just punch yourself hard. That is
so
such
much could have been avoided.
Yeah. Such a devastating game here on Wham's side. He still hasn't really realized that he's got the gold option there.
Those Cataphracts are still alive. They killed everything.
Oh my god, the trample! The trample! Wham! No!
There's so much going on, and Puppypaw's main mass is still on the front side, still onto all those farms, so it's not like Wham even has a good amount of food, Eco being English. He's at 450 food per minute. That's all of those farms essentially continually being idled. They're on the front side. There's longbows for Puppy. Puppy is wanting to tie this series. He has a full Olive Grove transition boomed up behind this, full cisterns going. This is exactly where Puppy wants to be. After the failed push, after the failed dive on the TC, some bad traits, he still has been able to come out on top here on this game number 4. There's just no sight and sound. Wham cannot stabilize this.
Indeed, he cannot. Villagers run away in time. Keep's now also going up in the middle.
3
gold.
villager keep.
You can't afford it. You don't need more. That keep's gonna go up in like 2 minutes from now, and there's nothing that Wham can really do to deny that right now. He starts to spam out those spearmen. But Puppypaw, he's getting more and more of these batches of the longbows out. He's got more longbows than Wham.
And he's also got land snakes now coming into the mix. He's gotten back onto the horseman mass. Wololo, not quick enough. Oh. And
you know your
Wall's
heart
not
always
quite
skips
able
a
to
beat when you see the Wololo about to finish up.
in any time, even though I'm like, oh, that was 100% getting killed, I still was like, I don't know. Knight's trying to circle. Wham knows he's been taking damage. The way to get back onto the other side, to get the leg up, is to do some raiding himself. He found success earlier, and again, he will find some success here. Getting back on the upper foot a little bit. Horseman sent to deal with the raid. Not the unit that trades well.
Yeah, some Landsknecht in there as well. And actually, it's just so many horsemen, and with the Triumph, they completely negate the armor from the Knights.
Yep, they just said, I'm going to out-heal any of the damage the Knights are going to do. I will do enough damage to take you out efficiently enough. Longbows stepping back on that front side for Puppy. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him start sieging down the White Tower soon.
He's noticed the gold! Oh my god, he finally realized, oh wait, I have gold the entire time. 4,000 gold in the back of my base.
Oh no. I mean, that is one of those two that you have to have a short memory in this game, because if you this is one of those, you can keep thinking about this in the next game and you're like, God, that gold. You got to move past it. You got to just get into the next one.
Man, that is just such a frustrating game. And these kind of games can happen. Puppypaw, he's on 3 horsemen, still 8 more in queue, and he can soon go up to Imperial Age.
Yeah, that horseman mass, even with the spears that Wham has, which is it's a nice group of spears, but with Triumph, with longbows, with land snakes, what a good military composition here from Puppypaw. More Knights circling though. He's got to deal with these raids, or else Wham will start trickling himself back into this game.
He might be able to. Knights are pretty weak though.
9 more horsemen in queue. Just unbelievable amount of cavalry into this game.
It's a lot. And there they go. Here they come. Under the White Tower. They don't fear the White Tower. They got armor. Is it going to be enough, though? More villagers jumping inside that White Tower. Triumph getting pulled a little bit early, potentially.
The spears not being the front line yet, just trying to protect up those longbows. Now the spears step forward. Puppypaw, he says, maybe I flew a little too close to the sun. I'm falling back here. That's a lot of spears, and that's the English White Tower.
Yeah, definitely not a fight that he wants to take there. At the same time, though, Wham might also be moving out a little bit too far at this point in time. Granted, a lot of the longbows have been cleaned up. Still doesn't feel like it's enough spearmen. There's just still enough longbows remaining here. Cataphracts surrounding now as well.
Yeah, it was a lot of spearmen. It didn't feel like a good fight, but it still was a good fight for Puppypaw just due to the sheer numbers that he had. So many to deal with. Now there's no spears out for Wham, only 2 barracks that are able to be producing, and that's not enough to deal with the mass out that Puppypaw has. So he's just going to sit under this White Tower, idle the TCs, idle the White Tower, idle out all these farms, and Wham is going to struggle to be able to continue to produce and hold this.
Behind all of that, I mean, all these unit kills as well, giving Puppypaw just so many stacks of Triumph that his units were still healing behind all of that for the most time.
Next groups of longbows, next groups of horsemen moving back forward yet again.
Please go up. Please go Imperial Age, Puppypaw. It's time. You don't need 12 horsemen in queue. Make it 5. Go up.
Oh, this is so easy to do when you're watching games and casting games. You'll like look down and you're like, you can easily just cancel a few units and go up. And it's like, nah, I don't know. But going up right now would be the easy into the game for Puppy. Making sure to continue to deny the relics and sacred sites, as now we finally see a little bit of that. Wham was able to get 2 relics throughout all of this craziness, even having 0 map control.
Did you know that Marine Lord plays without like the build queue overlay?
Really?
The global queue? Yeah. I think he enabled it a while back, but like up until I want to say like half a year ago, he's had that off the entire time. I've asked him so many times why. He says he doesn't need it.
He knows the buttons he's clicking.
That's why he floats so much wood all the time.
Wood's the good resource to float, of course. It gets the, you could transition to farms, drop more production, it's more archers, exactly. But Puppypaw now is at the point where he's starting to burn production. He's still taking fights in the middle that are less than optimal, but good enough for him considering the lead he has been in for quite some time.
We're getting the 32-minute wheelbarrow for Wham.
Oh, that feels bad. And now Imperial Age has come through. Wham throws in the towel. It will be a game number 5 for the Canadian brothers.
Game number 5. Puppypaw able to even it out once again. Oh, that's the wrong game.
Just flashbacks. It's okay. We're just looking into the past because we're getting ready to peer into the future. A 5-game series between the 2 Canadians, and I'd have it no other way. And you know what? Maybe we need to reassess this, Crackety. I know you were there. Your opinions on Horsemen after the recent buff. Has this changed your mind? Was it enough? Are they actually worth it now?
I've said it time and time again. I think in Castle Age, they're not a bad unit. In Castle Age, they're not a bad unit. They're finally, like, with the veterancy upgrade, they're getting those few necessary stats to finally be able to live longer and deal more damage during those raids. Like, actually able to deal damage to villagers. In Feudal Age here, I kind of felt, like, vindicated over and over and over again.
What, you didn't like the part where he pretty much would have had what he needed for Castle Age, but decided to invest in another 12 horsemen?
It wasn't Castle Age, right?
No,
yeah,
you don't know Feudal as well.
Feudal Age as well. He did that a couple times.
Stables.
It was a lot. It was a lot of units out on the field.
It's wild as well, actually. Like, what I've been noticing with these 2, Dabston, we talked about it before we got on the show, is that I'd say Puppypaw's more aggressive, Wham's more defensive. And I feel like that's the way this is consistently played out. It feels like Puppypaw is either closing the game quick enough, or when things settle down, Wham seems to have that defender's advantage that puts him forward.
Yeah, exactly that. And the big difference with this last game was Wham did settle things down, but when he did, he had lost to TC. He had lost 20 plus villagers. So when he did, it was a point where Puppy had done enough damage to get his leg up ahead. The boom, the macro play behind it didn't pay off for Wham. The other games, it did for Wham. So that was the key difference this last one.
Yeah, it's interesting actually, because I remember when we had Marine Lord in the cast, Crackety, he mentioned something about this. It's like, you think it's good to be the aggressor, but at the absolute highest level, mastering defense eclipses it in Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, that's true so many times. Like, greed usually can just win you games the long way around in so many ways, right? Like, I'm just looking back at this game, and I'm thinking, sure, there've been so many things going wrong, right? Like with the gold in the bank that wasn't scouted, time and time moving out to other golds. I think the game could have just literally been decided with that first TC if it was put in the back.
Yeah, which is the traditional route, right? It's to go on the gold. Like, I think sometimes we see the deer play. It used to be traditionally for a fast castle build, Dabston, especially in the good old Altai days. But do you think it's really necessary to do this horseman build? Was it maybe a case of Wham was handcuffed to that to be able to keep up with the Hippodrome?
Yeah, I definitely think he had to react to the Hippodrome, but I think the play on the deer was greedy. We saw when I saw him pushing it in, I called it out and I was like, he's gonna drop the deer. He's gonna drop the TC there and crack. He's like, no, he's not. He's gonna go on the gold because that's the smart play to do. Well, he chose the greedy play and it did not pay off for him. He did kind of run out of room. All of his farms were on the front side. If that TC had stayed up, it would have been a great positioning point for himself. But instead, it went down. All of his food eco was vulnerable. All of his production and things were behind, but he didn't have room to do things anymore.
And of course, we can't ignore the vicious reminder of scouting the entire map. I mean, Crackety, like in that situation, how do you just push that out of your mind, right? Like you're on match point, you're on the verge of making it 3-1 to dunk your bro. Now you have to go into a game number 5 where arguably you are kind of counterpicked out here, right? We know Mongols have been doing really well against the Byzantines. Surely the biggest challenge, though, has to be Wham getting over that last game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe if he gets a good map spawn here, it can kind of like help him reset that mentality. It obviously always depends on the kind of person that you are, right? Like Wham and Puppypaw, they play a lot together, and surely in all their practice games, like there are those kind of games where you think you win and then you don't. And sure, in a tournament setting, that's even more devastating. It's tough to say if Wham's the kind of player that's like easily able to just push that out of his head and just focus and go again.
I mean, you say good spawn will help him. I feel like that'll hurt him. If he sees 2 goals next to each other, he'll be like, great. Wait a second. Game 4 was cruel to me for this detail, but we're going to have to find out who this is going to favor. A 5th game between the 2 Canadians. It had to come down to this. Still an upper bracket situation, but it's time to find out who's going to be waiting in the grand finals and who's going to have to slog it out in that lower bracket.
And here it begins. The game decider between Wham and Puppy. Wham is on the Byzantines in the color yellow, and Puppy playing as the Mongols in the color red.
And speaking of spawns, I mean, this is shit for Wham. He's getting the same treatment that Puppypaw got in the last game with the forward berries, forward gold.
And stone.
And stone. Granted, stone is probably not the most important thing here. Actually, he opted for the early olive grove opening here. That's interesting. It's not something that you see that often anymore. Ever since the farms did get nerfed, you now need 2 drop-offs of wood early on in order to be able to afford that rather than just 1.
Yeah,
it's tough. It's tough, right? Like to approach this matchup correctly. Actually,
what?
Actually, one of the biggest benefits of the Mongols against the Byzantine, that early spearman tower rush on the berries, Puppypaw's dropping a pasture.
It's not only the berries, it'd be a tower rush. One tower would
Now he
block
sees
all
it.
3 resources.
Now he sees it, but the pasture's finished. Now he sees, oh wait, my opponent has forward berries.
And gold. One outpost would block everything. And now Wham sees this and he goes, my crap spawn doesn't matter at all. He's not outpost rushing me.
In Germany, we have the saying, the pen was already writing. People that speak German know what's going on. I'm not going to elaborate for anybody else, but man, like Wham, that's huge relief for him here.
I am shocked to see that. But Wham, he's going to be having a very, very quick feudal age. So he's whining and dining over here right next to the berries. Won't have a worry as far as that olive oil goes. So his olive oil income is about to be through the roof. Ooh, wow. That's a good sheep haul, though, from Puppypaw here with his scouting pattern that he did.
Yeah, definitely a good sheep haul. And he's got even more sheep with that pasture, man. Like, this is... That's a lot of sheep! And Wham is going to see this, and it's going to be like, man, brother, thank you for not tower rushing me.
Yeah, thank God that I could imagine if he had tower rushed and denied the berries, and you're like, yeah, and I also got 80% of the sheep on the map. You're like, Wham would be in such a bad positioning point being denied off of those berries, but instead, sitting pretty.
Thanks, bro. Oh man, yeah, just huge relief in this game for Wham. Lots of unfortunate things happening here, followed by lots of fortunate things all of a sudden, and that's when you gotta feel really good, right? Like you've been through the hard times, now the good times are ahead of you. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Like this, Mongols can still make things happen, right? Like Puppypaw, he's banking up a lot of stone, so lots of double produced units could be still coming in here for us in feudal age.
Exactly, exactly. And obviously, Rocky River being one of those maps that Market is in a solid positioning to trade boom a little bit, and Mongols being a great civ to do it. That's their way that they kind of explode their eco. Also forces your opponent to get out on the map a little bit more, which Byzantines don't have too big of a problem doing. But now the winery's finished, and this is where the olive oil income is about to go through the roof, like I was mentioning here.
Yeah, should be going up very rapidly indeed. Wheelbarrow now also coming in. Wheelbarrow is just one of those very early technologies that you do want to get in as the Byzantines when you're on the berries. Just because as the berries expire, you have more and more walking distance, which makes it actually almost more better than horticulture first.
Yeah, exactly. Khan being annoying as possible, just poking and prodding, and that's still just the Dark Age Khan. But the villagers, it's always nice kind of getting some villagers down to lower health later on in the game. You might be able to, take a villager down with just a single Keshik charge instead of needing 3 attacks.
That silver tree moving over to the Uvu tells me that we're probably going to get at least one batch of double produced traders here from the silver tree.
Yeah, I always remember Puppypaw being the one that he would do 1 to 2 batches, and then he'd move it out to the corner, and then he'd be like, "That's good enough." Yeah, like
Q2 immediately. Yeah.
So that's what I see a lot of times with him is he's like, I'm not trade booming. I'm just giving myself a little bit of an eco lead to give me that little bit of extra boost. Now it's all into Keshiks. Now it's all into actually, getting my own, map control myself.
Horseman play now from Wham. I believe he probably is expecting an archer follow-up here from Puppypaw. It kind of makes sense just because you can just double produce archers a lot more because only 80 stone to double produce an archer compared to 200 stone to double produce a Keshik.
Yep. Khan still just being annoying as possible. Spots out that first horseman coming out from Wham. And here's where the Keshiks will circle and probably go for Wham's gold first if I had to make a guess. Well, after the boar play.
Wham, I'm not sure if he's already put down his mercenary school yet. There it is. No, that's a barracks. Yeah, that's a barracks. So no mercenary school yet. He's already at 600 olive oil in the bank.
Yeah, typically you want to get that in queue going pretty oh no.
He's gonna realize that, right? He's gonna notice, yeah.
Sure.
No way. No way he doesn't notice. Okay, yeah.
Oh no.
No way.
No way.
Wham. We
No way. Oh no.
Oh, now Keshiks need to go all the way over there.
Oh, that's so miserable.
My god.
He does have some double producing Keshiks. I don't know if those are actually double produced, but he has some Keshiks being produced here out of this stable. So I think priority number 1, push the horseman off, but also get your silver tree down.
Can't dead GG's in the chat.
Boar gathering is super nice for Puppypaw, though. Just obviously you love being on the boar as far as any civilization goes. Such a nice gathering rate. Is able to do 2 birds with 1 stone here because it was double produced Keshik. So pushes the horseman back, splits 1 off to go hit the scout as well, getting the silver tree down.
Yeah, and Wham just trying to stay there for as long as possible. Gets a little bit more idle time on their trading. There we go. Mercenary house now coming in. Already has enough olive oil for 2 batches of mercenaries, so military count for Wham is gonna go. Wait, what's that? What's that in queue? Huh? Not in the mercenary house. I mean, for Puppypaw, is he making manga dye?
Oh my god, that's manga dye. What? Well, Wham just produced longbows, so that will work out fine. But manga dye will. They've been. Was it this most recent patch they got buffed?
Yeah, they got buffed, but we're getting
still
longbows.
Yeah, they're still not great against
and
longbows.
Horsemen. Yeah, and look at that, a 1 horseman. Goodbye, manga dye. Granted, manga dye actually are quick enough when they're in the aura, but Just a charge is still gonna be enough to take it down. I think it did go down.
Oh, good
Oh,
Keshik
ooh.
circle. No villagers
No
killed.
villager down.
Oh, Limitane.
These are still Dark Age limit now.
Oh.
Wham has the resource. Okay, upgrade is coming in.
I was wondering why they didn't do as much damage as I was expecting there. So back walls finally being dropped for Wham, so we'll be able to secure himself a little more and give himself that sense of security. But for how long?
I mean, Puppypaw traders are starting to build up. We got that nice little picture-in-picture overlay just telling us how many traders are active right now. So we got 5 traders for the Mongols. The numbers are starting to build up. But Wham's economy, the olive oil, he already has a lot of olive groves active right now. And that just means that all the more mercenaries are going to be coming out. And once he starts moving over, once he's fully walled in and actually confident in being able to move out of his base, it's going to be...
Oh no! Wanted to move out to those berries onto the back side, but there were still a few Keshik waiting. Good body blocking and utilizing the Acrotoid to defense. And I think no villagers went down. I think there's two at like 1 health.
Two villagers did go down. Okay. Yeah.
So they did end up falling. Trade now up at 7 a pop. Remember that Silk Road for the Mongols. As you get more, those traders start being more and more effective, having some more resources, getting a little bit more efficient.
Make more, get more. Sounds fair to me. But that's a huge army from Wham. Hitting the trade line now.
Yeah, and this is a good job by Wham. I find a lot of times people with trade, they'll try to like take it down way too early, and it's like, and then they'll start losing their units and taking bad trades. It's like here he waited until he knew he had a good mass. Puppypaw can't really take this fight. Maybe he is gonna take this fight. It's Mangadai and Keshiks versus a lot of Limitanai and some longbows. Looks like the horsemen split off to go do some raiding.
Yeah, I mean, granted, with the longbows, could be able to... Yeah, there we go. Starts focusing down the Mangadai. I'm not sure if he activated the shield wall. Those Limitanai did go down very quickly. More
Next group of longbows are coming on in, so longbow numbers up to 10, but that's right as all of the Limitanai got picked off and taken down. The next one moved forward too far. Keshiks do a great job at clearing up any of a ranged mass that's not fully, you know, able to like 1, 2, 3 shot them just because of that little bit of healing they get. Puppypaw though continuing to chase. Now. Yeah, now we're at enough longbows. 2 more Keshiks fall. Trade has at least been able to be secured for the time being though.
Up to 8 traders, so at least a couple did go down time and time again and kind of like evens out the amount of kills here. 1 more trader gets picked off by the horseman. Nice value gained there.
And now we're starting to see the archer play from Puppypaw a little more instead of that Mangadai choice that he had. A little bit more efficient. Position. Obviously slower, but not quite as costly.
I'm still perplexed by the Mangadai play, but like the more and more we see them, the more it's kind of growing on me because the masses, it's starting to build. Like these new Mangadai, only 90 food now. Or what was it? I think it's 90 food. 60 gold.
Once he got up to that kind of 10 mark, he started to swap around. I think what it does is it's just a great job of being able to outrun, being able to use that mobility that you got. Pasture, another pasture coming into play. And Wham constantly just sending more and more of these horsemen to take down the traders and takes down 2 more.
Definitely just getting great use out of them. Look at the Mangadai just keeping up with the horsemen, just being so annoying there. But once again, more horsemen there on the side. A couple more traders going down. Puppypaw's fine with it. He's just investing more and more into Keshiks, and that's a dangerous amount of Keshiks that's building up right now for him.
Yeah, this is one of those things that I always get scared of being the raiding civ, where it's like, oh, I'm taking down trade, I'm doing good, I'm taking down trade. It's like, nah, you're throwing away 2 horsemen for a trader every time, which is not that efficient. There's still trade being alive, which means, you know, economy difference that you weren't able to make. And now your military count slowly starts trickling down and lagging and lagging. Ooh. And then Keshiks become too big and too scary to deal with.
Military from Puppypaw is just so mobile. Wham, with the longbows, isn't quite able to just keep up with these raids going on. And he didn't send his military back. He's still sending them forward. He's going to try and deny the trade once again. Might have to evacuate his base, though, because of that.
Yep. Is denied off the wood line, denied off of the gold vein. Mass is still moving forward towards that trade. There's not only trade, there's deer there as well, and the villagers that were on the boar. So will be some food denial, taking down some of those Mangadai that are still left alive. Archer number still not crazy. The real scary number for Puppypaw is the Keshik number. He is at almost 20.
Oh, he's about to surround. He's about to surround the Mangadai and the Keshiks from the other side. Starting to come back. They're converging on this military force now from Puppypaw.
Fight's going to be taken, and this is one where slowly limited number has been taken down. Keshik circles back from the backside. Mangadai around the backside as well with the Khan, and this is going to be a great fight for Puppypaw here. Might lose a lot of those higher resource cost Keshiks, but in reality, he didn't lose nearly as many as I thought. It still has 18 left alive. Wham numbers have fallen substantially, and he has to fall back from a trade route that now should be way more secured.
Yeah, more traders still in queue, and there's no real way for Wham to really contest this now. Triple barracks from Wham against a Puppypaw, which is now focusing on archers.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier with the archer production. It's so easy to double produce those. It's so easy to really just get that up and running. And one of the things I always laugh when you make a bunch of archers as Mongols, you'll get to this point too where you can just idle making archers, or you take a good trade, and all of a sudden you got 900 wood in the bank. You could be dropping another TC.
And now Puppypaw, he's gained the confidence that he needs in order to start running into the base of Wham here. 10 longbows alive, but that still doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to hold this push now.
Yeah, there is a big Olive Grove transition that has already been made. So Wham has been real nice in that regards, but needs to be able to secure his base, needs to be able to build his military numbers up to defend the push that is sure to come. And all the time he's going to be doing that, Puppy's still just going to be queuing up a few more traders here and there and continuing to make Wham's life difficult.
I mean, it's also difficult because the Limitanei numbers are very similar to the Keshik numbers. And what's also going to happen in this fight when the archers arrive, Wham is going to put the Limitanei in the shield wall formation. Once that's done, the attack speed from the Limitanei is going to be so low that with even numbers of Keshiks and Limitanei, the Keshiks win that fight easily.
Yeah, very easy win here. Puppypaw just continuing to step on forward. The longbow or the archer number that Puppypaw has now should easily be able to kind of deal with the Limitanei, like you said, even with the shield wall. It's like just start moving on in, take the fight, get a Keshik split onto the backside, and make it to where the Limitanei kind of just sit there stagnant and watch it.
Obviously, it's still kind of difficult to tell just how far ahead you are military-wise, because you need to get your opponent into a point where you can actually drag select all of his units to make sure that you're actually going to be in the lead in that fight. I think Wham realized that this is still not a fight that he really wants to take, but he might need to. Limitanei are running onto the backside. Shield wall is coming in. Get some good Mangadai kills.
Back on away, able to take down some of the Mangadai. Keshik still no split onto the backside. Longbows are taking down the archers so quickly.
Wham's winning the fight.
Puppypaw never took the engagement with his Keshiks. He's got 18 Keshiks, but he's not using them, and that is a very tanky front line. They healed themselves up. Yeah, you don't want to always fight the Limitanei.
Now he goes for it.
Now he goes for it. Better late than never, and dives through onto those longbows onto the backside. This is what he needed to do a little bit earlier. Better late than never, and is looking to still win the fight.
Now the Keshiks are weak, and the longbows are actually able to start picking off the weak Keshiks here.
Only a few more Limitanei left into that mix, but all of the Keshiks have been taken out now. It's just archers versus longbows. Archer number is on Puppypaw's side, but I'm not sure if they're all here.
Behind that, though, Puppypaw's economy, 16 traders now. So Puppypaw's definitely hit that maximum amount of traders that you need for the Silver Road.
He just had 7 Keshiks in queue. This is, again, one of those, Puppypaw could cancel like 2-3 Keshiks and just go up to castle here, get Archer upgrade, and win the game.
Yeah, that could be the plan, but Wham is also very close to being able to age up. And now he's at the point where he's got so many olive groves that he's able to consistently produce these longbows.
Yeah. You can see the olive oil per minute. It's like 330, 350 per minute. So it's just very, very easy to just constantly be pumping from those mercenary houses. Another set of olive groves on the backside, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see him getting another set in the near future too.
Oh, that wall is not quite walled. It's connected to the outpost there. Looks like Wham realized it's going to close that one up now. And now the Golden Horn Tower at the same time as the Kurultai. These age-up timings are going to be near identical.
That was within a second of each other. Just absolutely just could not have chosen a closer time to start it. Puppypaw, though, he's got 26 compared to the 17 on the Golden Horn Tower. So Kurultai will be finishing. I'm sure he'll start rolling that to a more prominent location to where he thinks the next big engagement's going to go down. It's where if the Kurultai is there during the engagement, it feels great. I find it's just hard to actually get it placed in time and an engagement that's going on.
Yeah. Up to 20 traders now. The economy is still looking very, very solid for Puppypaw at this point in time. 1,000 gold per minute for him now. Wham starting to produce his own units. And it's difficult for Wham actually to be able to keep producing Varangian guards now. Varangian guards, gold-wise, are very, very expensive. 40 gold each. They cost as much as crossbows. Double the cost that a normal man-at-arms would cost. I mean, sure, they also don't have as much maximum health. They actually kind of suck in this situation against the archers with the Kurultai buff. Downright. Yeah. Like, they're not good here.
And this also means if he's spending gold on those Varangian guards, which you're talking about how expensive they are, then look at the upgrades that are coming through. You can already see it here now. All the veterans he's coming through, but look, Puppypaw's getting second set of ranged armor. He's getting siege engineering. Wham's just now clicking the second set of ranged armor. So he's just a little bit of delayed on some of these upgrades. And Puppypaw places the Kurultai, replaces
right
it a little bit further forward. He wants this fight here and now, able to get it down right before the units from Wham arrive. Upgrades are still not yet through for Wham, but they will be in the next couple seconds. And ultimately, numbers very, very even. There are a few Varangian guards there that Puppypaw only really can deal with this Keshiks. But it was advanced engineering. It's the Mangonel being built.
Double outpost forward as well. You can bet that these are going to be with Stranglehold emplacements as soon as Puppypaw gets them up.
If he can get them up, Kurultai, it's getting pretty low.
It's taking a lot of damage.
That thing is getting taken down so quickly. There's so many melee units there. It's 30 Limitanei there. Mangonel, though, just about to finish. Just finishes in time. Fight's being taken. Archers just get to chill on the backside. Good split by Wham, dodging out those shots. Kurultai is able to set up again, but the Varangian guards have split on the backside, so it's going to be all about the micro here. Wham has a little bit of the defender's advantage. Another Mangonel shot. Good dodge by Wham. And is getting closer and closer to that backside, but right as the Varangian guards get cleared out and the set of crossbows have started to arrive.
I mean, he needs some anti-siege right now against that Mangonel, because if he just lets these outposts get up, this position is going to be very tough for him to fight that back, because for every single building that Puppypaw starts destroying here, he's going to get more and more bounty. As soon as the Mangonel starts getting some shots off on those olive grove, it's going to be a lot of bounty very quickly.
Yeah, and that's not only the bounty that he's getting, that's denial of precious resources that Wham needs. He needs that food income. He needs that olive oil income. Puppypaw's continuing to step up, and we're going to see some land snakes hopefully into the mix for Wham to mix on in with that front line he had and get some great AoE swings, but there's still a lot of time there.
Oh my god,
guards not able to take out the Mangonels.
Yeah, they're not able to tank anything here. They're not a tanky unit in this situation, and they're a very expensive unit at that.
Yeah, Puppypaw also knew
you
it was
want to
coming.
make the cataphracts.
Yeah, Puppypaw knew it was coming too. Was able to get 10 crossbows out on the field already. So with that massive range mass that he has, he's up at 50 ranged units, and it doesn't matter if there's Varangian guards, Limitanei, or what. There's so many there. They're going to get killed. Another set of Springle now being built, making sure that if Wham starts to produce that Springle, which he is, Puppypaw will be even with it, and Wham has to choose between the Mangonel or the Springle to attack.
Here we go. Springle turns around, should kill the enemy Springle from...
Oh, chose the Mangonel first.
Goes the Mangonel.
Gets the Mangonel. Springle's getting close, but Villager Repair. What a good job by Wham, is able to take down the Springle, able to hold this now. He's got the defender's advantage. Did Puppypaw step a little bit too far forward here now?
Looks like it. There's still a lot of longbows remaining, not as many archers at this point in time. Sure, the cruel type buff is there, but might not be enough as the army from Puppypaw is getting thinned out drastically now.
Yeah, Varangian guards are popping up right next to where the archers from Puppypaw are, so if they aren't being constantly microed, they start attacking Varangian guard, and the longbows are just shredding them, shredding some villagers as well. Puppypaw, he's starting to get cleaned up, and Wham, he might have just, again, been able to hold this push, and will he be able to break out, though, and take down the trade?
There's the Cataphract. Cashakes are coming in on the Springle. It's getting repaired. It's staying up. It's actually staying up. It's staying alive. Unbelievable.
Springled stays up. Longbows still attacking. A few men-at-arms into the mix for Puppypaw now, so Wham's going to need his own sort of crossbows or just more Varangian guards.
Crossbows, fire in the Kurultai. Oh my god, they're getting it.
Remember, as it's moving, there is no ranged armor. They are taking the full damage, and the Kurultai goes down.
Wall that in right now. Make sure your opponent isn't getting that up anymore this game. The Kurultai is such an important landmark. Getting destroyed.
I am shocked. I don't know how Wham was able to hold from the positioning. It felt like Puppypaw had such a military lead, had the trade coming behind it, had reinforcements coming, but Wham able to hold against the odds, and now is going to start moving across. Puppypaw, look at some of the food that he's on. He's over on Wham's side on the berries. He's over on, the deer, onto all these vulnerable resources that now Wham can start punishing. Cataphract's headed that way as we speak.
Behind this, though, Puppypaw, he's making a huge man-at-arms switch, over 20 already out on the field, and Wham, he doesn't have any crossbows at the moment. It's also been kind of tough for him when it came to the gold control. Is on the gold to the large gold on the far west of his base right now.
Yeah, the question is how well will the Varangian guards trade in against those crossbows? Obviously, they're going to be taken down by crossbows on Puppypaw's side, where longbows are going to be having to be microed again. So Puppypaw has the much easier A-move army, whereas Wham has the army you got to micro a little bit more.
Yeah. Varangian guards actually able to deal with the outposts here. Just these little groups that Wham is flooding out right now are going to help him quite a bit against this trade. And Puppypaw, his food economy is now starting to look quite bad.
Yeah, not enough pastures at home. He thought he had the full map control with the push he was having, so he's like, oh, I'm gonna be the deli. I'm gonna go take these deer. I'm gonna go take these berries. I'm gonna go take all these vulnerable resources. And now Wham's punishing that. Puppy is at 400 food per minute, being denied off of the berries that he's on.
Oh, that's a lot of dead traders.
A lot of dead traders by the market, and the massive army of Whams is onto the siege workshop in the middle of the map.
Siege Work gonna go down there as well.
Puppy was able to resecure the eastern side food that he was on, though. So that food number for him should start going up here in a second. But he has some problems that he needs to deal with in this mid-map.
It's only berries in the end. There's some villagers on deer, but this doesn't look like a comparable food economy when you look at Wham with almost 2,000 food per minute right now.
Yeah, the deer and the berries just aren't quite the same. There aren't a ton of villagers onto those deer. And remember, that extra resource that Wham has, he's up at 600 olive oil per minute that he's getting extra.
Yeah, I think he already put some relics inside of his landmark as well, so getting even more oil right now.
The food pressure again.
Or did he put in another?
I mean, he has 40
gold. No, it's inside the Grand Winery, so he's getting the oil.
Yep. And this is where, again, getting that food pressure, I wish he wasn't burning the Gur and instead just those outposts, because if those outposts fall, that is also a direct line into the trade, into all of the wood villagers, and so on and so forth.
Another monk is going to get picked off here. from the looks of it. Khan does provide that line of sight, but this is a big army still from Wham here. Now he has the crossbows as well, so he's able to actually deal with the men-at-arms.
Yeah, has his own Varangian Guard front line. Springleds, but not enough as of now. Looks like Puppypaw will still have that siege advantage a little bit. It's 2 Springleds versus 2, but the Mangonel is still over on his side. Remember, Kurultai is still dead. Mangonel shot!
Ooh,
not quite as good of a dodge as could have been. Springleds do some trading. Wham has villagers close. Another decent Mangonel shot. Oh, Springle gets taken down by the archers. The longbows took down the Springle. Puppypaw is again forced back. Again being punished for being the aggressor. Wham, throughout all this, had Varangian Guards split off to the side. Should be able to take down this Mangonel as Puppypaw runs away. And we'll probably just double down on exactly what he's been doing. Split off another 2 sets of Varangian Guards. 1 to the east, 1 to the west. And go on go.
Thank you. Puppypaw, he's going full siege mode. Doesn't have any food at all right now in order to deal with this. Honestly, like, instead of the triple Mangonel, he needs like 10 pastures in his base at this point in time. Oh my god, the economy. The economy, Whams, he's pulling ahead.
He's taking down everything. That Varangian Guard split on the west, it's still taking down traders. There's no food income coming in for Puppypaw. And Wham, his military lead is through the roof now.
It is. This is just a fracture of his entire military force at this point in time. Relics are finally coming in more and more, and he's getting so much oil right now.
I mean, unbelievable amount of oil, unbelievable amount of extra upgrades, and Wham is just winning the fight in the center, and this isn't even his whole military mass. He's back on the sides, back burning outposts, on the west side, on the trade as well. You can see Puppypaw's having to split reinforcements to go deal with that, but he is not dealing with enough of it.
Yeah, and this military force up to 30 Varangian Guards now. Every now and then there are 5 longbows coming out, and we're up to 30 longbows once again. Like, they go down, they mass up in an instant, and now down to 12 traders for Puppypaw. Wham, with the overwhelming economic lead right now. Mangonel gets a good shot in, needs more shots like that.
Wham didn't spot it out yet. Okay, now does some spread formation. That longbow mass, though, it's the least of his worries. As now, look at the east side. This is it!
Oh, that's a mass migration, but it's so many Springle outposts as well.
4 sprinkled outposts, but where he's going on the berries, there's none. That's just kind of blocking the path. It was like a pseudo wall that Puppypaw made with sprinkled outposts. Caro Siphon's coming down. Oh, it's Wham is ready to end this game. Puppy, he's onto the berries again. Wham didn't spot it out, but Wham is the one leading in eco after all of this.
Yeah, Puppypaw right now on his last leg tries to go for the mass siege defense, and now Wham with the siege on his own side is starting to push in.
What a game. What a series. I mean, I thought it was over when Puppy was knocking on the doorstep with the Kurultai, with the big mass, with the Mangonel, the siege superiority. It was not enough. Wham held. Wham plays that macro game, played that defensive game, and now is quadrupling the military mass.
And at this point, Puppypaw finally gets a little bit of food in, and once again is getting idled out on food, just with 15 food in the bank. No more coming in. Pastures finally coming in, but it's too late, and now the men-at-arms are in.
Oh, the Varangians are in at the woodline. Villagers trying to jump inside. The villagers that are running back from the berries, grabbing random straggler trees in the woods. They don't know what to do. Caro Siphon's pushing up into the middle, taking down outposts, taking down everything in their path. There is a small group here from Puppy to try to hold this. The triple Mangonels are his last chance, but Cataphract, he laughs his way over that way. Same thing with the Varangian Guards. And game gets called. Wham takes the series against all odds this last game and goes up 3-2.
My God. He did it. Look at that military value lead. Granted, mercenaries are bugged, so we can't actually call this like the military lead that we think it is, but imagine if that actually was the graph. That would have been very exciting.
Yeah, and well, even still, it's not only the military lead, it's also you look over on the left graph and you see the economy lead for Puppy. It's, Puppypaw did have a lead during that. It might not have been that much of a lead, but he did have a big lead on the military value during that and the economy. But good micro, good trades by Wham, utilizing that defender's advantage, and Puppypaw overstepped a little too much, flew too close to the sun, and now will have to battle it out in the losers bracket.
And what an insane way to do it. I mean, the graph really tells the tale, right? We talked about the attacker-defender relationship between these two, and I think you saw that actually in the graph, Crackety, is although Wham did occasionally lose economy, there was no plummet, no quick divot that lost him control of the game. Somehow, someway, Wham pulls off a miraculous defense strategy that shows that he may have finally mastered this form of AoE4.
Yeah, I mean, we never... I want to personally say that when I always thought of Wham, I thought of him as like the more aggressive version of Puppypaw. This kind of seemed to like shift around a little bit recently. Now he's very confident in late game as well, and it's very impressive.
Not just that, I'd say, to be fair to him, and not to do him disservice here, I think you probably agree, Dabston, for a lot of us, a long time, we'd had them similarly pegged, but I think Puppypaw was always given the spotlight. It was given a bit more credence, a little bit more credit here. Not to say Wham was playing bad, but it was always this tale of Puppypaw getting a little bit further. The start of the year, it was the tale of Puppypaw, maybe the man who can go on to slay Marine Lord. And all of a sudden, Wham gets an opportunity in the most important tournament of the year to say, hold up, I'm here, I'm to be counted, and I will be first to make it through to that grand finals.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I feel like a lot on the big stages, on the big tournaments, the S tier ones, Puppypaw would just get maybe one round further than Wham, or Wham would just go out on this, against the Beasty in the semis or in the quarters or whatever it may be. This one, he breaks through, he gets on ahead finally. And both of these players, if you ask any of the pro scene, these are the two that people are talking about the most. They're like, they're in good form. They've been practicing nonstop. They're the ones that you should be scared of.
Yeah, not just that. I think the other beautiful thing is NA strats coming through Crackety. I noticed a recurring theme in both of those Byzantine games. Cataphracts may have been more crucial in one of them, but I love the fact that NA brought their spice in, because I feel like it's always been Soldier, GUA, Puppypaw, and Wham that have been trying to justify the Byzantine heavy cavalry.
I think there's been plenty of players all around, but yeah, one of the main, I want to say, cataphract believers that I can think of is Divine.
Oh, that's a name from the past. It's been a while. I think he's left us for a bit now, but it's interesting to think that way. Yeah, I think he was one of the players doing the trade the olive oil and fast castle build, right? Which I think also I remember Soldier trying to use an S tier tournament. But oh man, you were taking me back. We're going to go down a memory lane here. But we can do it in a little bit. I think you boys have earned a quick stretch the legs here, because I need to talk to people about what's coming up. We've still got 2 more series today, and I already see people asking about it. Beasty versus Lucifron coming up next. But we got to talk. You know what time it is. It's time. Pull out that credit card. It's time to enter the digits for multiple reasons here. For a start, you can get your hands on some Apple streaming services for 3 months by actually gifting subs in channels. I also heard a rumor that people right now are getting like 20% discounts on gifting subs, so perfect time to do it. But the most important one I really need to talk to you guys about is right down there. They have supported us non-stop for 3 events now. In fact, I can confirm, and I'll probably get told off for confirming it, they're going to be back for a 4th. So show them some love. Surfshark have been with us for a long time. If you've got any issues surfing the web, trying to get access to things, looking to get cheaper prices, worried about the safety of your data, these are all great uses. Maybe you're trying to smurf a lot and you don't want to be discovered. Maybe you're like Ravane, you pretend to be in Germany when you're actually in Saudi Arabia. Whatever the cause is, whatever the reason is, Surfshark can enable all your wishes and make them come true for the low, low price, about 2.5 euros a month. And on us, if you use the Wololo code, you will get an extra 4 months. But not just that. Zip! Definitely beat that credit card, because also on us, we're doing another giveaway. That's right. It wasn't enough that we gave a few people copies of Age of Mythology last time. We're doing it again for Wololo. So there is an AOM giveaway for people that can validate and prove that they have actually used the code Wololo to get a Surfshark subscription. So there will be details according to that on the Discord. I'll talk more about it in the next break. But safe to say, go do your purchase now. When you come back, you'll be well equipped to get your hands potentially on some keys for Age of Mythology, which is now only a month and 2 days away. It's crazy just how quickly that date is approaching. And loads of hype things to happen there as well, right? Like, although I am a little bit heartbroken we haven't seen certain members of the Age of Empires 4 Pro scene participating in Red Bull Wololo here, rumor has it a few of them might be appearing in a certain mythological qualifier next month. But really cool set ahead of us here, folks. And a very interesting one. Beasty versus Lucifron. Both have been sitting, watching, and dissecting. Now they need to focus on their set while also being acutely aware of what Puppypaw might be up to in the follow-up set. It's a brutal slogger back and forth for them. But not so back and forth on the statistics. Vortex and Beasty were 50-50 locked on sets historically across 3 years of clashing. It's not the same way when you look at Beasty and Lucifron. Beasty has a 73% win rate across 15 series. That's absolutely ludicrous to think about here. Lucifron's raiding style that he's renowned for seems to just not clash or meld well up against the defensive and stoic approach of Beasty. The question mark now is whether Lucifron, with a more traditional map set, can he provide that upset? Can this different approach we've seen out of the Spanish bros on maps like Socotra actually topple one of the kings of AoE 4? Can Lucifron keep the Spanish hearts alive of home field representation in what likely could be his last Age of Empires tournament? All that to come in just a few minutes. But I think we're going to get ready to reel my boys back in here. They want to stretch. They want to munch down food as quickly as possible. Let me know who you're backing going into this. I always love to get kind of the gauge of the fans here. One's if you're on board with Beasty. Two's if you believe in the Lucy power here. Because, yeah, maybe I'm superstitious, but I always feel like when there's home field afoot, there is something magical, ludicrous, undeniable, almost like fate dictates that someone has to be there. And we have to remember, Marine Lord, I mean, there might be a lot of history between Spain and French, but he's definitely not Spanish. The question mark is whether you can actually get that classic border clash or whether we're going to be flying someone from across the big pond or the small Mediterranean one. All that to come, though. I think we're going to get ready to bring Crackety and Dabston back in because we've got a lot to sink our teeth into here, especially considering that with water maps in the equation, I, for one, am most excited to see if Holy Island's going to be coming out, and it is going to be there. Okay, Dabston is... You right, mate? A little bit low there in the chair for a sec. I wanted to highlight Holy Island here straight away because we were talking before we came live, Crackety, and the first thing I said is, you know, like at Lumpert, say what you want about Beasty. What he's proven in the last 2 tournaments is that he can dance the water death with the absolute best in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think Beasty, he just recently, even during the Master of Realm tournament, I want to say he really went out and improved his already very impressive water to be on the level of the Spanish bros, which, to be fair, is the highest level that we can put on water maps.
Yeah, I know sometimes the Marine Lord likes to argue with that Dabston, but, you know, that's not to discredit him. He's definitely very talented, but it definitely feels like Holy Island in particular has been Lucifron and Vortex's realm for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those that anytime you talk about Vortex and Lucy when it comes to AoE 4 in general, I think everyone will say hybrid water maps, Holy Island specifically. I think a lot of players have started to like emulate a lot of what they did on the waters, whether it's like all of a sudden you'll see them come out with like 6 demos, blow up docks, blow up and go for this all-in push. I've seen Beasty do that a few times now, where before it was only Lucy and Vortex doing it.
Yeah, because like everyone's trying to catch on, but the thing that's unrivaled, I think, is the way they land aggro at the same time simultaneously. But, you know, run me through this draft a little bit, Crackety. We haven't got mirrors like we did last time around in terms of picks or bans. Are you seeing anything that leans you to one player over the other when it comes to the Civ matchups?
Yeah, speaking of the very first one, we got Gorge with Byzantines versus the Delhi here. And I gotta say, like, Delhi is very, very good in this matchup, I feel like, because Byzantines, they want to go for that, like, slow massing up of the units and then go to Castle Age, circuit out. Delhi, they can just circuit out straight up in Feudal Age. They produce so many units, and if we get to the point where Lucifron is able to get Sacred Sites in early in the game and utilize the market for more rampant unit production, that is going to be very difficult for the Byzantines to hold.
And I think it fits their styles, right? Like going into this, Dabson, I was saying that we know Luciferon's more of the raiding type player, Beasty, the stoic defender. And it feels like from what Crackley's saying there, that's exactly the type of roles we can expect out of the Delhi and the Byzantines in this one.
Yeah, I mean, suiting your play style, you can kind of see it with a lot of the Civ picks. It's actually some of these that Luciferon has on his side surprises me because some of them are more of the macro boomier Civs that he has chosen comparative to his typical timing all-in ones. But he did get a Ubits. We all know that is one of the ones that is talked about near and dear quite the most. And that's where, you know, Byzantines was the one that Beasty had as his choice being the strong Civ on his side.
I mean, he had to pick it first, and then he had to use it first, because Beasty has been basically on a podium here yelling that Byzantines are OP for a long time. So, you know, when everyone else fails in the tournament to show it, when you consider that they're sitting at, what, a 50% win rate, of course, Beasty himself has to come in to educate. We're ready to open this up, though. Elimination series here. Remember, one of these players falls here and now. They will not make it through to a land showdown with Marine Lord. Who will keep their dream alive? Will it be Luciferon or Beasty? Let's find out.
And find out we will. Jumping into game number 1. Luciferon, the color red, with the Delhi Sultanate. We're here on Gorge, and facing him is going to be Beasty with the Byzantines, the OP civilization. And he's spawning with forward berries. Once again, we're getting kind of like a theme here with the Byzantines today. Pick Byzantines, you get forward berries.
It's always the games that, you know, I feel like it's always that way. You'll pick like Rus where it doesn't really matter as much where your, you know, resources are because you have the Kremlin, and it's like, oh, you'll get like the perfect god spawn and where you didn't even need to do it. And then you'll have the Civ that you need. It's all about where your gold spawns, and it's like, and front and forward. But yeah, we saw in the earlier game, the Tower Rush didn't come through onto the Byzantines. There wasn't any punishment there. So it didn't really matter too much in that one. So let's see what'll happen in this one, though.
Yeah, that's going to be the question here. And I think a lot of it is going to hinge on that sacred side play. If Luciferon's actually able to get those under control. Looking at the scouting right now, Luciferon, he's on the same lane as Beasty. I typically like put this map into like the two different lanes at the top side and the bottom side. Right now, Luciferon's not in a good spot here when it comes to the scouting.
Yeah, this is one where I will say they've made a lot of updates to Gorge. I remember when this map first came into the map pool, it was easily the map that was complaining the most about sheep. A lot of times you'd come out and you'd be like, I have 3 sheep. I lost the game. And your opponent would be sitting on 20, 25. This one, yeah, you could still see it here, though. Beasty not only has more, it looks like he's got Luciferon Scout cut off, too, to get the whole majority other side of the map.
Yeah, definitely. And Beasty has to feel good about this. The question is, does he still have enough sheep under his TC? He did open up with an early farm, so that gives him a little bit of a buffer here. But this is like one of the main benefits that Delhi has over other civilizations, or in general, the berry civilizations have, is that they don't need to return immediately to their main base in order to drop off the sheep. But A-Job is coming in, so now a lot of villagers are getting pulled off, so should definitely have enough sheep to last them the time there to get the A-Job in.
Dome of the Faith action. That was an immediate shock to me. Seems like a tower. I feel like Tower Victory has been the meta for a while now and kind of always the go-to choice, but Dome of the Faith, I guess, works in some situations, some game plans here.
I guess this makes a lot of sense if he really wants to, like, if you really gotta make sure that he's getting control over the sacred side. So I don't dislike this play, actually.
All right. Well, circling on around now, it's not really as bad of a sheep differential as you would expect, but it's one that, you know, over the course of the game, it will have a little bit of impact. Beasty mainly focusing on the Grand Winery, on those berries, getting those olive groves anyways.
Yeah. And granted, like, Delhi doesn't need the sheep that much. They're just going to be focused on the berries. Granted, the second berry spot here for Luciferon is very far towards the middle of the map. And what an outpost here, not just protecting the berries, but also the gold for Beasty.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where, just like on the earlier games with Byzantines, the gold and the berries right next to each other, it can cause an easy pressure point for your opponent, but it also is an easy place to defend on up. And once you've secured it, it's nice and solid. We all know with Byzantines, those outposts, if we don't see an Aerosolus early, it can get a solid Mangonel placement on down the road.
True, and I like that Lucifron. He's not investing into that second scholar from his already existing mosque. He waited for the age up and is now going for the second scholar from his Dome of Faith, where he is getting that nice little discount in.
Yeah, the question is, I'm wondering how many scholars Lucifron ends up stopping at, if any, or building up to. You know, we can see 2 in queue, it looks like right now, but you know, is there a number that you'd like to see him hit before kind of canceling it, or is this one that you?
Oh,
just
it's gonna be 3.
keeping...
He's gonna stop at 3 for now. He's not on gold anymore.
Okay. I remember the olden days of the you mass as many scholars as you possibly can, and you just get to outheal everything. Back in the glory days of the Delhi Sultanate.
Yeah, with the Dome of the Faith, you just have it active nonstop. No idle time there. It's like a TC.
Exactly. That was a fun meta for a while. Always fun to watch. I still actually remember a Wham versus Beasty game, ABBA versus Delhi during that time. But enough of that. Byzantines is now at the point starting to get a little more online. We're getting close to the olive oil point where we can get a contract into play once the mercenary gets dropped.
Yeah, first production building that we're seeing from Beasty here is going to be a stable, and he's starting to produce his own horsemen. Now, a horseman without the Hippodrome don't do too well, if even well at all, against the Ghazi Raiders that Lucifron has access to. It's going to be interesting to see how Beasty is going to play this. One mistake that we saw Lucifron do the other day in this matchup, or well, not in this specific matchup, was that he started making, with Delhi, he started making archers when his opponent didn't give him a reason to make archers.
Yeah. So Beasty just making. So the Horseman versus Ghazi, obviously Ghazis are a little bit more expensive, but they have a little bit extra bonuses, a little bit of extra tankiness as well. And so, I mean, ultimately, do you feel like the cost effectiveness is there? Which one would you kind of rather prefer?
I think Ghazi Rays in general are just much better here, and we're also getting some spearmen in from Lucifron. So I like this composition here at the get-go from him. Also have the efficient production, already has both of his scholars inside of them, and one more scholar inside the Dome of Faith to increase the research speed. And it is going to be the longbows, and with the longbows though, as long as Lucifron just keeps pumping out the Ghazi Raiders, as long as Beasty doesn't switch into Lobitne, he's going to be in for a rough time.
Yep, and still haven't seen any of that yet. That's actually exactly what we saw happen in a series earlier today as well. So Spears and Ghazis versus the limit. One of the things we got to keep in mind though is these are not Tower of Victory spears. These are just the normal old Delhi spears. Yeah,
that's right. So they don't have that much attack speed, and the attack speed on the Delhi spear is actually very valuable, mainly because spearmen in general have very slow attack speed. So having like 15% bonus attack speed on them is very, very big.
Yeah. And so that will kind of be one thing to kind of keep in mind throughout. But Lucifron, you can already see how much military advantage is starting to build. This will get wiped away pretty quickly once those contracts start popping out, which 2 are already in queue for Beasty. So there is this timing place. But Lucifron, first sacred site secured. He's going to move on to the middle one as well. And my question is going to be is when do the little walls come into play? Because what a lot of times on this map, you'll just see a quick wall get built throughout the middle from those 9 spears. And then all of a sudden it makes it super hard for Beasty to start moving around and about throughout the map.
For now, just having units is probably going to be the most important thing here for these players. I think still like this is going to be a difficult situation. Oh, he's getting back on. He noticed. It's going to be difficult now that the longbows are coming out as well. 5 longbows, that's enough to 2-shot the spearmen. But the longbows are slow, and Pierce armor has already come in for Lucifron. So if he gets on top of the longbows, he's going to be in a good spot. Just needs to manage to do that. Second Sacred Site comes in.
Arrow slits has come into play on that outpost. Villagers already starting to run in prep. Got idled a little bit off of the gold, but Beasty's starting to get some of his own military upgrades as he knows that Lucifrons are all coming in free, albeit just a little bit slower.
Scholar is actually moving to the top Sacred Site all by his lonesome. That's a little bit dangerous. Beasty might just try and jump on that with his horseman. Military is catching up, though.
Yep, does look like Beasty is starting to posture towards that Sacred Site with his horsemen. Only a few spears headed that way. So greedy by Lucifron here, as Beasty can see his whole army on the Sacred Site. Maybe he's just trying to pull Beasty on over, bait him in a little bit to this fight. There's the spears, and it does look like the horsemen get pushed back away. He knew it. He just played it safe, played it smart, had the two Ghazis split off to deal with the other Sacred Site, and Lucifron is just showing how he can be in all these three places at the same time.
Yeah, now Beasty, he switched into Limit at the same time. Lucifron is now doing his own switch into archers.
Yeah, and this is also where Lucifron has a lot of extra gold income coming in. So starting to build up that scholar number a lot more. And he should also, maybe even drop a market, start trading off some of that gold and trying to either, continue on this heavy feudal, play, or continuing to go up to Castle Age as well.
Yeah, 100%. Archer number right now still not looking too impressive. Limitnai, on the other hand, already 10 of them out. Lucifron is going to need a little bit of time.
Yep, archers will start building up quick. I just still feel like the Tower of Victory is just going to be such a drawback not to have right now, especially in the way that this game's starting to progress to, it feels.
Yeah, it's certainly annoying right now that you don't have that, so your outposts aren't actually as strong as they could be. Still, he has enough Sacred Sites to get a definite advantage here economy-wise. That's the most important thing for him right now.
Yeah, he's done a great job continuing to split off units and make sure that Beasty doesn't fully deny those separate Sacred Sites. Those two Ghazis have done a great job, but Beasty sends some Limitané to go deal with those. And finally, looks like he will deny all three Sacred Sites. Nope, just two Sacred Sites here in just a second.
Right Sacred Site is still being captured. And Beasty at the same time, he's looking for raids on the deer. The deer Lucifron went onto. And that shows through the Fog of War. Oh, this could be dangerous. Lucifron doesn't realize where Beasty's military is right now. That's a lot of villagers there. If Beasty gets a pinch on them, it could be a heavy Colossus.
Oh, he's not going for a pinch. I think he was checking the berries first as well. Just wanted to make sure there weren't some other vulnerable villagers out there. Lucifron will end up losing those 4 villagers, no doubt. Not enough there to deal with that. Not quick enough, not tanky enough yet. And now Lucifron feels like he needs to make a move. He has his good bit of archer number.
This is where you need the market in order to buy resources, and it looks like he did just that. As he trades out some gold for other resources. Beasty, in the meantime, he's already invested quite a bit into his farming transition. But this also means that he's going to be lagging behind at least a little bit when it comes to the military right now. He's just statically producing more and more Limitané. Meanwhile, the archer count from Lucifron is climbing.
Yeah, it's up to the point where it's definitely ahead of those longbows. It's to the, all 3 units that Lucifron has in that 1-1 army are all kind of outnumbering Beasties other than the spears.
Limitané on the retreat. There's a lot of them getting taken down by the archers now. He's trading out against the longbows. Longbows are focusing these archers for the time being. But still, like the Limitané number, there's a lot of them falling. Now the spearmen. are coming to join the party as well.
Ozzy's circling as well. Horsemen haven't yet decided to take the fight. Spears everyone has been engaged on with the Elimitine. Archers on the backside have been thinned out pretty heavily, and longbows have gone untouched so far. But the Gazis are still alive and numerous here. Beastie's numbers are falling pretty quick. Some of the Gazis starting to split on through. Some of the Gazis maybe going to the backside, and Beastie is in trouble now, needing to retreat on home.
And there's still a good couple of Ghazi Raiders remaining, as many Ghazi Raiders as there are Longbowmen, and now Lucifron is starting to dive the base. Still, there are more Midnight on the from the reinforcements coming in, so Lucifron is going back for the time being, but he's done damage, and he does still have 2 Sacred Sites.
Has 2. Wouldn't be surprised to see him send a Scholar out to the 3rd. I think I already see a Scholar walking that way now.
Gold. Beastie has 900 gold in the bank. He wants to age up. He's getting 2 more outposts in the front.
2 more outposts, more farms coming in, splits off the horsemen to make sure that Sacred Site doesn't get secured. And this is where Lucifron, I feel like, should press his advantage. Might just go for an age up himself, though, to outmatch Beasties.
Honestly, I think this is the moment where we typically see like the Delhi Sultanate players switch like styles from each other. I think Lucifron can definitely go for the all-in at this point in time.
Yeah, I think he should go for the all-in, but it's also one that, you know, a lot of times when Delhi goes into Castle Age, they have to give up Sacred Site control. This might be one where he could go up into Castle Age with Sacred Site control and with the map control here, which is not really a situation you find yourself in a lot.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that Lucifron, he's on these external resources, while Beastie, he's making farms inside of his base. So if the game gets to a point where Lucifron has to make a farm transition, Beastie is already going to be having the upper hand, since he's already made that farm transition.
Yeah, and the olive oil number is high. Age up is coming through. That olive oil number is very, very healthy, but the Gazis are diving the backside right as the age up comes through. It's going to force Beastie back, maybe get a couple villager picks as well. So good dive by Lucifron here. Doesn't look like it actually killed any of them. Got 2 or 3 villagers quite low.
But that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Got some idle time, forced Beastie's military back, but the numbers are pretty even. Beastie not yet dropping his castle age, but Delhi, it takes time for all their upgrades and whatnot to come through. Only 4 scholars into the mix. 4 still sometimes more than what they have at this point.
And now we're seeing relics getting picked up quickly here by Lucifron. That's 1. 2 coming in soon as well. We did see him sending all of his scholars out there on the map. Second one getting picked up now as well.
Yep, that one by the northern market. So at the very least, it's going to be a 4-to-1 relic count, it looks like here by Lucifron. Another dive on the wood line. So Beastie is going to kind of struggle here as he ages up if he wants to drop more production or drop more olive groves. But I think he's good on the olive groves right now.
Yeah, definitely. That's a lot of them.
Ghazi's just still circling back and forth, back and forth. It's the minute-arms swap already. So minute-arms number is climbing 4 more into queue. And the archer upgrade is slowly coming on its way.
Yeah, it takes a hot minute, right? All the scholars out right now getting the relics, all inside of the production buildings. So archer upgrade, it's going to take a while. More upgrades coming in now as well. The eco upgrades are getting queued. Village fortress, most importantly, here as well.
Oh, that did take a little bit longer than I expected here, just now getting queued on up, but all 3 sacred sites have been secured for this time. So there is quite a bit of an extra gold trickle that Lucifron has, and it's not only the 3 sacred sites, it's also what we just heard, the first relic dropped on in, about to be the second relic dropped on in, and should be a few more to follow.
You see sending a couple of Midnight around, but there is an outpost here, as well as some spearmen to defend. Grant, the spearmen, they're actually relatively weak health. Veterancy comes in
just
on
the
Midnight as well.
Villagers now head towards that outpost. And Longbow's now starting to step forward. A lot of armored units there from Lucifron, though, and there's not really things to deal with armored units there right now for Beasty.
Yeah, it's gonna take him a while. Issue still is that the Archer upgrade for Lucifron is still taking quite a long time. Granted, with the overkill, as long as it's just the Longbow and Midnight, you can still take the fight, but ideally you want to have the veterancy against the veteran Midnight.
Looks like 1 or 2 villagers get... What? Maybe?
No villager. One villager got killed. Keep in the middle now.
And it's still been the sacred site ticking. Not that it matters too much, but it's still something that always gets on your back of your mind. If you don't pay attention to it, sometimes all of a sudden you'll look and you're like, oh my gosh, it's 4 minutes left. And then Lucifron has a keep up on the center sacred site, and he's built another keep on another one of them. And then now you've kind of lost this timing that you needed.
Yeah, Lucifron starting to eke out that defensive value with those keeps on the sacred sites, making sure this sacred site like win condition is going to be even harder for Beasty to really deny for him here.
Exactly. Lancers dive in the backside. Limited 9 not circling back on those. Again, there's not really a ton of units here to deal with those men-at-arms too efficiently, but same thing can be said on the other side. Lancers just dive towards the villagers on the olive groves.
This isn't a good trade for Lucifron, not at all. He still didn't have the veterancy upgrade on his archers. That was just premature in order to try and make sure that the keep goes up. But I think he could have gotten the keep up without taking that fight there.
I kind of agree. I feel like he should have just played a little bit more defensively instead of stepping forward to it. And this is the point where sometimes I find that Delhi starts lagging because they focus so much on getting their keeps up for Village Fortress and getting more keeps up that all of a sudden they forget about the main goal, which is they love to make more and more military. Usually military is their go-to thing.
Yeah, exactly. And them just lacking the military here at the moment is going to be tough. Now we got Outpost with Mangonel emplacements. Fortified as well. At least the economy is going to idle up, courtesy of having those olive groves forward. But doesn't matter too much because Beasty has 2,000 food in the bank.
2,000 food in the bank. Lucifron throwing away these archers, throwing away these men-at-arms just for a ton of idle time. He has a massive army that's about to start knocking on the doorstep. I'm not sure if he has any keeps at home. He has 2 different sets of villagers on stone in prep for it. And GG gets called, realizes he's not going to be able to hold that push. Game number 1 goes over to Beasty.
Man, I think we both agree there that we were quite set back by Lucifron going Castle Age. I think just Feudal Age all in at that point in time would have been the way to go there. Damn. Beasty winning it with the Byzantines here. I'm so impressed by how much food he had there in the end and how he won those fights. Like that was incredible. I'm
also confused on how much value the Dome of the Faith actually brought. I feel like it didn't provide any value really. It's like you why would you not go Tower of Victory there?
Yeah, I mean, Dome of the Faith, it had its moment there, I want to say, but typically we just see the same things work with just the normal mosque and then you go Tower of Victory, right? So didn't really benefit him in any real meaningful way there, I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, when you're taking these late or middle game feudal fights with 20, 30 archers, 20 spearmen, that's where 15 is it 15% extra attack speed? It's been changed so many
15
times.
to 20%, like somewhere around there. Like
we don't really exactly know. So that's one where it's just kind of you just go with the flow.
Yeah. Next up on the menu, it's gonna be Holy Island, and we'll be seeing Lucifron with the Juji's Legacy against a Rus for Beasty. Rus, definitely one of the top water civilizations in the game. Usually gets banned, which is why we don't see him too often here. Juji, though, they're the new kid on the block when it comes to those water maps.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it earlier on today, a fun little Holy Island game, fun little battle that went down for a while. Rus, though, they're a civ that they're always good on all these different map types, but I feel like oddly enough on Holy Island, sometimes they're a civ that without the timing, they'll get punished a bit.
Yeah, they can get punished. Overall, though, I think they're, in many situations, just fine baseline due to the tools that they get as a civilization. Just when it comes to, like, even coming back as well.
Yeah, it's if they don't get pushed off of that water, if it's not a lot of that aggro onto the water, obviously they have the huge advantage of the deep sea fish is super far away on Holy Island, so it allows them to have just the mega efficient fishing rate.
Yeah. I'm looking at this right now. I'm just thinking that it's still like Ruse, typically they really like to go for that really early feudal age with a fishing ship. Like Ruse is one of the civilizations that can get a disgustingly good timing for the feudal age on water maps, like 4 minutes, pretty much no difference to the age up on like normal land maps. Juji though, they can also really rush it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's always kind of this interesting thing that comes into play with Holy Island. And that is one, though, we talked about it before the series started. Lucifron, this is kind of his go-to map. One of his home maps for him and Vortex, always one of the ones that is the strongest thing out there. So makes it very difficult there for even kind of giving a favor to one of the civilizations just because of
They're
who
both
you're
really
playing
strong
against.
there. Yeah, they're both really strong. We'll have to see exactly how this is getting played out. Both Lucifer and Beasty we talked about earlier. On water, these two are absolute titans here facing off against each other. And with two civilizations where we want to say like Ruse is like the old school OP civilization in water, and Juji is the new kid on the block that's recently gotten the cool light up sketchers and is showing them off in the schoolyard. And people are looking at the sketchers and they're like, oh damn, those things light up.
Yeah, exactly. But only a few more seconds here until this game number 2. I would say game number 1 did not disappoint. It was a wild one. There was a lot of action, a little bit of some questionable decisions that we say, but don't take my word for it. Let's just see what game number 2 has in store for us for one of I would say the favorite hybrid maps out there to end up watching.
All right, looking at the countdown, just gonna be a couple of seconds. And for us to dive into our game number 2, can Lucifron equalize the set now on a map that's typically favored the Spanish brothers? Or can Beasty prove his recent just overall improvement on the water maps? We'll see in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
Surely.
It's going to be all about, Holy Island with Zushi, actually any map with them, it's all about the meditation gardens. There's some really sick ones. We saw some good opportunities earlier. If the sides had been swapped, I think we would have had a much better meditation gardens. So once we get on into there, we'll see if we'll get any sort of these crazy ones or some of these just kind of more generic normal ones where you just get about three resource nodes in there or so.
Yeah, when you get like 150 to 200 resources per minute, that's when Juji just really feels good. And there we go. Game number 2 coming in right now.
Yep, we can see the villagers walking out. Lucifron is in the color red on the southern side. Beasty in the color yellow on the northwestern side. And now we will see about where the docks get placed and also see where that meditation gardens might want to be spawned in at.
There's a very interesting one a little bit forward. We see double stone berries and potentially another berry spot in range next to the sacred site.
Yeah, and then there's also the one next to the deer. I think you could get the double gold stone and even
this one's it.
some. Oh yeah,
or is it?
Oh, I think you can get the golden too.
I think maybe you can get triple stone
I
if you put it next to the. Maybe if you put it next to the berries, but that's where the boar is, so gotta be careful. But yeah, right around there, those could be some very good spots. The thing is, the right berry spot is a large berry spot, so you're getting 8 instead of just 6 berry patches, which means you also get more food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but it's also very close to the water, so maybe like fishing ships could also.
This was the other spot I was thinking about because you can also, I think, get berries, double gold, the wood line, and some stone. But we'll see what Lucifron ends up deciding after scouting out and about. First things first, it's all about. Well, it's going to be hard to place it there with the deer now.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
So forget that one. All right. Beasty on the next deer pack over on his side.
So no 80 Bunty here.
No 80. He's at least going to be... Well, yeah, he already killed the first one, so it'll be at 140 over here now. Which on this map, you don't expect to get anything too crazy ever. You're just kind of happy getting your packs, making sure your initial one of them doesn't get stolen.
Exactly. Beasty doesn't look like he's gonna go for the really quick feudal age timing with the fishing ship here. With the like fishing ship transformation into archer ship here. Has a lot of villagers on wood. Typically, if you go for that, you never put more than 5 villagers on wood, and we do see the early lumber camp coming in as well.
Yeah, that's the telltale sign for me is you're 100% not dropping lumber camp if you're going for that early age up. You just kind of grab straggler trees until you know, pull all off of the wood line and go on to everyone onto food there. But fishing boats are now out and about. You can kind of see the resources in the bank starting to accrue up. So we will get the feudal age in the next minute or so. Ecos counts will essentially be dead even, pretty close to even. Obviously, Roos's fishing boats are a little bit more efficient there, even though the numbers they count as double, but even still, they're, I would say, even more efficient on this map compared to others.
Yeah, especially because like there tends to be big distances towards the deep sea fish, so having that instant drop off technology for the ships just means that you're getting a lot more food overall per minute.
Lucifron looks like he was moving out with that villager, maybe trying to get a second dock on down. And that's exactly what it is. Kremlin being placed, solid, safe location, gold, stone, but also his backside of the wood line.
No villagers moving out yet from Lucifron. If he wants to go for the fast spot with the meditation garden, better move him out sooner rather than later. And it looks like he is moving to the spot where he just, well...
Killed the deer?
Deer, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no. What?
That's not a good one. I want my money back if I put that one up. Doesn't even get all the berries in.
Yeah, it doesn't get the... I mean, I feel like I would have rather had the bottom stone and gold over the berries here.
I agree. Yeah, that one definitely doesn't feel too good.
Man, that's disappointing. Oh, villager being annoyed as long as possible, but Lucifron scout. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. And 2 sheep, even though it doesn't matter. But the vision is really what's important here. Against Roos, you know, they're a civ that they got early nights. Are they going to randomly, you know, drop a stables here instead of going heavier onto the water and send a knight on across, deny some gold, be annoying? Like,
is he already transforming ship? There's a ship. Yeah, there it is. It's already transformed.
It is right there above transformed. Fishing boat just jumped on inside, though. That's the good thing about 2 docks with 6 fishing boats is that is enough room inside for all of your fishing boats.
They're just repairing each other as well.
Lucifer just said, I'm not even going to move back and react. Just wait
are we
for
reloading?
Oh, I guess so. Do we leave? All right.
Hello, Beck. Is it better?
Hopefully it's better now.
Yeah, it's fixed. It's fixed. Okay, there we go.
Sweet. Gotta love Discord. Anyways, this is right when the action's been going on. You haven't missed anything too much. Feudal Age just comes through. All of our robot voices just were saying Lucifron didn't overreact there. Just nice and chill. Pushed them on back. The one little military ship that Beasty transformed. A few militia get called. I think this is just going to go harass the gold a bit since it's such a short time across the map.
Yeah, Beasty also pulling a couple of Kremlin militia here. The gold from Lucifron is forward, so the Kremlin militia aren't going to expire by the time that they reach the gold. At the same time, Lucifron trying to get an outpost up here, but the militia are arriving.
Couple more villagers going to help build that outpost. Scouts being annoying there, and the villagers actually fall back. It's in TC range, though, so they should be able to get it up. Militia, though, they can be thrown away. You might as well take the dive here.
Yeah.
Idle as much as you can.
Lucifron, he's playing the dance back and forth. Militia, they're still there. They're still annoying. Villagers jump inside the TC.
It splits focus fire and of course hits 2 different ones, but now militia have died, villagers able to resecure the gold, and he sends a few more out onto the gold as well to make up for that idle time that he was having.
Getting a barracks now, so barracks could mean that there might be some early paddle scouts from Lucifron. Issue with that is that the Kremlin spot for Beasty is just really, really good. No, instead actually we're getting some spearmen. I
think this is the lack of scout that he has. He doesn't have the scout, so he doesn't know if a knight's going to come across. If a knight comes across right now, he's as good as gone. It feels like he's going to be idled out that much longer. So send a few, at least have a few spears. You can throw them in the outpost if you want, or at least kind of be a little bit of that defensive point.
Yeah, for now, players just massing up those military ships. Lucifron with a lot of villagers on gold. Seems to me like he wants to do the usual mass demo ship spam. BC also has a lot of villagers on gold, though.
The one militia gets sniped on out pretty quickly from the outpost in TC. And again, Lucifron doesn't overreact there, just leaves the IO taking a little bit of damage, sends a few villagers in for idle time, and is ready and waiting, posturing in the middle of that water, and wants to close the gap, wants to hit some of Beasty's water.
Yeah, Beasty right now just annoying with the scout. Lucifron poking a little bit forward.
Good dodge by the demo, making the galley, making the archer ship step up a little bit further. Fishing boat gets focused down super quickly by the ships from Lucifron, and demos still haven't taken too much damage other than Stranglehold ships, which they are happy to take that fire. And a good trade by Lucifron.
Yeah, these ships easily healed back up again, and Scout from Beasty has been killed by the Spearman. At the same time, good micro from Lucifron, able to pick that off while being aggressive on water.
Yeah, and this just again is why Lucifron is talked about being one of the strongest on water. You can see it with the micro he's had done so far, and it is the mass demo play. He's got 5 demos. There aren't too many galleys on the other side. Demo of BC's. Oh my God, demos from Lucifron connect onto a few of the Stranglehold ships. A couple more get low, and the last couple, BC just lost all his water.
All the fishing ships went down as well in the blink of an eye. And it's looking grim for Beasty here on water.
Unbelievable job by Lucifron. The micro, the splits, everything he does. A couple more demos still into play here. He's still making the trades. And it's all on BC's side. Look at the eco differential. It is 47 to 36 now.
Yeah, it's just 4 fishing ships that went down, but it's so much eco.
The food for Beasty is about to drop so much. He's at 315 food per minute. Lucifron's sitting at 500 to 600. It kind of varies pretty quickly depending on fishing boat drop-offs. But now Beasty's has fallen even more. It's at 200 food per minute.
Yeah, so if he was thinking about a castle age behind this, it's going to be difficult for Beasty to pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, 200 food per minute it's barely enough to keep up TC production over here. Much less make a bunch of, ships out that cost some good old food. Spearmen not able to find anywhere to do damage. Oh, nice wall comes into play. But look at what Lucifron has out on the field. It's 6 more demos, 3 more in queue. He's ready for another round.
BC, he keeps a couple of his own demolition ships in reserve. Militia have been called, 2 stacks, so 4 of them. Trying to do some damage there, not really finding it. Outpost does prevent most of that damage from coming in. Oh, archer ship. Lucifron really needs to keep that one alive with the looming threat of the demos there from Beasty.
Oh, a couple of the demos get sniped out. Not as good of a split here this time by Lucifron. A lot of the demos were grouped on up. That militia dies right at the end, right as villagers got quite low. Lucy's ready and waiting, though. He wants to just take out the rest of the water from Beasty.
Oh, and there we go.
Demos versus demos. First one sniped out.
The Roost demo ship. The hitbox is so big, you can't dodge.
And I mean, it didn't even seem like there was too much dodging going on. Now the demos from Lucifron are closing the gap. First ones get sniped out, second one sniped out. There is another set of them. They at least got some decent trades. More rallying ones. The 2 galleys from Beasty are super low, but still great snipes by Beasty.
The archer ships getting a lot of value in there. Demo ships are getting close, but they're all getting picked off. But the last fishing ship from Beasty does stay alive, actually.
All of the archer ships got sniped out, though. I think that was Lucifron's main goal. He has a good amount of archer ships himself, a good amount of Springled ships himself, and more demos on the way, and that's what it's all about. There's only 1 galley from Beasty to deal with the demos.
There are no brakes on this train. Lucifron, yeah, just pedal to the metal. More demo ships coming out. If he cancel them, he could actually almost go up, but instead decides to push it in further now in the feudal age.
And now look at what Beasty has to do at home. We just saw the highlight of it. There's so many villagers on the sheep under the town center because he doesn't have any fishing on the water. Meanwhile, Lucifron, all of his villagers, they're essentially working nice and hard on resources, and he is about to go up to castle during all of this aggression while keeping the numbers on the water, aging up with the Shaolin Monastery, and still having way more numbers onto the water, ready and waiting. Just going to play defensive, though. Probably going to get, you know, I would guess the demo ship upgrade maybe right off the bat. And
yeah, armored hull and the demo ship upgrade. You get those 2, and your demo ships, there's no running away from them.
Yep, and there we go. Monastery finishes. Also very easy ability to get the relics now. Springled ship upgrade is actually the first one from Lucifron. He's not paying attention. Demos, hello?
That's not all of them, though. That's not all of them. Now the archer ships are a little bit out of position here, potentially.
2 more were hiding out on the bottom side. Archer ships are still the only ones there. Great demo connection over on the bottom side. Lucifron snipes out the demos coming for him. And another set of demo connection.
And just like that, 2 more Springled ships fall. Beasty now rushed and an H behind. Needs to make something happen here, but the Springled upgrade has come in, and so Lucifron now has a definitive upper hand when it comes to the tech of his ships and able to just kite much more efficiently. This is like having Admiralty now. Armored Hull also in the queue for him. The further he delays this fight, the better it's going to get for him. More demo ships still in queue, and Beasty's going to have to take those. Oh, still no connection.
No connections from the demo from Beasty. Beasty's forced to take the fight, but it's a losing fight. It's also one where all the demos that pop out from Lucifron just get to close the gap and be at a flanking positioning point. Armored Hull now has finished. The Springled ships from Lucifron can just walk over to the other side. Beasty's ready to go up.
But now, at least.
But now Lucifron, he's building a stables. He's about to start getting knights out and about. Beasty's going heavy onto the stone. I think he's going to go for a second TC. He realizes he has to make the transition onto the land.
Yeah, he also just elite his lumber camps there. Instead, he's going to put the high trade house right there in the woodline. It's going to give him a lot of gold there in that high value woodline.
Yep. 2 stables being dropped by Beasty as well. He will have to get the knight upgrade for himself, but he can go and start producing knights. A little bit hard, though, without the food. And the food's going to be difficult for him.
The sheep have pretty much run out at this point in time, so where's he going to go? He's got berries. The deer aren't really accessible for him right now. BC sees the stable there, so he knows what's coming. And water's getting shut down now.
Yep, the last couple fishing boats he had just got taken out. The last military ship he has is about to get taken out. So this is where that military graph is about to be at nothing for Beasty. And all of those docks are about to get taken down.
120 food per minute. Now Beasty has to rush out to the berries.
Beasty does have 2 of his archer ships that circle around.
Monastery?
That hit the fishing.
BC doesn't even have the food to afford the warrior monks at this point in time.
A little bit of an oversight there. He is at 100 food per minute. Oh, he drops the market. That's why. He's ready. He'll just buy some food.
You can't buy a lot though because they also cost 200 gold.
Oh my
gosh. There we go. He bought up and his entire gold is gone. All the gold is gone in an instant.
Oh my gosh. All right. I'm still shocked. Lucy went with the Shaolin Monastery, and he didn't make. He actually has one now out and about, but he didn't grab any of the relics.
What's with Lucifer's food?
He got his fishing shut down for a while from those archer ships. So like I mentioned for a quick second.
Oh man, I didn't notice that. That was
Beasty had 2 archer ships that he circled around the backside, so he was able to fully idle out the fishing for like a significant period of time.
That's actually quite brutal. So Lucifron has the upper hand now when it comes to the overall economy count. Just needs to make it work here. He's now making more barracks, so more spearmen should be coming in for him. Should also be able to sustain that quite a while longer. Question is, can he actually make sure that he gets the relics now? He's only gotten 1 in so far, and the warrior monks, they're quick. They are very quick. Heavy on the stone. Can we get a forward keep in soon?
Beasty dropped his second TC already, so it's going to be even harder for him to produce these higher value military units and warrior monks and knights and everything he's been doing. So this is one where first warrior monk 2 gets sniped out.
And that should be a Wololo coming in the front lines. High health on that warrior monk, on that Shaolin monk also means that it's pretty much impossible to snipe him out.
Yeah, Beasty is going for that west side relic near his base, so he should at least get 1. But this one that is the contested one that typically should be Beastie's is being brought closer and closer to Lucifron's side. Good body blocking by Lucifron from his knights. Shaolin monk will end up going down, but not before it took some distance off on that relic.
And those Kremlin militia still do a lot of bonus damage to the cavalry. Quite quick as well. Lucifron sent a single villager out there, so does have that under control. Warrior monk, it looks like Beasty's getting that relic.
Yeah, he will. Lucifron's way heavier onto the stone than was expecting. He's walled off his side. It doesn't look like there's any gaps. And a third TC from Beasty trying to secure the next set of food. He's like, this is like what he used to do with the keep.
Yeah, he needs a deer. Right now, with 3 TC, he's paying 450 food per minute just to have TC uptime. That's already more than half of his food income.
Yeah, this feels like what he used to do with keeps. He'd like drop a keep on the stone to get enough for a next keep. This is like drop a TC on the deer to secure my next food income. But it limits himself. He will need a farm transition. He will need a lot of food income here, and it's going to take time.
Time indeed. Lucifron's food income doesn't look too rosy yet as well. He's finally getting some of the eco upgrades on water as well. Knights being annoying. 3 knights.
3 knights are able to take down a villager, take down an imperial official, but now there is a spearman mass coming as well. Lucifron, though, he's got plenty of military. It's just all out on the water, so that's one of the difficulties for himself. Just now starting to make more of that land transition that's needed.
That's have over 1,000 stone in the bank. Heavy on gold at the moment. Way too heavy.
Yeah, and those knights have done such a good job of just continuing to outrun the spears, charging on a villager, getting a pick, and then on to the next thing. Just keep running, keep circling, and idling and stalling. And now Beasty, all of a sudden, 3 TCs starting to boom up his eco. He's starting to drop some more farms behind this, like we were saying that he needs. Knights are being sent to deal with spearman raids, and Beasty's finding a way back in this game, which water is always one, especially on this map, that it feels like you shouldn't be able to come back from.
Keep now going up in Lucifron's base. Very defensive keep there now.
Wow, way less aggressive than what I was thinking. I mean, usually you have the water, you got the extra food income, and now it's on your opponent to like get this timing. But Beasty's being the aggressor. Beasty's the one using this timing.
I don't think we have any trade right now going on for Lucifron on water. Has the resource for it.
He definitely has the gold for it. He's got 2,000 gold sitting in the bank, just not a ton of food, but he does have 2,000 food per minute coming in. He's just dealing with everything on that front side. Keep, though, turns out to be in a much better positioning than what we were thinking, as that's exactly where Beasty was starting to push forward with his army. Fight being taken. IOs Ios?
Oh my god, what are they
Ios?
doing?
Ios?
Oh god.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting indeed. Warrior Monk, they're healing, not giving there we go. Okay, there's that Saint's Blessing buff. Still a few spears on the backside being dealt with. Lucifron just has not been able to stabilize this push yet.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's focusing the spearmen here at the moment at the front line. They're quite tanky with the Saint's Blessing, and what he really needs to kill is those crossbows. That's the most important part.
It's more and more palace guards. I'm not sure. He has started the water trade, but that looks to be from the close market, which that was five gold and 5 wood. So that will take a lot of time to pay off.
More archer rangers coming in. More archers, more crossbows coming in now. Beasty. This mass of crossbows is getting dangerous, but we do have the trade coming in now. And with this much income now, both on wood and on gold, Lucifron needs to get some Nest of Beasts out.
Yeah, he does have 21 palace guards. They're just not as strong as those men-at-arms, so instead he just runs past them, goes right to the crossbow mass. That's what you said he needed to focus on, and that's exactly what Lucifron focuses on. Make sure the crossbows start stepping back. That also means the front line, all his reinforcements can take down the rams, can take down those other units that are left alone without their damage.
Exactly, yeah, not having those crossbows there means that you can easily deal with the spearmen, means that you can easily deal with that ram inside of your base. And Lucifron, he's at 127 economy. He needs to start finding some raids on Beasty's economy. Beasty, he's now in his farm transition. This is the timing where Lucifron needs to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, Lucifron's at the point, too, where I think he can delete a few of his Sprinkled ships, potentially. Just make sure he has max population onto the land now, as that is what this battle is going to be about. Oh, a little bit of some food idle time.
Beasty getting some stone now as well. Probably wants to drop a keep forward there, as he is trying to secure that boar. And maybe even the berry step forward. He's relying on those natural resources at the moment quite heavily.
The water trade, though. This is the point, though, that Lucifron can get everything he needs just from the water. So everything on land is just a bonus. BC's dropping triple ram. He's ready to, I guess, try to all in this. And Lucifron's making his own crossbow transition. So timing is key here. And like we said, Lucifron's hitting max pop. He's got to delete some either eco or delete some military ships and create some space for himself here.
Yeah, 145 eco. When you're getting pushed in, he has enough buildings
145,
to
154. Okay, there's
quickly. Yeah, it's
still going up though.
It's a lot. It is a lot of economy at this point in time.
A bunch of rams there by Beasty. He deleted a few, just not enough. He needs to delete more. Rams starting to take down some of the houses on the front side.
Surely Lucifron has some spares when it comes to the houses. So it doesn't
crossbow number though has gotten up so fast for Lucifron. It's already at 20. It's continuing to climb, and he is playing that defender's advantage. So everything he's taken down, it's that much harder for Beasty to start reinforcing. Villagers were starting to push forward a little bit. May not going for a keep. I don't know what they're going for.
Doesn't have the stone for it. Not sure what he's going for.
Moving on over to heal up that outpost, but the push from Beasty does get nullified, and Beasty has to fall back.
Yeah, but Lucifron, he still needs to make something happen. The economy on water, it's just not as good long-term as the economy from Beasty here on land. Beasty is also getting more and more bounty due to having that hunting cabin, that high trade house inside of his wood line, so all the deer do provide him with more food and more bounty, and overall, Beasty's food income, it's just much better than Lucifron's, even though Lucifron has so many fishing ships. But finally, we do see the light at the end of the tunnel. The siege play is coming in, and Beasty is going for a forward keep. A ballsy forward keep.
A very forward keep indeed, under tower range, and he moves forward with the villagers first before his army goes. His army's building rams, and the villagers are trying to build a keep. That's not too good, and immediately gets forced back. Loses some of the villagers, loses some of the mass, and now Lucifron knows what Beasty wants to do, too. Now the
Beasty's
Nest of
getting
Bees
those
are going to be
forward
there.
walls in, though. Yeah, Lucifer finally managed to lead some of his economy to make room for the Nest of Bees, first of all. Beasty now tries to distract on one side, wants to probably then push on the other. But with the Nest of Bees, he's going to find that quite hard to achieve. 42 crossbows are no match. It's a lot, right? Like, he got this much wood and gold now at this point in time. Gotta make use of it.
Yeah, he sent a ton of villagers over to that stone on the west side, so I'm sure we're about to start seeing some more keeps get dropped from Lucifron as well. Lucifron's pushing forward in the center with palace guards again. He knows he can start throwing away some of these. Needs to start taking some trades. Needs to start spending some of these resources since he has so much of them. And there's the keep we were expecting.
At the same time, some men-at-arms pushing onto the gold from Lucifron. Not that he cares too much. He's got a lot of trade ships right now coming in.
I was about to say that might be a benefit for him losing villagers right now. He's like, all right, sweet. That's making my economy more efficient and being replaced by more units. But Imperial Age is on the way for Beasty. The Nest of Bees are here. The crossbows are stepping up. They don't want to step up too far, though. Watch out. Oh, Nest of Bee shot. Not too effective, but gives enough time. The Springles are pushing on forward. Villagers are there to heal up. You need 2. Well, actually, you need 3. No, 2. It's not a clock tower. Another Nest of Bees shot, though. And it's now multiple shots coming. Oh, no! Flank from multiple the other Nest of Bees.
They're not firing. They're not firing. Why aren't they firing? He's noticing now. Oh, my God. The crossbows are evaporating.
The crossbows are evaporating, but there aren't too many villagers left here building this keep. Will the keep go up in time? It does.
He has 6 military left. He's got 4 military left.
He went imp and has 4 military now.
Oh, and he's going Mars Horseman. He's got income, though. He's got income out the wazoo. Lucifron, he needs to start pushing forward. He needs to start doing damage.
This keep's going to deny the next set of gold for Beasty, so he's going to be stuck on Horseman.
Oh, that's going to be crucial now, getting that one up. At the same time, Lucifron's starting to push forward here. On the side.
Oh, Beasty's dropping his own keep. Realizes it was going to be too late. Had to cancel it. Needs to drop it on the other side now. I still think that... I think that keeps close enough to deny the gold.
For the most part, at least it should be. Especially if you get an emplacement on it. Spring emplacement does have bonus range.
It's definitely starting to take those villagers down, and he knows it too. He's dropping an outpost too. I'm sure he'll get a cannon emplacement, and there is Imperial Age for Lucifron as well. The difference is he has 71 military units there to help him out and defend him up and pressure and do things. Beasty's climbing up fast, so he's already back. Oh, okay. There's militia. That's why.
Yeah.
He's up at 14 horsemen though, and 15 more in queue.
With the ship as support. This isn't going to be that bad of a fight, even though it is crossbows against horsemen.
He has enough to one-shot the horsemen, and more than that, so he's just kind of taking the trades as best he can. Beasty did not get on to the crossbow mass in time, and it just feels like the resource-wise, it was still a more efficient fight for Lucifron. Taking some trades in the center. Bombard's getting healed back up, but villagers getting taken down as they push forward, and that's not just one Bombard, it's 2, and another one probably coming out soon. Keep starting to be dropped. I don't know how many horsemen are there left. Next reinforcement map, none. There's 12, but I don't know where they are. They're not there. Keep gets denied for the time being.
Lucifron, he's actually struggling when it comes to the food right now. Like, really struggling. The fish, they're dropping off irregularly, but we can tell that, like, overall...
Look at the crossbows!
Is as great as it should be. That's big.
BC's on triple TC, though, so I feel like at this point, though, he, like, doesn't even care about losing villagers.
He's got 140 vills. He is thoroughly not caring at this point, but, yeah, Lucifron, he, like... This isn't working right now, and the issue is that Zhuji does not have hand cannoneers. And Beasty has Streltsy with the ruse. It's going to be very difficult. Like, Zhuji's legacy, legitimately, you need to go Ming Dynasty, Mass Zhugnu, else you have no way of dealing with the things that Beasty has right now.
And Beasty actually had another set of gold all the way on the west side I didn't see, so it wasn't fully denied off of that gold and still is able to gather with a few villagers on that bigger 8K, looking like he's about to go reclaim the center one as well. So Lucifron is, I mean, he has water, but he doesn't have the land map control. He's running out of resources. He's got a few gold mines behind himself, but he has none of the mid-map.
Question is just what units does he make? Against the Streltsy, you can't just go mass Paliscots.
Mass spears? Question mark?
Nah.
Beastie's pushing forward with that horseman mass. Just wants to do some raiding, just like with all the other.
He's gonna get it as well.
Cannons. Hello. I don't know if that's.
Oh,
There's the spear. Spearman circle, nest of beasts around, and say goodbye to all of the Streltsy.
Say goodbye to all the siege as well, though, as the horsemen run around.
The horsemen circle, the spears are out of position, and all of those nest of bees, all of the Springalds disappear, and Beastie still has his 2 cannons taking down keeps, taking down infrastructure, and he is the one pushing forward. So Lucifron may have won water, but Beastie says he is wanting to win the game.
Yeah, it looks like Beastie is climbing back one in this grind, though. Lucifron does, in theory, have infinite gold with the trade that he's got going on, and so the siege loss isn't all that monumental for him for the time being. If we're getting to the point in time where Beastie runs out of gold, though, can we take a quick look at the high trade house and see how much gold has? Okay, he calls it. It's that kind of stage of the game where Beastie just shines like no other in the game. And GG gets cold. Lucifron is having none of it.
Yeah, I mean, it just really surprises me there. It's one that he won water, but Beastie had perfect timing. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He pressured Eco, and at the same time, boom behind it, got walls up, and extended the game on out.
And that's the situation in the end where Beastie just kind of shines and is that kind of like civilization advantage when it comes to that late game. With Ruse, you do have those Streltsy, those really strong hand cannoneers. Meanwhile, Jui's Legacy, they don't get hand cannoneers, they get grenadiers. But grenadiers don't do as much single target damage and don't have nearly as much range. They're also very expensive. The only thing that you can really do is you can make Jugunu in Ming Dynasty against them, and then you still have issues dealing with horsemen.
Absolute insanity here. 2-0 already on the board for Beastie. You know, we've got to dissect this a little bit because getting into this, you know, I'm guilty of hyping it up. We were talking about how Beastie's looking very dominant on water. I mean, last time him and Lucifron met, Dabston, Beastie was able to get that insane win on Archipelago, one of the greatest games we've seen on that map. This time around, Lucy dominant on water, but Beastie, I think, just gave us the most firm reminder ever that he is cozy with the idea of low percentile late game scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, he always says it that he's like, it's when he shines the most is when all the odds are against him. It's his back's against the wall. It thinks he's, you know, it's all but over. Lucifron didn't really have like an army at his base, which is what you'll see a lot, but he did have the macro, the control. He had the water. He had everything denied on Beastie's side, and Beastie was running out of food. It just felt like Lucifron didn't really take advantage of the timing and take advantage of the pressure, which feels weird saying from Lucifron.
Yeah, a guy infamous for raiding, right? Did it feel that way from your perspective as well, Crackly, that maybe Lucifron was resting on the idea this game was already over before it was actually finished?
I don't think so. I think mainly it's just the issue with players not really knowing how to play Juji on land in like the late stages in the game against something like hand cannoneers, because literally, like, the only way for Juji to win those kind of games in the late game against hand cannoneers is Ming Dynasty Jugunu. They go up to such an insane amount of damage that once a Jugunu does like 40 damage with one volley against hand cannoneers. And even against like normal armored units, that's when you can really start still taking like these crazy engagements again, because they benefit from Ming Dynasty gives them plus 10 or 15% attack damage. Then they get the incendiary arrows.
all the blacksmith upgrades. Overall, just Zhuji like that in the late game when you have like Palace Guard Meat Shield, you can really afford that as well. Zhiganu food-wise in the late game are really cheap to produce. He had the water trade, so he's getting all the resource for it. But yeah, BC knowing that if the opponent isn't aware of that, and if he gets to a late game, hand cannoneers against no hand cannoneers, one side is clearly favored there.
I think that's the thing. Zhuji, it's a lot of unexplored territory as the Civ is renowned for its early and mid-game finishes, not so much as late. Another one that comes to mind there is Yuan Raiders, right? Yuan Raiders have insane stats, and if you think about the playstyle that Beasty leans into with the Mass Horseman, we know Yuan Raiders are just as good at that, but also much quicker.
Yeah, there was a game I was watching actually a couple days ago. I want to say it was either Beasty versus Anatan or maybe another one of the series, and it was Zhuji versus China or Zhuji versus HRE, and it was absolute late game domination from Zhuji, and it was like, wait, I thought that this was the weaker Civ in the late game. I thought this was the Civ that was supposed to struggle, that had this kind of lacking point, and it did not look like it by any means. So again, it might not be, you know, that they're bad late game. It's just a lot of unexplored territory. People don't know exactly what to do in certain matchups and certain timings.
Yeah, I feel like the best way I could kind of describe it is like Crackety. It kind of feels like, yes, you got the Palace Guard to roam with China, but I'd say they're more static, right? Hand cannoneers, Nesta Bees, oh my god. Meanwhile, you look at Zhuji, it feels like the intent from the developers was to create a cavalry-based Civ for the late game.
It's definitely an option with the Yuan Raiders. I think it's more of a like heavily like Chinese theming stuff. Like you lean more into those kind of unique units, which is why they don't get the hand cannons, which is why they don't get the archers. Instead, it's all these unique units that you unlock straight away. It's a nice idea, but in certain situations, you can feel like the game is kind of screwing with you because you just don't have the tools that other civilizations do get.
Now, speaking of things that screw with me, Japanese or a Bass's picked here on Kawasan seems to always be screwing my brain, Dabston. I look at those two civs in particular, I feel like they should be OP, and time again, every tournament we're seeing them at an under 50% win rate with overwhelming losses here on Kawasan. What gives? Why are the Japanese not really delivering the dubs here?
It's one of those, it feels weird. Just like you said, on paper, it's like, oh, Japan, easy win. Japan's top one Civ even on a map like Kawasan. They have so many things going for them, but it's one that also you kind of put some holes in it when it comes to the other civilizations that they're playing against. You know, Mongols sometimes can take advantage of that early pressure or early map control themselves if they want to, or they have their own dock emplacements that they can get and their own little bonuses that they have. So it's one that the early Shinobi, I feel like, is one that it proves to be more of a bait than what it ends up being a lot of times. But if there's anyone who can do that well, it's Vortex and Lucifron.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to deliver here. I mean, it's definitely an interesting matchup. You know, luckily you're not going to be thinking Kura Storehouse, which is a nightmare up against the Mongols. Interesting detail in these formats. Actually, Mongols has been quite a desirable pick for the mid-series draft. Definitely has a lot of volatility in maps like Socotra, which unfortunately won't see here. But interesting matchup nonetheless. Lucifron can afford no more mistakes. What has he got in store for us? How does he make his recovery? A man who recently, on 4 lakes at least, has been obsessed with Yuumi, could potentially have something spicy up his sleeve. But he's going to have to be quick. He's going to have to be swift, because right now, Beasty is cruising and bruising towards a 3-0. Lucifron, nothing but perfection, lad. Let's kick to it.
Here we go, match point now for Beasty. We're here on Kawasan with 2 civilizations which do feel right at home on these hybrid maps. We got Lucifron on the Japanese and Beasty playing as the Mongols, opening up with an Uwu here. Kind of leads me to believe that we will most likely see a blacksmith, not a blacksmith, a barracks opening here in Dark Age potentially, which could prove very, very potent against a civilization which doesn't really get any like meaningful bonuses towards their Dark Age military, aside from having the Dark Age samurai, but those you don't really want to make. They get outproduced quite quickly by the spearmen, and when they get surrounded with the lower mobility, you can find yourself a samurai down really, really quickly.
Yep, but fortunately for Lucifron, he is right there exactly when the barracks is being dropped. He scouts it out. He knows what's coming. He knows what he needs to do to react. So what is going to be the reaction? Is it a quick wall around your dock to give yourself enough time to hit feudal age and earlier idling on the fishing boats? Is it a barracks like you said, and then utilize some of your extra food that you have from fishing boats down the road? There's a lot of different options, but not a lot of time for Lucifron to choose which one he wants.
Yeah, I would like to see the walling idea, walling in the dock. Then you just go for fast feudal age. Maybe even just go immediately for the fast feudal age. Khan, no more ever volley coming out. Khan just barely lives. But if Lucifron goes for like a fast feudal age now, he can get the Shinobi in, and Shinobi are gonna deal quite well with the Spearmen. Grant that you do need to get them out in time.
Villager goes ahead and pulls back home, so it will not be the wall around, which that was my thought. That's why I said that one the first time, because that was the immediate reaction that I think is the better one. It always stalls out enough time, and I feel like by the time that the wall gets burnt down, Lucifron would be up. He'd have an arrow ship in queue and popping out already. But Villager and Spearmen are moving forward. Even get a little bit of a speed boost from Beasty. Want to get there a little bit quicker too. Get that aggro in earlier.
Yeah, and that Villager most likely, I want to say he wants to build a dock on the side of Lucifron's pond, but he's going further forward. He's wanting to go for the classic tower rush onto the gold, but Lucifron already has the gold that he needs.
Yeah, he pulled a couple of the vills off of gold, leaving one on there. Not sure what exactly he wants. Scout just doing a little bit of damage, just poking and prodding. You might not think like it's much, but sometimes, you know, you get that villager down to 1-2 health, and it's just barely off and not enough to kill it. But Beasty's making sure to clear the way as well. I think I saw him take down 3 different wolves with his spears to make sure that villager didn't take any unnecessary damage.
Downship now coming in. And quickly at that as well. 6 villagers working on that. Villager on gold is getting pulled away. And suddenly this outpost from Beasty doesn't really achieve too much anymore since Lucifron. He still has another gold between his base and his dock.
Yeah, not only that, I feel like this is one of those plays too that if Lucifron doesn't want this outpost to go up, he could just pull 6 villagers, make Beasty cancel it real quick, and then finish up his landmark.
Yeah.
But
now
that's
Beasty
if
pulling his
Lucifron wants...
spearmen onto the dock. 3 spearmen, I think.
It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I don't think 3 spearmen can keep up with a shinobi. 4 spearmen maybe. 4 spearmen might kill it, but probably will lose 1 or 2 spearmen there for it.
Yep. Dock trying to be burnt down. Not going to be enough torches here to burn this down before an arrow ship could come out or the shinobi on its way. Outpost, though, should be pretty close. Yep, there we go. Almost finished on up. 5th spearman about to arrive. And still no ship in queue yet. There it is, finally.
Go. Yeah, should come out before the dock gets burnt down. Beasty might be able to get the bounty off the dock, but I don't think the dock will go down. Shinobi also out now. Can also just pull a villager with the Shinobi to try and get the repair in.
Yeah, and it's a good spread by Beasty knowing that the aeroship's going to come out. Just, you know, obviously he doesn't want those spearmen group taking damage on all of them. Shinobi arrives, though, and immediately aeroship pops out and Beasty runs on away. So really, really good quick reaction there. The outpost is poking and prodding at the Coca Township, but that's all it's going to be able to be hitting.
Yeah. And behind this, Lucifron still has access to the gold next to the dock, and villager from Beasty is now moving back, is probably going to look for a dock drop on that second pond, just needs to get some form of economy scaling of his own, as now Lucifron is going to be free to scale onto that pond that he's got access to. Now also going for another dock on the other pond. If he gets a nice early fishing ship out there, not fishing ship, archer ship out there, doesn't look like it's going to be in time because Beasty's getting his own dock up as well. Does have the option of emplacements though. But with the position from Beasty's dock, he's not going to be able to instantly reach Lucifron's dock with the emplacement.
Yep, Spearman, though, will spot out that villager building the dock. The question is does it get there in time to deny the dock from going up? I think first couple attacks are going to be going in onto it. Villager's going to... Oh, Shinobi's there.
Shinobi, just in time.
Oh,
look at how quickly that Shinobi kills. Yeah, that Shinobi kills it so much quicker than the Spearman kills the villager.
It still had me nervous, but whew.
It gets to you. It gets to you.
5 spears now inside of this outpost and arrow slits upgraded onto it, just to that much more arrow fire onto the Coca Township.
What's the plan now behind this Lucifron? How many villagers did he send over to go? Oh, Khan actually gets a villager pickoff there. But how many villagers does Lucifron have on gold? That kind of is going to tell us the story of what his game plan is going to be here now.
My guess is going to be 4.
If it's 4, then that tells me that he wants to fight for the dock. It's 5 with an outpost there as well. With the sabotage. If he just gets the second one out there.
Yeah, and placements was already in queue, but this is one of those that Lucifron can constantly bounce back and forth, constantly try to get as much damage as he can. And then, like you said, if second Shinobi is in queue now, so if he's able to get a second Shinobi over to that western side pond, that should allow him to secure it up for himself.
Pays attention. No ship yet from Beasty in queue, and Lucifron, he's eking up quite the economic advantage right now on these ponds.
That second Shinobi is out now. I think the western pond shouldn't be able to be secured at all. Shinobi able to kill the spearman and then
stylish kill.
Yeah, very stylish. Is still burning down that dock, but
sabotage is the cooldown. It's coming up but not right now. Use it.
Come on!
No, use it.
Oh my gosh!
No. Oh. Chance miss.
That could have been it. The second Shinobi would have been there in time, would have been able to clear both spears, and then that whole dock is his. That literally 2-second play is enough to. Whew.
That could have closed out that pond. Like that would have been a save.
It 100% would have closed out that pond, but Lucifron still can. The second Shinobi's on the way. There's nowhere for that arrow ship to go. There's no healing that's able to be done by it. And now the Shinobi is just walking straight towards that dock. He wants to make sure another one doesn't come out. Now, it's okay. So see, overreaction here. Overreaction, still has the pond secured. Couple archers, though, stepping up. Yeah. I think the outpost isn't in range from the gold vein. Yeah.
And she doesn't even have, it must have the emplacement one, right? No, it's getting, is it? It is in range. Okay, it did hit.
Mm-hmm. But now the dock has been denied and Beasty is fully off of water. We can see that the eco differential's up to 10, but now this allows Lucifron to actually invest in the water on the western pond. So check back a couple minutes from now. We're going to be up at like a probably 20 eco differential here, if not more.
Yeah. And now what is Lucifron going to plan on doing with that eco lead? It seems like he's investing into horsemen for the time being. I mean, there are archers from BC that you do want to take down, but the Kashyyyks are going to prove to be quite the formidable meat shield there.
I like the textiles
now we get a ram as well.
I like the textiles play. So Beasty is wanting to do some damage here with the ram, is wanting to focus in on this timing. It looks like some Yumi archers and a horseman is what Lucifron is starting to make. He's going to have a ton of food coming in. It looks like he's posturing towards Castle Age, actually, with his resources that he has.
It's going to be hard to pull off, though. Especially with that ram now coming in. At least sees those... that Kashyyyk every now and then when he tries to run past the wood line.
I'm wondering if Lucifron can see the ram yet. If not, now he can here with the outpost. So it's circling back around. Lucifron has to respect his play. He's starting to make his own spears now. So he's on that 1-1-1, and he has a ton of eco to do so. So forget about the castle play. It is 100%. He's got to respect this feudal play and just use the extra food he has in feudal now.
Outpost doing a good amount of damage there to the Kashyyyk, taking one down.
Yeah, he has the extra steeled arrow in already, so outpost there is going to do a little bit extra more since BC doesn't have ranged armor.
And fortification coming in on that outpost, now going to be even harder to take that down, but not impossible.
Keshik falls again, too. Very, very important to have those Keshiks die early. Lucifron pulling vills. He knows right now securing this gold is super key. That's so many villagers pulled. They can jump inside the other outpost, though. They can do some healing on the outpost. Instead, though, some villagers are falling, using them just as a frontline meat shield, hoping to take better trades. He knows that he has more economy. Rams still falling, more horsemen coming into play, and Lucifron is just taking this. He doesn't care about the villagers.
Yeah, I mean, Beasty has to focus the horsemen, right? Like, it's too many, but now losing his army and Lucifron still very far ahead economically. 6 villagers do go down, but still an 11 eco lead at the end of the day.
Yeah, Lucifron absolutely fine with the end of that play. He's good with it. He's stabilized. Now, he has the military lead. Beasty was the one dropped down to 9 archers, and that's all. And Lucifron can really start to be aggressive now, can start circling around, taking map control, or going back towards that Castle Age play like he was wanting and planning on.
Yeah, I think now is probably the best time to go for that Castle Age play. The walls.
Oh,
it's that villager, really? The one from earlier? You just see him there for a split second. And he's never seen again.
well, where he's planning on building the outpost is not going to be a great spot. Beasty's doubling down on the ram play. But now Lucifron's stabilized. He's good. He's chilling. That was like the minute timing that I was really worried. And Lucifron held it fine. Didn't take too much of a deficit now. And he's going to go do the thing you do against English, or I always say English because that's when you first talked about it a ton. But just start canceling out reinforcing units. Start making it hard for BC to keep his army as one and actually group together.
Rams starting to take down the dog from Lucifron here. It's only a single dog, and I mean, BC has the outpost there next to the wood line from Lucifron, so he can tell if Lucifron sends a villager that way around.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of food idled out from Lucifron. I think there was like 7 or so fishing boats over on that side. He wants to try to circle with his horsemen to get that way, but I don't think he can get there before the dock gets taken down. Forced drop off before dock falls. Yep.
Get the food in, and now Lucifron has enough. Floating gate is coming in.
I mean, timing's there. He's still good. He's happy with this play. Now all he needs is the upgrades.
And to be fair, he can still have those fishing ships gather right now. If he does manage to get the dock up again in Castle Age, he'll immediately get like 200 food out of those fishing ships.
Yep. Oh my gosh. No way.
Such a ballsy outpost. It's just outside the line of sight there.
I mean, the amount of horsemen Lucifron has, though, he could circle and just burn it down quite easy, but BC's ready to push up for another play. Floating gate pretty close to finishing. This timing is about to be there, and oh my, the outpost, it's so annoying.
There we go, Rams coming in. Yoshiro Relic has been garrisoned inside the barracks. Samurai is going to be the main plan here now from Lucifron.
Just let those villagers do some clown card in the outpost here. Wait as long as you possibly can. Delay. The first samurai is out. Second samurai is out. You need a few more than this probably, especially with some Keshiks. Villagers pulled on that backside outpost, so is starting to get some damage in.
The samurai against the Keshiks don't quite feel too confident there. Spearmen are taking down the outpost from Beasty in the back.
Lucifron's just trying to wait for as long as possible.
Put his Deerstone forward now as well, so all of his units do have a movement speed advantage.
But now it's just that one ram, and the horseman gonna dive on top of it. This is still gold denial. 900 win the bank. Lucifron doesn't have the resources to do a lot of things with that wood now, but the spears, they're on top of the Keshiks, and it's just going to be the archers left to deal with a lot of samurai.
A lot of samurai indeed. +2 pierce armor, not quite in yet, but you don't really need it. The samurai with 4 armor +1 from the blacksmith, they only take a single point of damage here from the archers with every attack, but the movement speed does mean that Beasty is going to be able to do a lot of kiting.
Yeah, but you can just see how little damage they're actually taking as long as they can kind of hit some swings, have some damage. Keshiks are falling fast, and they are getting tickled. They're laughing at the damage that these archers are doing. It's like shooting toothpicks at them.
Oh my
all
God.
my villagers, no!
What?
Oh my
What
gosh!
were they doing there?
I'm so
What were they
confused.
doing there? No way.
I don't know what that was for, but they are all dead, and they will not be coming back. Beasty is down 21 eco units now with that villager loss and with the obvious fishing boat deficit.
Samurai, though, slowly but surely, they are getting cleaned up at the front line, but the second army is already ready. There are still 14, 15 samurai out on the field at this point in time.
And look at the couple that are still there. They're still doing a great job. I thought they were going to be cleared up at this point, and they're still getting 4 or 5 more swings probably.
God. And here
Next
they go.
set of samurai are on the way. So Lucifron, this is another game. He's ahead early. This is another game. It's looking really good for him. Will he be able to close the gap on this one? It's looking a little bit different. He's now starting to do getting some raiding units out, starting to actually press forward instead of being that defensive player.
Mounted Samurai now coming in as well, though, and suddenly Beasty can't kite anymore. GG gets called, and Lucifron at match point for Beasty gets his own point on the board.
Yeah. People thought that we were going to be caster cursing, but no, Lucifron was able to close that one, learn from his mistakes in the previous games, not going to let Beasty back into that one. And with both pawns secured on Kawasan, it definitely feels good for yourself as in the course of that early middle game tempo.
Oh man, and that in a matchup which typically feels like it is somewhat Mongols favored with the Japanese here up against the Mongols, but that is usually the story on land maps. On the hybrid map, Lucifron able to win this one. I'm interested in why Beasty didn't just go straight for the dock from Lucifron. Like, if he just went straight for it instead of going for that weird outpost rush on the gold, he could have easily denied that dock.
Yeah, it would have made sense if he like outposted the other gold too and actually got gold denial. But right when you outposted that, you were like, this doesn't really matter. There's another gold one right in between his dock. And sure enough, Lucifron just walked over that way, dropped double outpost and said, great, I got my gold secured. And that made the middle game much easier for himself. But now we're done with the hybrid maps. That's usually where Lucifron's the strongest. He's still down 2-1. So Beasty coming into Dry Arabia, and it's going to be Ottomans versus Ayyubids.
Interesting matchup. Not one that we see too often, but the Ayyubids for Lucifron. One of his strongest civilizations, I want to say. Beasty with the Ottomans. Beasty on the Ottomans, I want to say he had a rough start with them when the Ottomans came out. Beasty and the Ottomans, I want to say, was like one of his weakest civilizations, but he's sharpened that dull blade into something like a really, really good claymore that you can really use now. Like, Ottomans with Beasty now feel really, really solid. He started like really embracing the timings of the Ottomans, and now he's gotten really, really good with them. I'm interested to see how he's going to play them up against Lucifron's Ayyubids, though. Because we're for sure going to see a fast castle camel lancers into archers.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I laugh at you explaining that about Beasty's Ottomans. I feel like that they're that civ that everyone's like, Ottoman's not good. Ottoman's not good. But in certain people's hands, you ban Ottomans. You don't let them on it. I know Beasty's one of those that like you said, has gotten super strong with it. Anatan's another player that people are like, yeah, for some reason, Anatan just knows how to play the Ottomans. It kind of suits his play style. Very aggressive tempo play style in some sense, but also can get to that late game siege boom. But enough of that one. Let's get into this game number 4. Will Lucifron be able to tie the series, or will Beasty be moving along to the redemption finals?
Let's see now. It's going to be an interesting one. House of Wisdom coming in for Lucifron with the Ayyubids. Still going to be a little bit until we see exactly which wing he is going to choose here. But, I mean, to be fair, I think he's a pretty readable player when it comes to how he plays Ayyubids. So, most likely it is going to be that reinforcement wing into either, I want to say, like the advancement wing or the economic wing growth.
Yeah, I feel like that's always one of those choices that it's dependent on how that early feudal age is going. Sometimes you get pressured and you feel the need to click up early with the advancement wing. And sometimes you're like, oh, I can breathe a little bit. You know, the first push is coming a little bit later. I'm going to take advantage of the growth wing and really give yourself that extra eco bonus, like right when you're aging on up. You always want to be able to hit growth if possible.
Yeah.
Early military school is dropped, though. I've seen some players opting against this, saying that it's, you know, it's slowing down the tempo too much now, and they'll still drop them in kind of the middle to later at times, but sometimes the earlier ones don't feel as good as they once did.
Yeah, I'm wondering right now, like BC, he opened up with the early military school. Desert Raiders, they're not quite like Camel Archers, as in they don't do any bonus damage to Spearmen. They still are quite nice when it comes to raiding, when it comes to being able to just kill a couple of villagers here and there, kiting back and forward. Even against Spearmen, they do have a ranged attack, and they're able to just run back, kite back and forth, and do a lot of damage to them. Get the bonuses here right in front of us right now between them. And now, overall, I mean,
Ooh, what was
the camel? We're getting the economic ring growth early here. Okay, that's interesting.
No,
Wait,
it's the
what?
economic wing industry.
What?
That's what I was about to say. I thought I saw industry.
I've not seen that.
Like,
I've not seen that in a pro game yet. Like in a tournament game, I haven't seen that in a tournament game yet.
So there's like two kind of thoughts here. I've seen it at times where I at first, this is only when the Sif first came out, people were like, you can get such a fast second TC with this. Well, he's not on the stone, so it's not a second TC. So my thought is, Lucifer wants to play feudal. He drops double production buildings and he just goes aggressive. He's got 9 onto food still. So when this age up comes through, he should have a pretty decent food bank and should be able to really get this tempo going. And as I just mentioned with the military school, that tempo slows down a lot.
Oh my god, is this
could have been a reaction play?
Is this a Dragavan build? Because he's sending a villager out. He's sending a villager out. I think he's making forward proxy. What is going on? Is he going to clown car? Is he going to clown car? Please tell me he's going to clown car.
You got to give the people what they want. You know, he's not clown car. He's got 15 on food. 15 on the food. This has got to be double production
What's he doing
buildings.
with food? Yeah, but what unit does he make once he gets up? Surely not. Surely he's not going to go forward and drop a stable.
Barracks.
Imagine he goes forward, drops a stable and a barracks. Like, why?
Okay. Now he's back on the wood a little bit more. I would have thought like range barracks, but I'm not for sure. It's about to finish. We're all about to get excited here. Beasty's moving out onto the stone now. Oh my! And
Archer, there we go. It's gonna be the clown car. It's gonna have to be the clown car.
yeah,
I was here.
And now he moves back onto the wood. Yeah, he's got enough food now to just consistently produce here. Oh my gosh.
Puppypaw said that this isn't gonna work because Beasty had 13 sheep. You say that until the clown car is parked right next to your TC.
And Beasty, he's going Sapahi out of the military school. That takes a while to make that Sapahi. He's dropping a stables. And Lucifer's doing the scouting. So he's going to see the stables.
Could be an instant barracks next to it.
Yep,
there we go.
There it is already. Oh, this is so hype. I'm so excited right now. You know, it's one that we could have talked about this game. We could have talked about this game for a full hour before this, and we would have never talked about this.
He sees it. He knows what's going on.
He sees it now, but what's his reaction? He's like, oh God. Okay.
This is a historic day. I just want to say this. This is a historic day. For the first time ever, you're going to see the industry ring being played, not just in a pro tournament game, but in the loser bracket finals, in one of the final matches.
Oh my gosh, Beasty just got exactly enough for the next military school. That's kind of funny. I don't think he can drop it. I think he has to react with actual production at this point. Military schools are too slow.
Yeah, 150 wood for that, when a production building is just 100 wood. A Beasty can be greedy, so I think he might greed. I think he might greed it out.
All right, so the gold's denied, the stone's denied.
Oh, it said
He's
it's gonna
trying to
be
drop a
even greedier.
blacksmith?
It said it's
Even
gonna be even greedier.
So look at he's pulling the pills.
Huh? He wants the blacksmith up quickly?
And Lucifron just has to focus on the military. I get it. Oh, the scout's so low, but able to stay alive. Next set of spears are on the way. Horsemen on the way, and the first ram is on the way. We are here for this game-deciding match. Lucifron down 1-2, and he is going clown car proxy base.
Clown car proxy base. I was here, man. I'm all here for it.
Beasty just now getting his own range in play. There's already horsemen out. There's already spears out. There's already archers out. He's down in the numbers, and the ram immediately gets to start hitting the blacksmith, gets to start hitting the production if he desires, whatever his choice may be. Ranged armor's in though.
Side of it.
Ranged armor's gonna finish.
It is. But we already do have spearmen there. That can also just hop inside of the... you need to move the ram a little bit further to the left side.
Oh my gosh, the ram just got crushed!
It's going down.
Oh no!
Kill at least one supply. One supply, get the kill. Doesn't get the kill on it. Killed only the scout.
Well, that was exciting.
Yeah, so round 2?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
He needs a lot more wood.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I would have rathered him like outpost the wood line too, instead of the ram at that point. Just he could have full denied wood, outpost either side of the wood line, can't push forward with the military.
I think he needs to move into the wood denial now.
Yeah, I think it has to be wood denial now. The production's up. He can stop the ranges, and oh my, range and another military school. So the military school does come through. It's gotta be wood denial. Beasty has to move over to the other wood line already.
Yeah, and that one is not in range of the TC, so that one you can definitely deny right away. Gets an outpost up on it, but an outpost doesn't really help you when you're that far outnumbered at the moment.
He's also was starting to move out to the deer, I think. Didn't react into outpost is going to get committed on. Finishes up. A horseman falls for it.
I say, what's Lucifron's game plan going to be now? Because he does have a very large food bank at the moment.
I think he just goes castle now.
He goes castle age. He does have a good amount of units, right? Like, and Beasty isn't going to move out of feudal age anytime soon because of this heavy aggression that has been going on so far. We do see the walls, so that definitely does suggest that being the play.
I think it's castle. I think he's forcing a lot of reaction from Beasty here. The problem is he's going to lose 2 production buildings, so then castle age, he doesn't have as much of that kind of umph behind it, doesn't have that as much tempo to be able to build up.
Or maybe that's where he gets the early men-at-arms out then from. The forward barrack.
I think they'll be burned down before then.
It might be.
I think all of Beasty's reinforcing units are about to go that way right now.
Yeah. BC's got so many supply at this point in time. 7, 3 in queue, probably 2 from the military schools.
And that's where Lucifron, investing in the walls, knows that the raiding is going to end up happening. He has 100% started his age up. It is the advancement wing, so he's going to try to get this timing. The Sipahi were pushed off of the proxy production. And the advancement wing's on the way. And we got the timing on it with the overlay too, so we can see how close it's going to be. Archers are moving over that way. Sipahi are moving over that way. And now the walls from Lucifron, we're getting close to finishing, but I think Beasty is arriving right before they finish with his Sipahi mass.
It's so many Sipahi already, and they're so scary. They're actually so scary. Like, I talked with Sassy about it once, and he agrees, like, the amount of spearmen to Sipahi ratio that you need in order to effectively counter them in an army is very similar to knights, and they don't cost as much as a knight.
Oh, no, not nearly as much. And Beasty's been getting a lot of these for free. The proxy production, like we said, is getting taken down. I think the barracks will probably have a few more seconds just because the majority are archers here. So we could maybe queue up 1 minute arms if that matters.
Yeah,
The walls have been secured from Lucifron. Military schools are up, though. And that's where I feel like Beasty's just been getting a lot of payoff from those military schools. 2 military schools have been pumping for a while now.
Yeah. And right now, Lucifron about to hit Castle H is going to immediately queue a couple of Golems and a couple of these Camel Riders, Camel Lancers. And the Camel Lancers, they're honestly right now in this situation, they look kind of good. As in that they're going to be able to at least debuff the Sipahi, which is notable because Sipahi, they do have a lot more base damage than just normal horsemen. So getting 20% away from that does mean quite a bit as the game, as these fights kind of like do go on.
Yep.
Beasty, he's getting towards Castle H as well though. Like Beasty is really good when it comes to just catching up in Castle H. Already has the gold for it pretty much.
Yeah, he's definitely posturing that way, still getting the free units from the military schools. That's always the nice part about the Ottomans is when you stop your production, you're still producing a little bit. The mass is starting to move across, though, and there's the Camel Lancer arriving. Sipahi did not have the rest of the mass with them, so the spears able to close the gap before getting sniped down a little bit. That one Camel Lancer is not going to be enough for this fight, I feel like. Archer's having to fall back. Sipahi just chased right back by, but another Camel Lancer in reinforcements. Gets his charge on in, and that first Camel Lancer is still alive, tanking up those archers. This is actually really good. That was actually a really good trade by Lucifron.
Could have been way worse, but losing all of the archers here, I wish he just canceled the archer upgrade right now. He still has it in queue. Just get rid of it. You only have 3 archers remaining. And Beasty's going up now behind us, and Beasty still has the mass remaining, right? So I actually don't think that this was as good of a trade for Lucifron. It's going to look real dire now once Beasty is able to go up, and Lucifron doesn't have an army out on the field, but Beasty does.
Yeah, his army that he has out are the Camel Lancers, but some of those are trying to still deal with that Sipahi mass that we know Beasty. He's just going to continue to run on by, going to continue to hit different eco units, hit different spots, cause more idle time, and there we go. We already see it right then and there.
Yeah, this is really difficult, and once we get to the age up as well, like Camel Lancers and Golems, once the archers get upgraded to veterancy and the +2, they're able to do a lot of damage even to those units as well. They go up to 9 damage then in Castle Age. Maximum you're gonna have is 6 armor, so 3 damage is gonna go through with every single attack.
Beasty is starting to run lower on those Sipahi numbers. A few more reinforcing units coming forward, but now is the point where I think Archer upgrade should be clicked up and coming through here in just a little bit for Beasty.
It's GG. The age up has come through, and Lucifron doesn't feel like he can win it anymore. The military numbers are still there for Beasty. Lucifron wasn't able to put a dent in them, missed his timing, and GG gets called. It was an interesting play with the Industry Wing. The Clown card didn't quite work this game, but I gotta say, it could work. It can work. We've seen it work. Just not in this game.
Personally, I think hindsight is instead of the clown carring, he should have just played wood denial and just said, you're never getting military buildings and production
on the wood line.
No, that works too. But either way, it was one that it was super interesting. It looked dire for Beasty for a second. And then all of a sudden, he's able to hold. He's able to return the favor, able to get all of the production up, and took some good trades, and as good as over from there.
Do I need to be that pessimistic guy that points out just because you can do something doesn't mean you should? Like you can.
Oh, you definitely should.
Like you can eat dung, right? But like,
have you ever played Portal 2?
Is that where we're going with this? It's like, you can become an English main. Actually, that's a bad example. You could become an Ottoman main. You probably wouldn't get very far with it, though. Unless your name is Beasty and you just do exactly what you done there. Crazy set and big commiserations for Lucy, because that means there will be no Spanish homeboy to represent at Red Bull Wololo. Beasty keeps the dream alive and is the last European standing here. And, we ought to talk a little bit about this, because Dabston, I don't think it's any secret. Lucifron, this is probably his last tournament, right? Like, Vortex has already said as much. Lucifron seems to be in a similar kind of pen there. I think we need to kind of lean in on that a little bit, because in some ways it's beautiful. We've got all these upcoming players to kind of replace, never truly replace. But, you know, the fact he even tried that in a match point game, god damn, I'm going to miss him.
I mean, it was right into his play style too. You got to go out with a bang. You know, people are not going to forget that one if it is his last game. I know they kind of said, hey, we might play some tournaments here and there if it makes sense, if the prize pool's good enough. But this is the last one where it kind of feels like they've been practicing, they're in better form, and this is their main game rather than it being kind of more of a side thought. But definitely a historic finish and one for the books.
Yeah, and you know, like, so many proud accomplishments under his belt, I want to say, already, Crackety, over the years. Like Lucifron, you know, him and Vortex, it looked like we're seeing a huge resurgence at the end of 2023. Some good performances in 2024. Plenty to leave behind, to be proud of here. What is your biggest miss here? What are you going to miss from the Spanish bros? I feel like, you know, for some people, it'll be Vortex's absurd all-inness. Some people, it'll be the insanity of the way they do water. Some people, it'll be their 5-minute series. Is there someone in particular that you think is going to be hollow in the scene now?
I think probably most hollow is the insane amount of gatekeeping that Lucifron and Vortex have been doing on the ladder so far.
That's true. That is true. Any aspiring 1200 elo person keeps running into these 2100 elo Spaniards every time.
Oh, even if you're like 1600, 1700, 1800 rating, you go up against them, and against like a 2200 rated player, Vortex, when he does the all-in, they have a chance. But I go up against Vortex, and I'm like, I'm dead. I'm just dead. I know that I don't have what it takes in order to defend these crazy all-ins that come from him. And I think the same goes for many players. Whenever I see like the streams from Vortex, whenever I see the streams from Lash, they're having great success on ladder, and it's honestly they've been there, and their games are quick, right? So unlike, for example, I'm just gonna throw in like a more boomer-ish kind of playstyle. Like let's take a demo, let's take a Beasty potentially, where sure they play up against a 1600 rated player. The game goes for like 50 minutes. Vortex Lucifron, their games last like 10 minutes, 12 minutes or so. They just keep going. They keep going. An insane amount of gatekeeping on ladder that they've been doing. And honestly, I was always there for it. They've put out incredibly entertaining games, and the games that you see being played against Vortex are probably some of the most insane, like high-octane games that you can ever see.
I think that's the big thing for me, right, Dabs? And I think those two really set a pace within Age of Empires 4. One that a lot of other people would have been happy to avoid, right? Like, you know how this game began. It was fast castle builds, always rush relics, build 3 TCs, and let's talk in 40 minutes. Lucifron and Vortex from a very early point didn't want any of that.
Yeah, and I, you know, there have been a lot of different metas. There's been a lot of different transitions in the metas, but they have still stuck to their guns. They've stuck to their strengths, which, like you said, there were the hybrid maps, which was always their strength, but also the all-inning and the timing. And I think that's what I'm going to miss the most. I think is when I'm casting, you know, a macro game, it's nice. You're chilling back. You're seeing, you know, how efficiently they're moving their villagers and stuff. But when you're seeing these timing pushes and all of a sudden it is just 30, 40 units at someone's base, they're all in the TC. That's where, you know, the hype is at the peak, I would say.
It's an art, definitely one that we're going to miss from their side. But, you know, commiserations once again to Lucifron. Farewell to him and Vortex, and best of luck with Stormgate. But what I'll let you two do now is quickly eat some pizza or whatever you've got to do in the background, because we've still got one more set to go. We've got Beasty versus Puppypaw in just a few minutes. So, just you and me now. We got to talk. I noticed a few more people entering our giveaway. That's right, Age of Mythology. We are giving away more copies. To get your hands on it, you need to take advantage of that Surfshark link down below. Be sure to go through to their website. Be sure to use the code Wololo at checkout to get 4 months extra. And I've worked out the maths. You're getting basically like a third of what you spend back if you win the Age of Mythology copy. That's insane. Actually, I think it might be more than that, because I think it might be the advanced copy. I have to check. Bare minimum, it's 33%. At best, it's like 50% rebate on us. I don't know what you're waiting for. In Age of Myth, especially if you want to try that game, that's going to be even more high value. Your ability to kind of hide your identity, maybe force a dodge against someone like Mister because you lean towards a different ping area. Maybe if you got a better chance against Magic. There's plenty of little crafty tricks that you can put to work to try and get your favorable matchup. But, you know, besides that, keep those subs rolling in. I see them coming through. Remember, we've still got tomorrow to go, and tomorrow is potentially 14 games between two players, which is insane to think about. And I don't want to add spoiling that experience for you. So keep them pumping in. Remember, a lot of this is community-driven, community-funded. But yeah, I mean, guys, for me, Lucifer and Vortex did. Like, I was thinking about it. I love the twins from Canada, but it was nice to have that dynamic at work between the short games from the Spaniards and the more kind of chill, a bit longer games for the Canadians. I'm going to be heartbroken to lose that dynamic, but something tells me it won't be the last time we see a Lucifron or a Vortex on an EGC TV tournament. We'll just have to see what the future holds. But we should probably check in on the bracket because there's been plenty of stories told and plenty of people who have had to been slain along the way. And along the way, I think we've seen farewell to some of the potentials that will take the place in the top 5 of the likes of Lucifron and Vortex. I know for me, a really big standout in this tournament and a heartbreaking way for him to actually get eliminated was Anatan and the runs he's been making. Dimu still always aspiring to become one of the absolute tops, always maintain at the top of the leaderboard. And I think we heard from Reinado before, sometimes he looks like a god, and sometimes there just seems to be one step missing. Hopefully he'll be able to figure that out moving forward. The rise of Kiljardi cannot be denied. Baltian, of course, another person who fell victim to Kiljardi in that lower bracket, but was able to take games off the likes of Dimu, off the games of the likes of Beasty in recent tournaments. And from his background in Age of Empires 1, he understands aggro, so it's the perfect time to get active with these Spanish boys now conceding their roles within the scene. On the upper bracket side, I still have very high hopes for the Team Elephant members. Louis MT was always an obvious one on people's radar, but CSO definitely turned up and proved what he's capable of in this tournament after his performance against Vortex earlier on. And we've still got the staples, always there in the background, right? Zertin, Voldemar, Lash, these people that have been grinding for a long time. 3D Clan looking like they were going to be out and not about in Age of Empires anymore, but this renewed appearance out of the likes of Kat and even Garnath in a few tournaments gives hope to me. There's still plenty to come in Age of Empires. I think we can all agree. There's still plenty to come here. Because all the upcomers, there are a few in there, right? The likes of Ezra, I'm definitely aware of. M7, Moo, the Delhi specialist. I know we have the young bloods as well. People like MSNDK, Gully Deco, Dragovan. All people I'm expecting to rise up. Because this is kind of the thing. You know, sometimes when people see players leave these scenes, they shed a tear and say, it's all over. No. Be happy it existed. Be happy it happened at all. And then realize that it's a power vacuum, an opportunity for someone else to strike into the top 8, top 16, you know? I don't want to make us sound like an evil bunch of superheroes here, but it's a bit like The Boys. Superhero dies, we can find a new one with different powers. Maybe this one will be able to levitate or flashbang me. I don't know exactly what they're going to be able to do, but whatever it is, I'm expecting a lot of shock and awe. You know, I think the cool thing actually for Age of Empires in particular is when I look at some of these names, I mentioned a few of them, like the Gully Decals, the Voldemars, you've got this youthful element. You know, the reality is we began Age of Empires 4 as a StarCraft retirement home. And now, with the Canadians taking 2 of the top spots in the final 3, I think it's fair to say that we've evolved beyond just the Boomer squad, right? We've got this young blood coming through, this new gen of gamers. And I, for one, am absolutely excited to see what they will be able to pull off. Curious, though, going into this next matchup, because we have got one more series today, remember. Beasty will play one more time. Everyone's cheering. He's still alive. He's still going. But he's got a big challenge. Last time it was Wham that knocked him down to this lower bracket in a 3-1 series that had 2 surprise picks which ambushed Beasty and caught him off guard. In some ways, this might be the worst of the 2 matchups for Beasty. Because Wham, there's no denying there was a layer of subterfuge there that gave him an edge. I think he'll accept that. Skill as well. But Puppypaw is now a new breed. Beasty hasn't seen everything he's been cooking. He might think he has, but just because the bros scrim together doesn't mean that's where all of the magic the Canadians get come from. The interesting part, though, is looking at this matchup between the two. It's a 60% win rate overall for Beasty, but the last time they met, which was in the Elite Classic 2, you wouldn't believe it was a 60% win rate. It was a 4-1 scoreline in favor of the Canadian kid. Fair to say that Puppypaw can deliver on the most grandiose of stages. And not only that, the biggest thing that has me excited, I got a feeling Holy Island's going to get picked. And why that makes me smile, some people might not like water. Some people might have mixed feelings. But what I can guarantee you, the two craziest land comebacks we have seen in Red Bull Wololo, El Reinado so far came from these two players. Puppypaw's insane Japanese game, and today, Beastie's Roost game up against Lucifron definitely deserve to have a title alongside them, an accolade for how magical and fantastic they were. But I think we are just a few minutes away. I'm going to check in with production and see if we've got the lobby ready. I know my hungry casters have been working pretty damn hard, so really big shout out for them. We're 5 hours in already. Give me your predictions, because I've got a feeling between Beastie's playstyle and Puppypaw's, I'm feeling like we get another 2.5 hours, 3 hours here. The interesting part to me when you look at these two players is I think you'll find that Beastie will definitely welcome the idea of the late game. I don't think Puppypaw's going to allow him to get there so freely. Last time we did see the match up with that 4-1 victory for Puppypaw, Puppypaw was very good at being the tempo setter. Now, admittedly, when you've got water maps in the mixer, it kind of dilutes the formula a little bit. You have to be aggressive. You have to be present. But at the same time, even when it came to land maps, Puppypaw has had some insane moves. I still remember watching him in, I believe it was the Elite Classic, where he even went ahead and Barbican rushed an aggressive player like Vortex. It's fair to say that Puppypaw has evolved from just being maybe more of a defensive mid-game focused player into being a little bit of a wild card. And that's what it's all about here. When you think about Red Bull Wololo, when you think about everything on the line, just like we saw from Wham up against BC in the upper bracket, sometimes you got to throw the curveball. Sometimes you got to shock someone. For example, picking Delhi, somewhere you never expect it, and pulling 5 villages. Or perhaps you go onto a claustrophobic map and pick Zhuji when everyone else rates Zhuji as D tier on land. This is the stuff that I live for. Maybe an Order of the Dragon pick? No. KP, you overreach. I mean, they are at a 0% win rate, so realistically, you can't do worse. In fact, I think so far, they have been underwhelming to the extreme. They've only been picked 3 times in total, and every time they've lost. French is also down here right now. They've got a 0% win rate, 6 losses overall. Everyone else has at least got 1 dub under their belt. One thing for sure, I'm not expecting a H3 to be allowed through. Expect Chinese to be a high ban or high pick priority as well, because both of these players do have penance for loving to dish the pain out with the Chinese civs. But I think it's time to welcome Crackety and Dabston back in. They should be nicely nourished and ready to feed your brains, because we have got one more set here on this Saturday evening, and it is going to be Beastie versus Puppypaw.
All right, we're back.
Oh, it's happening. I wanted it. Socotra straight on the opening. They did not wait around. Let me know. I want to go for both of you. First of all, Dabston, how do you feel about this map? Because the community as a whole had big reservations when it was first entered into Wololo.
You know, it's one that I was hesitant at first. I was like, oh, it's just like mountain clearing, but with water instead. And for some reason, it just plays better. It's more interesting. It's not this like, I'm going to drop an English white tower in the middle. You got a lot of different kind of play styles and things out there and available. So I personally, it's grown on me a lot. I've enjoyed almost every game I've casted of it. It's been interesting. It's been kind of off the wall strategies and some strategies we expect, but just action, fun, exciting gameplay.
Crackety, I mean, like, you know, you've been there. I think you were maybe doing a few scrims with some of the players when it first came out to get a feel for it. Definitely a map that I think most people just writ off as memeful at first, almost like a second mountain clearing.
Yeah, but at the beginning, maybe it was like that. You know, the first version of Socotra that we did see, it was very different from what we have now. But now that we do have this kind of like more balanced version of Socotra, I gotta say, I love it. I absolutely love it. This map is absolutely beautiful. It feels like a much more balanced version of mountain clearing, I want to say, and one that really like enforces its main identity. Like on mountain clearing, you have this kind of like campy kind of play style. None of that in Socotra. No camping here. This is where the action happens.
Yeah, I hope they take a lesson from this on how you can make claustrophobic maps work for different strategies, Dabston, because you know, sometimes I think it's fair to say with the generation tools that we have in AoE4, you do run the risk of just doing another Dry Arabia that's just wearing a different colored disguise, right? Like maybe this time it's a ginger beard and some spectacles. Next time it's like a big red nose and an afro. But every time, like, look, no offense to regions, but when you think of regions in Dry Arabia, right? Very comparable.
Yeah. And there's still a lot of the maps that are I mean, look at the picture of regions and the picture of Dry Arabia. You could switch the names and it would be the same. I literally would have no idea. And there's a few other maps that can kind of be similar. There's a few maps we've seen that have water, but it's not actual water, or just like a wet Arabia. You're like, cool. But it's one that it's still maps that are interesting as long as there's some sort of different play styles, some sort of different balance, different generations, which regions does have that. You have the kind of different food spawns, some kind of intricacies there, but it still has some similar aspects to it.
Yeah, and you know, I think the beautiful thing is actually in this tournament, it's delivered some of the most absolutely memorable games, right, Crackety? Like, I've seen the absurdity of picks. I remember watching a Byzantine game where the most ridiculous fight occurred over a Grand Winery placement that I've ever seen for a Byzantine. Full stop since they released. We've seen the
Kawasan, the Kawasan Byzantine game.
Oh no! So the Kawasan one, I know what you're talking. The proxy in the center, right? That was Dragavan. There was one I cast the other day. I think I had a Louis Puppypaw one, which was insane. There was another one the other day where it was Mali. It was actually this matchup, funnily enough, and it turned into a Malian outpost rush. Then it turned into a proxy base at the outpost rush. Then it turned into a Limitane spam. It's fair to say that, like, seeing these two civs here, in my mind right now, 100% of this matchup on this map has been pure chaos.
It's been, I mean, in general, when you put these two civilizations against each other, it's already all about aggression. You put them on Socotra together, it's like you put a dog and a cat inside of the same basket.
Yeah, you just gotta
put a rug over it.
You just got to hope that maybe it's a Chihuahua and your cat's pretty beefed up. I mean, it's crazy because I think that the interesting thing about these smaller maps, Dabston, is they don't give much room for mistakes, right? Like, one mistake can cost you a game, whereas Dry Arabia, you know, a mistake gives an edge, but there's recovery time, right? Because of just how far apart you are. Socotra takes that out of the equation. It basically puts you, as Crackety just said, in a very claustrophobic cage.
Yeah, you know, on Dry Arabia, that's a perfect example of a map where it's like, oh, my front side's getting pressured. Well, I can slip out and get some backside deer. I can go over to the corner and get some berries. I can do all these different... With Socotra, it's like, they got one outpost up. They can see everything. The whole entire map almost, or two for sure. And you're like, all right, great. There is no sneaking out to resources. It is, you have to stand your ground. You have to hold that spot or you have to fall back. And if you find yourself, you know, making a farm transition, which obviously these civs don't have to worry about as much because you got the olive groves, which are actually great. And you got cows over on the other side, then it makes it a lot easier. And that's one of the huge strengths of Mali is those cows. You will see them, you know, maybe getting put in some cattle ranches. There's not a ton of room, but a lot of times you will see them being eaten as well.
Most definitely. And, you know, like sometimes you don't even get the full ranch. It's just munching on it and going full feudal. I think that's the other thing. In a feudal meta, we do see a lot of feudal all-ins on this particular map. But let's look a little bit wider upon the draft here, Crackety. You know, we've got our itinerary for the day between Puppypaw and Beasty. I'm noticing Japanese. I'm noticing Juji. But I'm not noticing your typical water map where you'd want them. You know, looking at these two players, looking at the civs that we came out, do you see a clear edge here? Is this in any way going to feel like an outdraft, or do you think both have exactly what they need?
I see some nice comfort picks for Puppypaw. So he's, for example, he's gotten China, which Beasty also very much likes as a civilization. So taking that away from Beasty, definitely a nice win there on his side. And now I don't remember the other civilization, which is
he had Rus as well.
Yeah. Production got you good there. So there was the Rus on one side, English on the other, right? Because that was their bands, their final picks. I believe Puppypaw had the Mongols. Chinese, I think, got snatched away by him as well.
Yeah, he's also like Puppypaw also got Juji. So having China and Juji feels very, very nice. Like you can pick Juji on Kawasan as well. Feels very good there. Beasty, he's got the Ayubids, he's got Delhi, he's got Abbasid. So I'm not sure how much I would favor those civilizations in most situations. Like Delhi is nice, but they don't feel as nice when you pitch them up against something like China against Juji. English in general feels like a very solid civilization. But I think for the most part, Puppypaw has the tools to deal with that as well. It's going to be interesting. Like, my personal take here is, me as a player, I would favor Puppypaw civilizations. And I'm not 100% sure if Beasty civilization picks here. Sure, Beasty always says, oh, he can play every civ. But even he would have to agree that there are civilizations that he's less proficient with than with others. And I see Aibid, I see Japanese, and especially the Japanese one has me worried.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's for Kawasan, but you've got Basses as well. Maybe some question marks around that. And I mean, Dabston, like, to Crackly's point, when you look at Puppypaw, to me, top 3 Byzantine player, probably the best Chinese player we're seeing on comp right now. Like, he's insane on this Civ. Mongols, nothing to turn your nose up at. And if what Wham done with his Juji up against Beasty is anything to go by, if Puppypaw's got something similar in mind, it's fair to say that there's a very lethal dose of pain waiting for Beasty in this draft.
Yeah, and you mentioned Zhu Ji. Well, Zhu Ji is obviously the Chinese variant. They don't play the exact same, but I've seen a lot of the strong Zhu Ji players who know how to play late game, know how to play in these different parts, be strong or previous, strong Chinese players. Well, that I would say kind of coincides with Puppypaw as well. So I definitely think that the Civ draft goes over to Puppypaw a little bit. You mentioned Mongols. Mongols is also a comfort pick civilization for Beasty. We see him play it a lot across a lot of different maps as well. And that's one that Puppypaw was able to snag on away. So a lot of just kind of ease and just comfort there for him, whereas it might have gotten Beasty a little bit off with some of the picks and kind of pigeonholed him in some of the maps as well.
Yeah, I think I'm especially scared as to what answer he has for the Mongols and Frisian if we get that deep. We'll have to find out. It is time, folks. The penultimate series before our grand finals here. Puppypaw versus Beasty. Lower bracket to see who will try for vengeance up against Wham. Wham responsible for putting them both down here on the edge of elimination. Let's see who will try to seek their vengeance and who will fall on this day.
Starting off the series, we got Puppypaw playing as the Malians in the color red. On the other side, we got Beasty playing as the Byzantines. Early olive grove drop here coming in for him, and we're on a very tiny map, Socotra. We're in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by water. Players have minimum amount of room to play with here in this one, and you can already tell just how crowded it is when Puppypaw as the Malians can't even fit all the houses around his pit mine.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where the early olive grove drop makes sense too, because you're now depleting your sheep. You're depleting the other food resources a little bit slower, and you're giving yourself that early olive oil benefit early on as well.
Yeah, definitely. Just making sure that your sheep last just a little bit longer can definitely make a big difference here. Gonna be interesting to see what we're going to be seeing here from the Byzantines, but tends to probably just be the Grand Winery here, I would assume. Definitely has a nice spawn for it in the back-ish towards the water. You could say it's a nice spawn, until you take into account that we also tend to see a lot of water play on Socotra.
Yeah, and it's not usually like right off the bat and immediate, but it's all of a sudden, randomly an arrow ship all of a sudden starts knocking at your doorstep, and you take a couple shots, and then you get denied off of gold for a little bit. You got to rush down a dock, or you build your early dock and just have to react with a ship once it comes over to your side of the map.
Yeah, an early archer ship could actually prove quite devastating here if Puppypaw goes for it against Beasty. He is going to see it now where the berries are positioned exactly, and can tell that's right next to the shoreline. If Beasty goes for that Grand Winery, and there's an archer ship coming in, there we go.
And there's
the Grand Winery as it comes in. Yeah, and that definitely opens up the opportunities here. I think Puppypaw, I mean, it's the usual play anyways with Malians, that as soon as you go for the A-drop, you immediately send most of your villagers over to wood. So that kind of already incentivizes a dock play here as well.
And age up just now coming through for Puppypaw as well. Mansa Quarry being built, 5 villagers on top of that. Scout for BC being annoying though. So if there is a dock that's going to be dropped, he's going to see it for now.
No, he's not.
Oh
It's going to be
my.
a proxy dog. There we go. Coming in with the sneaky shenanigans 2 minutes into the game. Killing a deer?
Huh?
Okay.
Well,
Sure. Goodbye, Bumpy.
It doesn't have anything to do for the time being. Won't be able to build a dock yet, so he's going to go ahead and get some food. And then when he
True.
drops the dock, he'll be able to get a free drop off.
True, and it makes sense as well. The deer, you carry 25 food, so it means that it's going to be a while for you to have to drop off. So that actually makes a ton of sense here.
Yeah, the only scary part is that, it does kill a deer on the map. If BC's aware enough, he'll know a deer randomly died. But that is a hard spot to see this early on too.
Wood is coming in now. Doc should be getting dropped any moment. There we go. Doc's gonna be on the way. And now it's a race for the resource to drop that archer ship as soon as possible.
Yep, Grand Winery has finished. Berries being gathered. Cistern looks like it is wanting to be extended right next to that winery. And there we go. The dock has now about to be finished, and I think we need a little bit more food.
A little bit more wood, but should be coming in sooner rather than later. And Beasty might get enough maybe for one batch of mercenaries, but this is gonna hurt him quite a bit. And can we actually check like the follow-up resource that we have here? How many sheep does Puppypaw have? How many sheep does Beasty have? When we look at the split there. Sheep-wise, Puppypaw.
Puppypaw's got a lot. I think that's like 13.
Does.
Oh, yeah,
9
14.
alive, 5 dead. And on the other hand side, Beasty, he's got
12.
6 alive, 6 dead. Okay, so still has a good amount of sheep remaining. We're actually seeing a stables come in. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's not gonna be wood that he'll have available to him for anything else, for another production building.
Or a dock. Or
Yeah.
a mercenary house. So he could be denied not only off of the berries, but also off the gold for a good little bit too.
Oh, the outpost is not gonna be in time!
No. Oh,
This is huge.
perfect timing
The
by
timing.
Puppypaw here with this war canoe.
And the gold as well. Getting out now.
This is
Heavy
just
losses.
such perfect timing. Beastie having to move forward to the middle berries and the middle gold. And now that's just asking for Puppypaw to start sending some units that way.
No production building yet out of Puppypaw, though. Is spending the wood on some houses on that pit mine. And walls coming in as well. Boar not going to get pulled anytime soon.
For now, though, at least Puppypaw caused some eco denial, caused some annoyance there, has his own walls on the backside, and there is the first production building, an archery range going down, and both players have been getting their eco upgrades behind this. Beastie just a little bit ahead.
That's going to be javelin throwers in queue now for Puppypaw, but Beastie already prepping the horseman. And now that's going to be the mercenary house coming in. Beastie, I mean, the olive oil gathering now is going to be slow because not only is it outside the range of the Grand Winery, but it's also outside the range of the cisterns.
Yep. And same thing with the gold. So just not getting the extra little bit of a boost that you get from those cisterns. And now, though, he at least has a solid amount of villagers on those berries, so at least is getting closer to 200 olive oil per minute and has enough for that first batch.
Yeah, and it's typically just going to be those longbows that will come in here from Beastie. Puppypaw, though, immediately has the answer ready for that with the javelin throwers. The only issue for now is going to be those horsemen, which Puppypaw has already spotted, so can just opt to make his own donzos.
Yeah, will need to be making some donzos at some point. I'm sure he's been dropping or getting close to dropping a barracks if he doesn't have one of one coming on soon. Has even reinforced his little berries, making sure no horseman raids can come easy onto that outpost.
Definitely a nice little reinforced base so far. We're even getting a stable in, so maybe instead of donzo, it's going to be some sofas here from Puppypaw. Interesting play. I think we've seen something like that from him earlier as well.
I kind of like this play, especially with Beastie having to move out onto those gold, out onto the berries out there. He can just circle around anytime the horsemen are out of position, and the longbows can't step up to the sofas, and it just is going to idle out those villagers for quite a while.
Yeah.
I do like that Puppypaw has been able to get a few cows into the mix somehow, some way.
A good amount as well, yeah. And our javelin throwers, I mean,
they could have stepped
onto
up
the gold. I'm guessing he doesn't expect BC to be in the gold there rather than just on the berries. But yeah, it should have stepped up a little bit further than he would have seen.
Just playing the defensive game for now, though, as Beastie is taking one of those vital resources and finally spots out where the dock goes, starting to put some torches onto that.
Archership is going to move towards that. We're now also seeing some Lamidne coming in. That's going to be a perfect counter to those sofas coming in.
Yeah, the question is will those sofas circle around to the berries, or are they going to try to go all the way to home? But during this, I think Beasty moved out to his original berries and is trying to get a quick outpost. So many villagers idled, though, having to run back home. He's going to reclaim the Grand Winery.
Yeah, that's going to be good for him. Villager is going to go down, though. It's going to be first pick off.
Yep.
And yeah, as he said, outpost has come up. Yeah, I think he should have probably just given up on that dog. It's much more important to make sure the berries... Yeah, that the berries are going to be denied.
This is a fight, though, that BC's starting to move out. Oh, wow. Some damage there.
And placement's going to come in, though. But I guess every now and then you can be quite annoying. Like, maybe if you even get a second archer ship in, you just try and do as much damage before they can hop inside.
And we're at the point, though, Beasty needs to be careful about stepping up. There's a good amount of javelin throwers, so it's one that, like, I feel like you got to take the fight or not, because those horsemen will start getting damaged pretty quickly. Sofa getting poked by the and you can say the same thing on the other side, and there is exactly what Puppypaw didn't commit to the fight, took a lot of damage on those Sofa.
Yeah. Archership quite weak at the moment, has to be careful, takes a lot of damage, one more shot, is going down to the outpost, unlucky.
And the house in that stealth forest gives Beasty a lot of vision. Stealth forest is one of those things when you're observing and we're casting these. It's a lot easier to kind of assume all of this vision can be seen by these players, but it is way, way darker than what we're seeing here.
And right now, Beasty behind all of this, he's also mechering up towards the... Of course I say it. Up to Castle Age, and upgrade, and 2 horsemen, and 2 more Levitna, and suddenly the resources are gone again. Alright, guess I'm not calling it anymore. Beasty's gonna go to Castle Age whenever he decides, not when we call it.
Yeah, speaking of on the other side, Puppy, up to 6 cows. And Beasty is starting to build some siege engineering, so I think he wants to start kind of getting closer to all into the base, getting closer to putting some pressure on Puppy.
Puppypaw's built up a lot of javelin throws, though. We're getting to the point where he's going to be able to relatively easily be able to start one-shotting these horsemen. Once you get to that point, it's going to be tough for Beasty to close in on any of these fights.
House actually houses Beasty right now. So all those units in queue are just sitting in queue for the time being.
Houses do go up quickly, though, for the Byzantines, so that shouldn't be too big of an issue indeed. Now House is up again.
And immediately houses him again. And there's the next house. There we go. Now we're good to go. But just as you said, couple of javelin throws hit some wolves, but one of the horsemen goes down.
And the count is just building up further and further. And then once you get to the point where you have the TC fire as well, it's going to be difficult for Beasty to really push the issue there. But he's gotten a lot of the olive oil so far. We're up to almost 20 longbows. The next batch is going to be coming in shortly. And already almost enough olive oil for the next one. And Puppypaw is just putting up outpost after outpost right now. He's been having the Mansa Quarry on stone for a long time. I like this play. Just fortifying your base further and further with the free stone that you get from the Mansa Quarry. Especially on a map like this, where it is so important to get map control with these outposts.
Yeah. And, there's not a ton of those resources that you want to be able to gather. Puppypaw circling around right on top of some villagers on the gold in the middle. BC is able to go over to the gate, though. One villager falls. And Beasty wants to push forward now. Ram has been built, or Karasiphon has been built. And first outpost that has been reinforced starting to be taken down, but those javelin throwers are putting in the work here.
Outpost. It's taking barely any damage from the Karasiphon. The fortifications on that outpost just too strong. Yep. Actually too strong. It's taking no damage. The 5 fire armor makes all the difference here.
And now that looks like a good amount of wasted resources there. A villager can come out and tap that tower a few times if Puppypaw wants, or it can just provide the vision. There's another outpost right behind it, and Puppypaw's still just going to continue to try to kite with these javelin throwers, do some damage. Doesn't want to take the engagement with the sofa with that many limited eye there.
Yeah, but now Beasty just about to be able to click up behind that Puppypaw. 10 cattle in the ranches, but Beasty with the military lead. Once Beasty goes up now to Castle Age, it's going to be difficult for Puppypaw to hold that. Now we see barracks coming as well, so we are most likely going to be seeing a switch into the Varangian Guard. And there we go, Age Up coming in now. Beasty, 24 longbowmen out on the field. You upgrade those to veterancy, they're going to be able to take engagements against the javelin throwers.
The only big drawback I see now and the big hole in BC's plan is if the food starts to run out. He doesn't have the typical massive olive. No, he only has 1 or 2 last I saw.
Really?
So, yeah, I'm pretty sure. And the last we saw the hover, I only saw, like, yeah, I'm used to him having, like, 20 when all of a sudden we hover back over.
You're right. Yeah, barely any food right now.
This is what I'm scared of, is if the front side starts getting denied, but I think he'll be able to reclaim those triple deer pack in just a little bit.
He's going to need them for sure. Another archer ship has been produced in the meantime. Age Up now comes in. But Puppypaw, he's right there as well.
Age Up, a blink of an eye.
And once he gets up, his upgrades are also going to be coming in super, super quick. There we go. Lots of villagers building the Grand Fulani Corral now. And veterancy comes in so quickly for the Malians.
Yeah, and Beasty just got pulled back because of that archer ship with all of his longbows. So very, very slow-moving army. He does have an outpost there, but that, again, that it's going to circle right back around, continue to cause the denial and annoyance. There's no upgrade in that outpost yet.
At the same time, something that I've actually been thinking about is, sure, Beasty had these outposts with the emplacements. I feel like if Puppypaw just went for like 1 or 2 demo ships, they were so close to the shoreline, maybe he could have just made that towers disappear.
Yeah, that as well. But I mean, I feel like even the idle time this has been in cause is more than paying off. Your new age begins for Puppypaw. All of a sudden, all those cattle doing that much better. Upgrades, like you said, come through that much quicker for Molly. And right as the berries are running out is when Beasty is stepping forward. Puppypaw needs to fall back, needs to wait, needs to delay this fight as long as he possibly can.
He's got 13 cattle right now. Puppypaw's food economy is looking very, very solid. And now the javelin throwers, veterancy about to come in. They're going to be able to do a lot of damage to BC's units on the retreat. Just need to make sure they don't take a lot of damage there themselves. If those horsemen do manage to come in. Now we see sofa upgrades also coming through.
Imported armor. Now those sofa will be those pseudo-imperial knights. Woodline's actually getting pretty close to being in range of that fish or military ship as well. And for now, I feel like Puppy's main advantage is what I was mentioning. BC's having to make this Olive Grove transition right now. That is what's delayed this push. That is what hasn't allowed him to kind of have that pedal to the metal full gas forward yet. He's only at 100 olive oil per minute. You can tell Byzantine is not the typical Byzantine right now.
Yeah, all the berries have been exhausted. That gave him a nice initial rush, but now the follow-up is missing.
And that's where Puppy, you can see his queue. He's making the transition into archers, more sofa, which we already talked about are going to be the imported armor sofa. He's taking away a lot of the vision that BC was getting from those houses, as well as taking out houses, which is annoying. Housing Beasty again, but he'll just drop another house.
And now we're getting the archer switch up as well. Archers for the Malians with those poisoned arrows. That's going to be the main answer that Puppypaw is going to need against those Varangian Guards together with those sofas. And yeah, that's going to be the main composition here that we're going to be seeing out from him. More stables getting dropped as well. Lots of villagers on gold. This is going to be a solid play from him. Beasty, though, right now still has the military mass lead by a lot.
Look at the Q differential. That's the key, though.
BC,
he's got upgrades. He's got 1 Varangian Guard in queue. He's got 1 set of the longbows in queue. And there we go. Now there's a little bit more in queue. But look at Puppy. 7 sofa, 5 archers. His queue is about to be wild. He's going to continually move across. And Beasty, he wants to keep the limited knight together, protecting the longbows. And instead, the sofa are just going to roam, circle, push, pull, and raid without these walls. Because Beasty, he doesn't have walls.
Oh, but we're getting the Mangonel out from Beasty now. He's going to start making some siege, and on a map like this, which is so closed off, it's going to be difficult to win if you go behind in the siege, and Puppypaw, I'm not sure if he's expecting the siege right now.
No, and we know Beasty has been known as, you know, the siege king for quite some time. He's pulling that army over to deal with the sofa mass, and Puppy, he's moving across over on the other side. The Olive Grove transition has now kind of come into fruition. Not quite fully. He's not quite on the same level that Puppy's at the other side. But oh no, that's the vision we're talking about. So the Mangonel. This is scary now. Puppy has no idea.
He doesn't see. He doesn't have the scout there. Only one scout with the army. Oh, the army is just camping there on the sacred side. Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Neither of them sees it. Now he sees it.
There it is. It's dead.
It's dead. It's getting killed. Oh my god, that is
that's such a huge
clutch.
And not only does he pick up the Mangonel, he picks up a bunch of horsemen too.
He does. He does. And the military is a little bit out of position right now, I want to say, for Beasty.
Yeah, there were a lot of Limitanei pulled to the other side due to the sofa mass. Puppy's circling back around. He's going to be able to use this mobility, kind of close the gap, try to close on the longbows first, or just protect up his own javelins. Next Mangonel pops out, though. Puppy, takes a nice shot. Good shot by Beasty, and that's just the front one. Beasty secures up a relic as well, starting to bring that one on home. And starting to wall the north. This is what Beasty needs to do, knows what he needs to do to extend this game.
Poison arrows now coming in for Puppypaw. It's still going to be a while until that finishes off, though. Doesn't have +2 pierce damage yet, which he really will need if he wants to take good engagements against the Varangian Guard with his archers.
Oh, gold is starting to become a problem. Beasty didn't want to go onto that backside gold by the water. He's moving back up towards the center, doesn't yet have the walls down. Look at these military masses.
These two civilizations are just massing military up so quickly. Beasty now up to 2 Mangonels. Puppypaw needs to make siege right away. He cannot keep just not making siege at this point in time.
Yeah, you gotta make Springolds here. The Springolds will force them back. And there first Springolds in queue. But Beasty's starting to push forward. Are they gonna be there quick enough? The Sofa can circle back around that from the eastern side, or they can push through themselves. And it looks like Puppy's thinking about pushing through right now. Beasty pushing through, doing the same. Are we gonna see just a massive set of base trades? Base trades advantage. Oh, you're right. Springold's about to pop out right now. Springold pops out. It's moving backwards. One shot. Beasty's not looking. Next shot. One Mangonel down.
That was a huge shot, though, from Beasty. He just killed like 15 units there. At the same time, the Sofas are going down. They're engaged against the Limitanei. No, the Sofas are gone. All the Sofas are gone.
An awful fight by Puppypaw on 2 different fronts. Great microing by Beasty, but there's still archers there that are trying to deal with the Limitanei. There's some more Sofas circling back around. Beasty's starting to pull back. He lost a lot of villagers during this. And remember, the extended game, the villagers matter way less for Puppy. The base trades are definitely better for Puppy because he has all that cattle, all of that passive income.
He does, but I still am quite fearful for the situation that he's in right now because Beasty's now up to 3 Mangonels once again, and Puppypaw just lost the siege workshop.
Yeah, he's only at 100 wood per minute. There was not a lot of wood on this map. It's all in the center, and Beasty has control of the center and has made that Olive Grove transition looking really good for himself right now.
Finally, more Springles are coming in. Beasty now also adding in his own Springles. It's so annoying when the counter to siege is also the counter to itself.
Yeah, and Puppy doesn't have a solid wood line. Secured a good Mangonel shot! 3 more units fall, and more the villagers. This is bad. This is
gotta pull him away.
Puppy doesn't have wood. This is the point where Puppy doesn't have wood. He was trying to get enough stone, I think, for a keep on the middle wood line, but this is the point where he can't move up to drop the keep now.
Yes, he's dropping it. Oh my god, there's nothing. That keep protects nothing.
Yeah, you're not doing anything with that. Mangonel's moving forward.
Springold.
One shot by the
trying.
Springold. No.
He's just running for the Springold.
Villagers committing to the keep. Oh, good mangonel shot again. Keeps about to finish, but this is too late.
Oh my god,
like
the mangonel shots. We went from 60 to just 25 army with that mangonel shot.
It was so easy to dodge one for Puppypaw. Three's a different story. It is all but over. Game number 1 goes to Beasty in a crazy back and forth, massive militaries, and takes advantage of the early siege.
Insane how the cow boom from Malians was not enough to keep up with the Byzantines here on such a closed off map. You can see with the military value lead once again doesn't tell us anything because oil units are bugged. But look at how Beasty just keeps up there with the food count. Granted, he doesn't have as much food, but olive oil is just absolutely insane there.
Yeah, and you could see by the resources gathered, you'd think that this would have been an easy one for Puppy. But there's that 5,000 extra olive oil that makes up for, the gold differential. And so it's a lot more kind of on even footing, but Puppy was just not able to do enough, not able to push through and just stop that Byzantine onslaught. But Socotra, the crazy map, goes over to Beasty, and that's just the first one of this wild Redemption Finals series.
Yeah, that's a board. That's a point on the board now for Beasty. Does eke out that early lead, and next up, we're gonna be moving over to Kawasan.
Yeah, so we're getting both the maps. I guess Frisian Marshes has some shoreline fish, but both the maps with the big amount of water out of the way first. So Kawasan, this is the one with some deep sea fish. This is the one where it's always interesting to see which spawn we get. Are we going to get the share the same pond or go to different ponds here? Puppypaw's playing Zushi. Beasty is playing Japanese. So I know you mentioned this in the pre-lobby before game 1. Beasty maybe not being the go-to Japanese player when you think about his Civ strings.
Looking at Juji versus Japan there. BC with the Japanese, Puppypaw Juji's legacy. I mean, we've talked about Japanese, and there have been like these buffs with the Shinobi. And I know BC was like the first one to immediately hop into custom and was like, oh yeah, you can actually run under somebody's main TC and sabotage the main TC with a Shinobi. I don't think that's going to come to play here in this one, just because it's very difficult to pull off in a tournament game.
I think I remember seeing 3DB do that in a while ago in the past, back when he was still playing AoE 4, and this was one of his games. But Shinobi are always that interesting unit that they either seem so strong and so great, or absolutely worthless. And I feel like there's not much of an in-between. You'll see him fight spears and like, oh my god, and then like having these great sabotages. But then also at times you'll see them just immediately get sniped out and be, kind of like a worthless spearman.
Yeah, that's what happens at some points. Now, Kawasan with Juji's legacy, there is this one spot at a certain part of the map where you might want to put a meditation garden. You just might want to put it there. You're slightly incentivized to do so. Right in the middle where all the berries are, where you can get these big payoffs. You can see meditation gardens bringing in a whopping 200 food per minute there.
Yeah, imagine the meditation gardens triple, quadruple. How many times has this been nerfed at this point? And it's still this super strong landmark that on certain maps can just be that much stronger. And this is one of them. There's so many berries centralized in the middle of the two ponds, but sometimes it can end up being a bait. But game number 2 begins. Beasty was able to secure game number 1. He's spawning in the south side, playing as the Japanese in the color yellow. Puppypaw in the north, Zuji's legacy in the color red.
All right, here we go. Typical behavior so far. Players moving out to drop their dogs early on in the game. Actually, where's Puppypaw's villager? Is he not going for it? He's not going for it. Dabson, he's not going for it. Can you believe it? What's he doing?
I don't know. He's aging up quick. He's
I
gonna.
guess.
I
mean, that's what the meditation garden in the middle is going to be for. It's going to be bringing in as much food as all of these fishing ships on water, and then you just invest it all into military.
Yeah, just use the timing to deny the water.
Next to the relic. You just put it right next to the relic. You soak up as much of that food as you can. Or even there. There's so many good spots there you can put it in.
I was just worried about it fitting there. If the relic wasn't there, I know it could.
That's what she said.
Oh my gosh. Damn it. All right. Well, Beasty finishes his dock. He's going to start producing up some fishing boats, but will he expect this play? He scouts out the gold already. He's circling around, and I'm sure he's probably thinking exactly what we are. And he's like, wait, no dock? There's no dock? Where's the dock? Okay.
Something's wrong. Something's fishy here. Something's going on.
Ooh, battle for the sheep. Beastie able to secure up a few of those and needs to start probably heading on home. And there's the 3 villagers moving out. The meditation gardens is getting ready to start. And let's take our guesses on how much food. Oh my gosh.
Okay. I just hope that that's the maximum that he could have gotten there. It does still get over to the other berries. This is still going to be a very good one. Yeah, this is going to be a great one. I'm going to guess... Okay, how much food are we guessing? I'm going to guess this is 144 food per minute.
168.
All right. Chat, you can guess too.
Yeah. Everyone throw out your guesses there. Get those numbers in. If you get anything right, you get nothing. If you get
it right, you're getting a Age of Mythology key. No guarantee.
Oh, okay. That's from Crackety. He
I said no guarantee.
Me.
I'm not. It's not legally binding. It's not legally.
He said no guarantee, but all right.
Stop offering uneven numbers. It doesn't work like that. There's no uneven numbers with it.
All right. And now Beastie starting his own age up with the Coca Township. There's the dock already being dropped. 3 villagers rushing it down. So plans to immediately get out his military ships. And like we said, the food from the meditation gardens makes up for the fishing boats, especially when those are about to be idled out in just a little bit of time.
Yeah, you're gonna need more than one dock though, because once those shinobi come out, you're gonna be under at least a little bit of pressure here. When it comes to being able to have uptime on your dock. Granted, the first archer ship should be... yeah, it's already coming out, so no worry there.
It'll get out well before the shinobi can get there. There's only 3 fishing boats, so easily able to jump on inside of that dock. Won't be any worry at all.
It's gonna be idle time force now.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Puppy trying to kind of cut off the route back home. Make the pathing weird. I've seen this happen a lot. I've seen people get a little bit greedy there, lose some fishing boats, and that's the last thing Beastie can do right now.
174. And the gold as well.
Oh, I wouldn't even thinking about the gold. Oh my God.
I didn't see the gold there either. Damn. Okay. Dude, it's giving in as much food as Beastie's getting right now overall, total. Jesus. That's crazy, man. It's crazy.
That is wild, to say the least. And look at this. There's 2 boats out already, an outpost up, and the shinobi. What can they do?
Not really anything. There's an outpost now as well, so the villagers are safe as well.
I think Beastie's just going to try to get as much food as possible before letting these die, and they're going to die. There's a demo ship waiting. It's not even worth him building anything else out of this dock. He's already moved out over to the other pond. I think he should double dock the other pond, and that should just be his go-to plan now.
Oh, man. Yeah, this pond is now, at this point in time, lost for Beastie, but he is moving out to another pond, and he does have the shinobi to make sure that Puppypaw can't move over there immediately.
Yep. And he's double docking it, just like I mentioned, I wanted him to do. So it makes it that much harder to even stabilize. I think Puppypaw shouldn't even contest the other pawn. Just take this pawn for himself, use that meditation gardens and get it rolling. Get your feudal age, pressure. You've gotten this little bit of foothold in the middle of the map, and just take your map control.
He has an archer ship out there. Puppypaw does spot this out, but doesn't really have any tools to deal with this immediately. How's Puppypaw's gold looking right now? Does he have some... Okay, he is getting Jugunus out right now. I was looking at the gold and was wondering, okay, does he have something against the Shinobi there? Outpost is coming in as well.
Yeah, so he'll have 2 different spots per outpost. I guess that means the archer range is in the center. Proxy range, it is. Makes it to where that lack of mobility for those Jukes, they're able to get into the middle, get into the action a little bit quicker. And now Beasty, does he have anything on his gold?
Not right now, and he's getting pushed off there right away.
Oh, one villager almost taken down, but not quite. And he is going for an outpost rush.
That shouldn't go up, though.
This is spotted out, and...
Does Puppypaw react to it, though? He's not sending any Jugunus over there right now.
I'm not sure. He obviously sees it. He's got his own outpost. He doesn't have stone for getting upgrades. Chooks aren't heading that way. There's 2 Shinobi.
They're moving there now.
Shinobi, though.
That's late, though. He might have to pull villagers.
That's going to be dead villagers. Shinobi do a significant amount of damage. They can do the...
Now he's moving the other way again.
Oh, no.
He's just letting it go up.
Does he just go down to the middle gold?
He can just go to the middle one. It's awkward, but that's his only choice at the moment. Beasty now moving into his own horseman.
So Puppy will need to get some spears for himself already, prepping that barracks, and he's already been on that gold in the center, so it's not like it's full gold denial. And there we go, the other villagers circle on around, and really just some idle time caused by that outpost, and a lot of information that it provides though for Beasty, and that is one thing that you cannot say enough of about these high level players. Information is the key. Knowledge, knowing what to do, knowing how to react.
Speaking of information,
and I feel like I just jinxed Puppy.
Yeah, nice how we have some red villagers chilling with those yellow horsemen there.
Yeah, it's not obvious at all that those are Shinobi. I mean, villagers.
On a secret mission.
They're like, yeah, no, we're friendly. We're friendly.
Ooh, double outpost now coming in. I mean, that's a target. That is a target, if I've ever seen one, if you're Puppypaw. Doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades yet, though, and you will need rams if you want to attack this.
Yeah, extra range damage in for your Chooks goes a very long way, considering they're firing 3 shots apiece. And it looks like he's wanting to get some sort of damage. He thinks that Beasty's on this gold, but in reality, he just double outposts the middle gold. He's actually starting to push forward. Puppy needs to drop back. He might have a perfect flanking position here, though.
Sending a villager with those units away forward. There we go. Puppypaw now sees the outpost. So now he should know what his next plan, move should be. It's you gotta shut this down ASAP.
Yep, cannot allow Beasty to get up to castle, but look at the resources. Beasty, all he needs is 1 or 2 drop-offs with this many villagers on that gold. Jumps inside both outposts. This is still idle time. He needs 150. He's got what, like 15? That's just one full set of drop-offs here, and he'll be up. He just needs more gold though behind that too.
He's gonna need gold as he goes up as well, in order to actually get units out. Does have a lot of fishing ships. That's the benefit with Japanese. You can just reboom into fishing ships insanely quickly. There we go. First ram is now going to be coming in. We do have the floating gate on its way as well. The issue is that Zhuji really just shines when it comes to starving out Japanese of resources once they go up.
And here we go.
He's going to have enough for 3-4 mounted samurai maybe, but there's already spearmen.
Yeah, and first ram has finished. Second ram's being built now. I feel like this is the timing. Puppy needs to go sooner than later. Floating gate about halfway there. Beasty's got 500 gold already stocked up. He had so many villagers on that gold. I think he knows he's about to be denied off of it, so he's over gathering it right now. Knows that you know, a lot of the food's going to be coming in from the fishing. Now's the time to go for this hold, pulling the villagers back now.
Putting the villagers inside the outpost. They're gonna get taken down though. So putting them inside the outpost doesn't really achieve much. Shinobi do jump in, try to take down the spearmen, but are getting absolutely obliterated here.
Oh, that's
gonna be a lot of dead vills.
I feel like you took this fight too early. I feel like you just had to give up this location, try to take the back gold and stall and delay. But instead, like you said, 9 villagers inside of these outposts. They are going to be so easily taken down by Chooks. You can see Puppypaw already starting to step forward, planning on those villagers falling out. Takes one.
Didn't step far enough. There we go. Kills the other. Beasty moved out to the other gold, though.
Yep, back gold has been taken as expected, but that is a lot of villagers going down, double outposts going down, and Puppy still has a huge mass, and Beasty does not have the units to counter it. It's mounted samurai, and these Chooks do a lot of damage for, you know, how many there are, because that, you know, whether it does 1 damage or 2, it's like, great. It's not about that. They're firing 3 shots apiece, and they still got some spears to be the front line.
Yeah, Puppy immediately heading out towards that second gold. Beasty pulling all the villagers away early. Is going to be able to make sure that no villagers go down over there. And he's been able to gather up a lot of gold from there as well, once again.
Yep, this is the problem with that super immobile army. But once he's done with this gold vein, the Rams then get to start pushing forward, start to deny the wood lines, start to hit the houses. And that's really where Beasty can... Oh, and never mind.
Okay. He's just going to move around.
Oh.
F's in the chat. Nope, we're there.
We're good.
We're back.
And Beasty's now playing it patient. Look at what he drops. He knows what he needs. It's a mango, but he needs to be able to have enough units to protect that mango as well.
Yeah, I feel like that's quite greedy.
I think if I were Puppy, I would have just sent one of those Rams over to the dock and just...
Oh, he's got a Yorishiro inside of it as well, and Puppypaw, he's just sending it. He's just sending it, but the Mangonel, it's coming out now with a choke point.
And a good dodge by Puppy. We saw him do this earlier. 1 Mangonel is nothing. It is all about a lot. But he's still in another choke point, though. You can't dodge there. Oh, my God. The hit.
Big damage.
Falling. Villagers got pulled to heal the Mangonel, and all of those villagers are going to fall. The spears are dead, though. Other villagers are pulled to kill the Ram.
Kiting is coming in. 1 Ram going down.
In this choke point, though, now it's so hard to get a circle, so hard to get effective damage onto those Chooks with all of the mounted samurai, even though there's only a few. Some others circling for a raiding party. That Chook mass is getting shredded now. There's a few mounted samurai. Beasty doing great micro, pulling back the lower health ones and distracting with a raid into the base. This whole entire mass on the front side should get cleared, and Puppy does not have a lot of damage to say for it as far as landmarks go, but took down a lot of villagers there. Oh, reinforcements coming back up, though.
Yeah, more reinforcements coming in. Beasty, he needs to get back onto wood, needs to get more of these mangonels out if he wants to hold this. At the same time, also moving down towards the other gold once again. Gets the relics in. This is really important for him as well, just getting the passive trickle of gold. And nice early move away with the villager. Just 1, maybe 2 are gonna go down. Maybe 3?
3 go down. Beasty, though, he's at least on some of the resources he needs to be. He's doing some raiding, so there's a... Oh, no! The mounted samurai! They're able to get 3-4 villagers there, but I don't know if villagers is really what Beasty needs. He needs to kill more and more of these military units. Shaolin Monastery on the way for Puppypaw, and he has 15 eco lead and quadruple the military mass still.
Yeah, this is going to be quite tough. Once the age up comes in, you can just upgrade your Zhugudu and suddenly you're able to deal damage even against these armored units, because Beasty,
he's going to find the gold.
He doesn't have a lot of upgrades on his units right now. He's got +1 pierce armor. He needs at least +2 in order to keep those Zhugudu from not doing any damage to him.
He's going to find the gold.
Can just go crossbows. Oh my God, that's going to be devastating.
And not only that, I'd love to see this ram go to the water. Beasty doesn't have to
take down the docks.
just take down the docks. It's its only food. But I mean, this should be good enough. Tons of villagers. They're having to run. Wheelbarrow does go a long way, but the ram has units inside. We just saw
where the relics are.
And there's a proxy. No, it's proxy. Oh,
You take that down, that's 240 gold per minute down.
That's 100. You're just forget everything. The units inside the ram should jump out and maybe get a few more of the villagers, and that's exactly what they did.
BC keeps making mounted samurai. That doesn't feel like it's a play right now. Oh, he's ignoring it.
There's
the ram's going for it.
There's also crossbows. The mounted samurai dive in the wood line. There's so many outposts. At least time for the villagers to jump inside. 3, 4, 5 villager picks, though. Good damage by Beasty and not any return fire, as those aren't upgraded outposts. But on Beasty's base, he is getting crushed. Units running straight towards that mega.
Oh, the
villagers, no! Oh my god!
Oh my god, indeed. Lots of villagers just going down there. There's nothing left.
Slaughtered right now. Mangonel trying to get healed on up, but there's chooks there, there's spears there. Another decent enough dodge by Puppypaw. Only a minimal amount of damage done there.
There's mounted samurai on the food, on the berries. Puppypaw notices though. Lots of
damage is being done
down
on either side, just crushing blows. Beasty though.
He's
got a
crushed
huge
more.
mounted samurai mass, but the villager count that he has is gone. Keep in mind, he's got, what, 20 fishing boats, probably? Relics just got denied, too. Relics just fall. You just saw them hit the map. Villagers have nowhere to go. They're going to go try to burn the, probably burn the ram and drop another monastery.
If those docks go down, there's nothing left for Beasty.
That's all Puppypaw needs to do is kill the docks. Instead, he's just burning the landmarks. He's like, I think I just win. Does he have anything? Like, this is one of those, you're in his base and you're like, where is everything? I'm so confused. There's nowhere. There's nothing.
This is a point in time where you pull all villagers, right? Right? Like, it's 116 units. You just torch down the landmarks. GG.
You could do that, or you could just play probably the safer route, which is just ram the docks.
You control Shift A and then you A move.
And Puppy, he's going to the docks now.
There we go. That's gonna shut down the entire food economy from Beasty. Well, slowly.
Oh my gosh, it's crossbows on the docks. What are you doing?
Oh my god, another raid.
And another
good value.
I mean, Puppy's down to 25 vills himself too.
Yeah, both players are just shredding each other right now. The only difference is that Puppypaw's quadrupled the military count.
Yeah, he's
also
been able
has
to
passive income.
He's been able to keep his alive. More relics denied too. BC was trying to reclaim the relics, and Puppypaw has his group. He spotted out the villagers too.
He's gonna go for him.
Oh no, they have nowhere to go.
Villager occupation running.
I want to see how many fishing boats. Actually, can we go over to BC's point of view and control shift all and see how many villagers he has left?
I think we got to do this for both players now, one after the other.
Yeah, we'll do it without the double box here in a little bit so we can see.
Picture in picture, go away. There we go. 23 villagers for Beasty.
And
for
Puppy.
An undisclosed amount. There we go. 31. So pretty much neck and neck when it comes to the villager count.
Wololo.
Oh, getting picked off.
Villagers.
That has to be game. That has to be game.
This is game.
Yeah,
this is
it's game. There's no way.
He's pulling him back. He's still in it. Not
Beasty would say this was still winnable.
Oh my gosh.
Beasty would go out and say players calling this 100% over on delusion. No, sorry, I didn't say that.
I think we can confidently say the series is about to be tied up. 1-1.
Yeah.
There's always a chance. It's just this one might be a little bit too close to 0.
At this time, it would take a miracle.
You know what it would take? We've seen it happen before. Wham internet, bro. It would take just a little bit of a tree falling.
Where's the puppy internet emote when you need it?
Oh, it was a puppy internet. Yeah. I forgot if it was Wham or puppy. I just know it was the tree falling. But puppy, he's starting to build a ram. He's starting to just burn the siege workshops, burn the houses, burn whatever he wants. It doesn't even matter anymore. There's 16 villagers left for Beasty at the 21-minute mark. The next set of reinforcements are going in. One of the docks got taken down, but there's still one for Beasty, so that's his lifeline.
I mean, the food has been active the entire time. It just feels impossible climbing up from 14 military to 90 at this point in time. Like, the production is idled out.
Oh, yeah. And that's where villagers have nowhere to run. Any resources being brought in, they're basically just being thrown away into villagers or any units that are coming out because they're getting taken down right as they come out now. And Beasty finally calls it. He throws in the towel. 1-1 series tied.
That was a spicy game, though. That was a spicy game. So much back and forth between these two. And man, these villager kills have been absolutely insane. Looking at that economy count, so many dips there. Man, oh man.
Yeah, especially when you see the max fishing boats. It's like both of those economies just, take 10, 15 out of each of those, and the graph would look so much worse, which is why it just felt barren on both sides. But a very fun game to watch, very fun game to cast. But that's the last of the heavy water maps. It's going to be now a lot more of just land action.
Can we just focus on those those hypotheticals you talk about, like if you had to live in an age in the past, or if you had to live in like the kingdom of a Beasty or a Puppypaw? I think I'd just pass on both. Okay, it sounds like being a worker in either of their lands doesn't end well for you whatsoever. But glad to say this series is stacking up to what we want out of it. A drawn series. We don't want a stomper. We want a whole day full of action here. And, well, so far, they've definitely delivered. That first game in particular, Dabston, was wild. The Kotra, Malians usually favored there. I think it's a 70% win rate on that map before that game. But that Byzantine performance may have taken the cake.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those two. When you think about Mali, usually you're like, if they get to the point where their cows are online, they hit castle, you lose the game. Well, we saw that point, and it wasn't the onslaught coming from Puppypaw. It was the nonstop, massive amount coming from Byzantines. It did get to a point where I think both players had over 100 military population, and then it fell very, very quickly for Puppypaw and stayed a little bit up for Beasty.
Which is ludicrous. You'd think the Malians would be able to flood and repeat a little bit quicker. But then we look at this game too, and my thought, Crackety, I think BC's gonna have to revisit that tier list because Juji on land don't look like a D tier to me.
Yeah, this was hybrid. We can't call it Juji on land. Granted, it was Juji playing the land style, but I gotta say, like when it comes to like Juji versus Japan on land maps, this is for the most part exactly how it plays out. Like Japan, they go fast castle. Juji, they go for the all in. You deny the resources, and in the end, Mounted Samurai, they don't compete that well if they're outmassed 1-10.
No, and I think what Kawasan is presenting is what I've seen many a player on the ladder, and I'm sure you've seen it as well, Dabson, try to do on Rocky River. They always think it's going to be a good meditation garden, and then somehow it's worse than building it at home.
Yeah, and that was one, though, that we saw right when we clicked it. Our eyes opened up a little bit wider. We were, oh my gosh, 174, and we weren't even talking about the gold vein in there as well. It was a 200 resource meditation gardens, and that's right when it hits, those resources start coming in now. So that's every minute thereafter. It is just way too much of a payoff. You had to do something to deal with it.
And can we just highlight how refreshing Kawasan is proving to be here? It's been a while, Crackety. It comes back. New civs involved. We just saw the Juji experimentation. I don't know if you caught the absurd Dragavan Grand Winery and Center of Map play as well. It feels like there's some new tricks to offer up on an old map, courtesy of Sultan's Ascend.
Yeah, there definitely can be.
Regions is actually wait. Have we seen regions even so far in this tournament?
We have.
In this qualifier?
Yeah, we've had
Okay,
a few.
we've had a few.
We've had like I
Okay.
think English and Ottomans have been quite popular picks here a lot of the time. We've had a few Byzantines, Iabids not so much, but we were talking about earlier that this is kind of like the Dry Arabia-esque map. Do you see anything specific about regions that would make the Byzantine Ibid matchup play differently than on Dry Arabia?
Well, for one, we obviously have like the ton of berries in the corner, which does mean that that is going to be like one of the main points of contention between the players. On that, you obviously have like the large golds in the middle, which are always the main focus as well. As the game goes on, you do need that gold for siege, for your upgrades, if the game does go long, which, to be fair, between Beasty and Puppypaw, chances are the game might go the distance.
Oh, wow. We'll have to find out. Quite the distance. Sounds like music to my ears. Puppypaw will definitely come for that. Beasty loves to be in there. A little bit of advice to you, Crackety. Stop making bets, all right? You now are in debt for Asian Mythology keys to the chat. I don't know what you try and bet on this one. You'll find a way, though, I'm sure. But it's time to find our way into game number 3 of this elimination series in Red Bull Wololo. Beasty with the Iabids, Puppypaw with the Byzantines. Was Beasty right all along? Are the Byzantines unstoppable in this series? Let's find out.
And here we are. Go. Puppy is in the color red, Beasty in the color yellow. We just heard the civs, and let's see what we have in store for us ahead. We can tell it's regions. The massive gold veins in the middle is the big concerns, especially for some pretty gold-heavy civilizations.
Yeah, if you're playing as the Byzantines, which do pay a premium for most of their units, the Varangian Guard, especially when it comes to gold, also the Rams costing gold as well, you will need that gold one way or the other. Also a civilization that doesn't really have any means of passively getting gold on relics. Definitely important to secure those. Same thing, though, goes for the Ayyubids. This is one of these maps that doesn't have a neutral marketplace, so trade is not going to be an option here. So if these games do go long, like past the 20-30 minute mark, players are going to struggle when it comes to gold, and we're going to see something akin to like a mud fight between these players.
And first thing I've kind of noticed right off the bat is hopefully Beasty should be able to circle around, pick up a few more sheeps in store for himself, because if not, Puppypaw was definitely winning on that first kind of circle of the scout, it looked like.
First couple of sheep there, looking good for Puppypaw. Beasty, though, he went all the way behind Puppypaw's base, so I hope he gets at least a couple more. Should find himself hopefully with around 8 or so. We take a oh my god.
That's what I thought. There we go. There's one near his base. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. How many sheep are usually in regions? I play this map so rarely.
I want to say it's like the typical ones. It's like it's in like the lower 20s. Yeah, like the 23, I think is the total.
So Puppypaw has 7 sheep remaining. It's getting wait.
Beasty has 7. Puppypaw has 15. So we are yeah. One of the things about regions now, if you haven't made the notice, the big difference between Dry Arabia, not only the golds, is the food. You got your 1 set of deer, you don't have your 2 set, and the big difference is the outside food resources. But Beasty is going economic, which means
you see that so many times recently.
Yeah, if he's able to secure this eastern side berry patches, like the 8 of them, that will just be food for, forever. He won't ever need a farm transition, but it is hard to secure that resource.
Yeah.
Grand Winery on the way behind it. Beasty making sure not to deplete all of those berry bushes, and so I'm sure he's leaving a couple left in each of those for when the growth finishes up. It will add food out of nowhere to those.
Mm-hmm. I mean, economic and growth. So what's the overall game plan going to be here from Beasty? When Beasty plays Ayyubid, something that we have seen a couple of times so far is him actually going for that little bit of feudal age aggression as well, like investing into those military units. And it's worked quite well for him so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar to that and just use those 3 villagers, produce a couple more units, stay a little bit in feudal age, make some units try and get to golden age 2 by the time you hit castle age, and then just do transition into that castle age.
either with advancement or logistics, because gold is key. We talked a little bit about it. So logistics wing might give you that little bit of bonus speed that you will need in order to just get those relics in as soon as possible.
Yep. Puppy circling out and around, wants to see what Beasty's plan is, what wing he's going up with, as that tells him a lot. Does he need to react to those early Desert Raiders, or can he kind of play this own game? He's spreading out the deer, making one of those closer food resource for Beasty a little bit more difficult, but he is still on those original berries that got boosted up and not even taking the few amount of sheep he has.
Yeah. We are getting a stable in from BC, so early military units are going to be on the table for him. BC also spots out the stable there from Puppypaw. Nice scouting is going to give himself that little bit of extra information, so he knows what his opponent is going to be coming up with. BC, though, with his own stable, is going to have access to the Desert Raider.
Yep. First Horseman is out and about, and BC is going for Horseman himself. No Desert Raiders yet. Puppy still just spreading out those deer, being a nuisance, and also still, getting a little bit of valuable information for himself. And there's the archery range from Beasty as well. Looks like it is more of that at least minimal amount of feudal age investment for now. Question is does he pull that early trigger like we saw, I think, Lucifron do in an earlier game that did not pay off, or does he commit a little bit heavier?
I think he should just commit a little bit heavier. Just try and keep up with the unit mass, maybe even try to step ahead a little bit. You just want to buy yourself time in Feudal Age to get to that Golden Age 2. Because once you get Golden Age 2, your upgrades come in so much quicker. So when you finally hit that Castle Age, your timing is just gonna be much faster than if you were hitting Castle Age without Golden Age Tier 2.
Yep, first contract on the way. We're going to see some javelin throwers as the choice here from Puppypaw.
Thanks, Jeff.
Going to be able to snipe out those Desert Raiders quite easily. Not too big of a struggle there, and it's kind of that great unit to counteract them the easiest. And BC's moving into archers too.
Yeah, mass archers, now the blacksmith coming in. So like that play here so far with the heavy commitment to the feudal age as well. I think that's just overall being underused with the Ayubids, because they're still a berry civilization, meaning they will have excess food available to them. So getting the unit mass out early with food heavy units, it's not that big of a deal to them.
Yep. Doesn't feel as bad as some of those civs where all of a sudden you make a few units and you're like, where's all my food? Now I can't make this transition. I can't get up to castle like I need. Ayubits, not so much, and you can always go advancement if need be. BC going ahead and getting some of those valuable upgrades in as well from the slow gold trickle he's got from the few villagers out on his gold vein that he hasn't been, really idled at all.
Some numbers looking good, and Puppypaw behind this. I mean, the economy is still looking very solid for him. The Castle Age timing looks to be better than the Ayubid timing here in this one. Should get to that point. Melee mode activated for the Desert Raider. Not something that you really want to stick around with. And Scout getting sacrificed.
Yeah, Scout thrown on away as those horsemen do have that extra bit of movement speed. Desert Raiders sniping those down, and Beasty doubling, tripling down, triple range, as well as I think that was 2 stables. So he is 100% going in for this feudal. Puppy, though, is posturing more towards this castle, but still producing here and there.
Yeah, Outpost definitely does make it look like that. Archers for Beasty. Have to be careful with their positioning, even inside the base. At the same time, Beasty also raiding onto Woodline. Puppypaw has units there. Did he lose a villager there? I'm not quite sure.
I don't think so. And on the other side, was able to micro those horsemen back. Beasty constantly
got
kiting.
killed. Beasty killed a worker.
One single worker kill. Puppypaw still trying to do some damage with those horsemen. You can see he's halfway to castle, but still producing units here and there. So that is definitely slowing him down. And yeah, he doesn't want to be too greedy with it. Doesn't want to go naked castle and then get overrun by units. But at the same time, wants to get there sooner than later.
Horsemen, for the time being, just running around, now taking a favorable fight against just the 2 horsemen that are remaining there. At the same time, Beasty walking into the limit now, and the Desert Raiders all getting taken down. That was huge.
Desert Raiders taken down, Horseman on the backside. Beasty this whole time has been trying to deal with this Horseman mass that's just been circling around back and forth, and that's where he got distracted just a little bit. Gives Puppy some breathing room now. Another Horseman able to get picked.
Down. They're escaping now as well.
This is where Puppy, he's pushing some deer in with those units, and all he needs now for Castle Age is food, which idle out some production. Next little bit of drop off. He's 100 food away.
He's getting there. Now on the deer as well. Drop off is happening.
He just queued up 2 more units.
And there you go. Castle Age should be right around the corner soon. Soon. Any moment now.
And Beasty has moved out to the eastern side berries as well, so he is starting to run lower on those initial food resources, wants to start going out for some more vulnerable ones, and making sure he drops an outpost beforehand.
Beasty now sending a lot of villagers over to gold, so he knows, okay, now is the point in time where I also got to transition over to that Castle Age. The question is going to be, which wing will it be? I'm guessing now with Puppypaw hitting that Castle Age first, it's probably going to be the advancement wing.
Yeah, he needs to get up sooner than later. Golden Horn Tower already halfway to up. Still nice old gap in the middle of those wood lines for him to run on through, try to pressure some vills. Quick reaction by Puppypaw. No damage able to be done. Walls on the backside, getting close to finishing, and I'm sure he will follow that up with a wall in between those 2 wood lines too.
Yeah. For sure, for sure. Military count overall dead even, but attack advantage now coming in for Puppypaw, and the upgrade for the veterancy on those javelin throws, on those mercenaries, does come in quite quickly.
Yep. Walls trying to be burnt down by Beasty. He hears the age up. He sees the age up now. And the contract is already halfway to finishing.
All getting breached. Beasty not diving in though. And there it is. It's going to be the logistics wing even from Beasty. First Monk already in queue for Puppypaw though.
Yeah, so Beasty trying to be nice and patient. Moving forward with his archers.
But the javelin throwers do find them.
And there's still that big horseman mass as well from Beasty on the front side. Limitanei are here though. And the javelin throwers are just going to shred everything right now. Horsemen are getting one shot by those.
Yeah, the javelin throw is also just absolutely demolishing every single unit here out from Beasty. Military count now falling. Still gonna be a while for logistics wing to finish up, and Puppypaw should be able to net himself maybe 3 relics here, I want to say, just because when you get 3 dervishes out immediately, it's gonna mean that you're, like, chances are you're still gonna get, like, at least 2 relics.
Yeah, the thing about BC, though, look at what he's doing. Dropping triple barracks. He knows he's going to need to transition onto a different set of units, and the units that he's decided to do is going to be a Gulam mass. Burns down the wall again, trying to produce some more idle time, and Puppy knows he needs to do some damage, so he just split off his military mass that he won that fight with and headed towards Beasty's base.
Yeah, Beasty, though, sees that the deer have been taken through the fog of war and is just going to move his entire military mass over towards that deer. Does a nice job as well. It's going all the way around the corner, meaning that Puppypaw probably isn't going to see those horsemen coming. Idle time being forced inside the base, though, at the same time. Let's take a look at the horsemen. Are they going to find any value there? We do have Varangian guards in defense.
Yeah. Not much ability to get that much damage. And speaking of Varangian guards, they're not only on defense, they are on offense as well. So Beasty has to balance at a few different spots. The main mass is about to start diving the TC, and oh my gosh, the timing, they almost...
Devil throws? Okay, they're not doing anything. All right, never mind. It's okay.
Wololo goes in, but Beasty's base is now being dove, and all of his production is being sat on by this mass. Puppy can sit here for a while, too, if he wants. There's only 4 units inside that TC.
Production buildings, there's a lot of them, though, and there we go. Production units are coming out, but it's only the
they're
crossbows first.
Yeah. This is awful. He just loses every single crossbow now.
That definitely hurt. Now, the Golems are forcing the Javelin throws away, though, but damage has been done immediately here, and Puppypaw looking in a great position, already up to 14 Varangian Guards now. Granted, damage has been done in his base, but these Horsemen don't really have a lot of future perspective over there.
And Beasty will be able to circle around with those relics. Looked like he was still able to move out with those 3 camels and moving back with 3 relics as we speak, too.
Beasty's doing still a lot of damage to those villagers on the deer. Just able to pick them up there time and time again. Dervish?
Oh no.
Oh, well, no, not coming
It's
in.
fine.
Yeah, even the Berserk has been pulled there for that extra bit of DPS on those units.
Gold still attempting to be denied, and now Puppy, he spots out some of those buried villagers. He knows Beasty has to be getting resources from somewhere, and saw where all of those villagers moved out, and more relics being denied. But
More
Beasty
villagers being
still, unbelievable job. This is where
These
it's
horsemen
so
have been
annoying.
alive
Just
so
a
long.
few horsemen, a few knights, whatever it is. Beasty will constantly do this over and over. There's another set of berries there, Puppy. Just move forward.
You gotta give Beasty so much credit for these raids that he does with Horsemen in these type of
job.
games, where he just runs around the entire time, runs in back in again, kills a couple of villager, and just keeping the Horsemen alive for such a long time. This game is still gonna be very rough for him, and right now Puppypaw still has a very strong military lead. But Beasty, he's gotten damage in, and he's got an economic lead. The question is, can he stall this game out for long enough for where that economic lead is gonna start really mattering?
Oh,
My God, that's
he
gonna
had,
be idle
had
time
an
there.
economic league. Look at where the javelins are. They can cut this off. The javelins can just dive this location if they want. But he's still getting damage in. Horsemen finally get cleared up. Those are not
Ooh, that's just gonna hurt.
spearmen.
This is
Those
gonna
are-
hurt. This might be GG. If he can save those. If. That's a big if, though. And now
They have
BC's
nowhere to
military is
go.
gonna have... BC's military is gonna have to meet Puppypaw's military there to try and save these villagers. The issue is that he can't take these fights.
Oh, no.
Mangonels are coming in, though.
Oh, a little bit of overkill there. They're all focusing one villager. Now we're seeing a little bit of some split there. Is able to at least save a few of those mangonels. Good reaction by
God, you have to be
Puppypaw.
so careful
Great
there.
dodges. Varangian's now on top of the mangonel, but there's villagers there to...
Oh my God, these are so
Another
close.
dodge
These
by
hits.
Puppypaw.
Repair comes in on the mangonels, and BC able to win this fight, but there's more Varangian Guards now coming in.
Great
Puppy
micro
pulling
by
back.
Puppypaw to dodge, but still unbelievable job by Beasty. Out microing, utilizing the siege there. Villagers back on the berries. Puppypaw, is this where you make the swap into
I mean,
some
now
crossbows yourself?
There's so many more Varangian
Or
Guards
just
now.
28 Varangian guards. You're just
Just
gonna
send
split
it.
these across and just send it in. I guess he was just so distracted at dealing with those horsemen for a while. He was
They
probably
bought
splitting up
so
different
much
groups. And
It's
they
actually
bought, yeah.
insane.
There's the
Oh, a
third mangonel.
Once you get to 3 mangonels, like 3 mangonels almost kill men-at-arms. Varangian Guards have less health than men-at-arms. They like 3 mangonels might actually one-shot Varangians.
It's only 2.
a finish.
It's
a
only 2
finish.
mangonels. And more villagers are falling.
Puppypaw's
Varangians
running.
circling. There's nowhere to go.
It's not
the
enough.
mangonels.
It's not enough. And
BC
GG gets called.
Oh my gosh,
God.
Puppypaw able to keep up the pressure, keep up the onslaught, and not allow Beasty to stabilize. Great back and forth, and 2-1 series lead now from Puppypaw.
Man. So far, these games, they've been absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Jesus.
It is just wild back and forth. Crazy to just see these series. Crazy to see how close these games can be. And it's always just decided in these split seconds here and there. If someone's looking away, someone, oversteps a little bit, it's getting raided and pushing forward at the same time, and then loses his force. But that was game 3. Now we're seeing the matchup on game 4. It's Dry Arabia, and it's Rus versus Abbasid. I know what comes to mind here for me, but what do you think is going to end up being in store for this today?
Rus versus Bassett. That's going to be an interesting one. Rus coming in here for Puppypaw. Opposite for Beasty. I mean, does it even make sense to go military wing here in this matchup? You can't really do a lot of damage to the Rus anyway due to that Kremlin in most situations on Dry Arabia. So I don't know. I don't really see the option of military wing here. Economic wing doesn't feel great in the current meta, I want to say, mainly because you're going to be like incentivized into going for 3 TC, which nowadays just is very easy to punish. So I'm thinking Culture Wing is going to have to be the main choice here from Beasty in this one. It's still a difficult matchup for sure. Granted, Abbasid has some nice benefits against a cavalry civilization with the best spearmen in the game. I'm just going to say though, still, this is going to be a difficult one for Puppypaw, and I would favor Beasty here in this one.
Yeah, it's actually one that I think usually with Rus, you don't play the typical Rus game because, what's the typical Rus game? It's like, oh, you can't raid me. I'm going to, drop my second DC. It's like Abba can do the same thing, but they can drop multiple DCs. They can defend from your, from your knights. They got fresh food stuff. They got all these different things. So where I come to mind, I remember it's not the most previous series they played from Wham versus Beasty, but I think it was the last tournament. And Wham did a shocking OG Rus proxy boar archer all in play in feudal, and that's one where sometimes it puts Abba on the back foot. They're not ready for it. So Wham, Puppy's brother, obviously could we see the same strategy there in the past in a matchup that I would say is a little bit Abba favored, and it's something to maybe change the pace.
Yeah, that's something that you would like. You talk about the proxy archer ranges with Rus. That's something that you would used to see on Altai all the time in the middle of the map. It's going to be exciting to see how this is going to turn out. We're going to take a quick look at our player cards here. We can tell, like, right away, Beasty so far looking absolutely amazing. But Puppypaw able to get the lead in this set so far, and also his games so far just been looking absolutely brilliant. Earlier today, we saw him face off against his brother Wham, where Wham managed to take the victory. Now, Puppypaw, he's going to try and get the revenge in against his brother. Tries to get back up from the second chance bracket here once again, but Beasty, not out yet, wants to preserve his spot in the Red Bull Wololo qualifier.
Yeah, you can see defense at the max on BC's player card for good reason. We saw it multiple times today, especially, considering some of the fights he had against Lucifron, some of the comebacks he had against Lucifron. And speaking of comebacks, he's got to make one here. Down one game in the series here, the best of 5, and we are in this game number 4.
There we go. Beasty with the Best of Dynasty is going to go for a double scout opener, respecting the Rus bounty early on. Puppypaw on the other hand side, not opting to make a scout from his TC. That will have to wait for the hunting cabin to finish. So first scout is going to come into queue roughly at like 35 seconds into the game, while BC already has a second scout out.
Yeah, this is where sometimes you can see Rus kind of falling a little bit further behind than when people realize, like, oh, they get so many scouts so fast. It's like, well, if the opponent actually reacts and builds that second scout immediately, Rus is usually a little bit greedy, like you said, and second deer pack already being secured by Beasty. We can already see a wolf next to that. He will surely grab as well.
Both the deer from Puppypaw are right next to each other, and so far no scout moving over to that direction.
And the scout went south instead of north.
There's another scout coming in, though. Hopefully that one is going to go and find those 2 deer spot. Because if you don't, Puppypaw so far, he's found a total of 0 bounty.
That's more than 80.
What?
Or less than 80, sorry.
Okay.
bad
right.
math there.
Sometimes less is more.
But he has found, oh my gosh, he might not. Yeah. He has found the second deer pack.
Okay.
He's fighting over another wolf as well. So maybe that wolf. Honestly, the only thing I've seen from BC, though, is he might not have as many sheep as what you want here. Obviously, it's not your main concern being Abba. We've seen it time and time again. But Puppypaw has had a great circle around with that first scout.
Yeah, definitely. But now, deer are getting found out by Beasty, and we're going to have a little bit of a deer match here.
There's 2 scouts here from Puppy. Actually, 3 if he pulls that other one up, so he can easily just snipe out all the ones that Beasty wants to try to counteract.
Beasty actually did manage to get one of them.
So it's going to be 130 bounty here from Puppypaw now. Definitely.
155?
Yeah, it starts to climb up a little bit, but bounty-wise, it's not looking too hot at the moment here for Puppypaw.
Now it's definitely more than 80, so that's at least good.
Almost double.
Yep. But not where you want to be. You always want to be at that 250. You asked if military wing's even worth it, and apparently BC says it is worth it to him.
That's interesting. I didn't expect that. I would have been like dead set on Culture Wing here.
Yeah, I assumed it would have been one of the other wings for sure, as I don't think there's too much value you can gain from here, but maybe he's just thinking that the second TC location might not be as greedy. He sees the double deer packs, you know. Second TC will have to be dropped more conservatively, can't just go over onto that deer and things of that sort unless Puppypaw drops some production first.
Yeah, right now there doesn't really seem to be any resource that Beasty is going to be able to really pressure with that military wing. Could instead... Oh, no, never mind. I was about to say instead he could use it to lure in some deer, but all the deer have already been killed as Roos is in the game.
Yeah, that's what I'll think about. It's like when you can't do anything with your, early spears automate, it's like go ahead and, push in some deer for yourself. And every time we hear a wolf getting killed, it's not Puppy, it's Beasty. Puppy's been able to get one more wolf. He's at 180 bounty. This is a huge feels bad.
Yeah, Puppypaw, he's going to rely on a lot of the passive gold that he gets from the hunting cabin. And chances are also that he will just have to wait until Castle Age in order to be able to go up to that 250 bounty mark, unless he gets a boar in this game. And the boars are all very far in the corner. It's going to take some walking time. Granted, Wheelbarrow is now coming in for him.
Yeah. Scouts circle around, just making sure they get knowledge and information of what Beasty's doing. He sees the units pop out, sees the villagers onto the stone. The question is how much stone is Beasty going to gather? Enough for another TC or two?
I mean, typically with military wing, we don't see more than 2 TC. I'd be surprised if it was like a 3 TC military wing kind of play. That'd be interesting, though.
I laugh. I remember the ABBA days where it was always like, you just make one more TC than your opponent does always. Just if they're matching your TC, just make another. It's like your villagers are going to be cheaper. It's harder for theirs to pay off. It's easier for yours to. So that's kind of what I was laughing and joking and thinking about. But we'll see here in just a little bit as Beasty, next drop off should have enough for that secondary TC.
Yeah, both players are going to have a very similar timing here with the TC drop. Beasty gathering up a little bit of extra stone at this point in time.
And he's still on the stone. This isn't like this is definitely deliberate. The question is it arrow slits? Is it upgrades? Or is it another TC indeed?
I mean, it looks like it, right? Like he still has the villagers on stone. This isn't arrow slits. He has the TC to defend the gold mine. He's going 3 TC.
He just pulled off of the wood mine,
though,
so it's going to be a later third TC, but Puppypaw does scout it, so he is planning on doing the same. But look at the... Oh my gosh. Gremlin's got to be called. Micro from Puppypaw. He will have a few of these villagers quite low health later on, but the TC... This is a hard struggle, and I told you it was going to need to be dropped more conservatively, and not conservatively enough, apparently.
Yeah, inside of his own wood line, Grant. I mean, he's going to get it up as to make sure the villagers stay alive. Villager does stay alive.
Oh my gosh, villager barely able to stay alive.
He's going to get a kill.
Yep.
Does get a kill as well.
Oh, that was just such an annoyance, though. He had to pull more villagers from the wood line than he was wanting. So in reality, Puppy could have gotten the secondary or third TC down probably much quicker than Beasty, as we saw him pull all the woodvilles as well for it. But it's going to be pretty similar timings for the third TC too.
Ooh, Beasty getting a little bit close to TC. Needs to be careful because with the formation, the units stick out a little bit more on the sides.
Oh, and he ends up getting the third where you want it too. It's this
very
prime time location.
Double deer spot there as well. This is going to be a ton of food for him.
All right, so you remember what I said. You always make one more TC than your opponent. So now BC needs to make a 4th, right?
N+1 TCs, that's how it works.
BC,
Where's
though.
BC's third TC? Oh, he's not dropped it yet.
He hadn't dropped it yet. He was way later. Like I said, he pulled all of the Woodvilles when he was building his TC, so he wasn't gathering wood whatsoever. And Puppypaw also has the Kremlin to boost the wood income. So 3rd TC down much sooner for Puppypaw than it is for Beasty. Although when we're talking about TC booming, it will be a big advantage this early on. We'll see, Puppypaw not only has the TC down, it's also being able to produce while Beasty is just now building his, and that's a lot of villagers not working.
Yeah. Now 3rd TC coming in. Difference is going to be, though, that Beasty is going to pay a lot less resources to produce villagers. He's going to pay 300 resources per minute to keep all 3 TCs working. Puppypaw will have to pay 450.
Yeah. Quite a bit more substantial, but Puppypaw, he has at least already gotten a little bit of that Vill lead to make up for it. He's already on the deer. He's already kind of secure himself up and doesn't have some idle time of villagers building TCs right now.
Yeah. My personal experience from playing Ruse and going 3 TC, usually I lose if I do that. Brent, I don't play a lot of Ruse, but if I go 3 TC, I feel like I greed a little bit too much. I'm not sure how this works in a matchup where you're like on even TCs to an Abbasid player, but looking at the bank from Beasty right now already, we can tell that he's got a lot more resource in the bank that he'll be able to work with. Granted, Puppypaw just invested into a stable and a knight, so I'm not 100% sold on that in a situation where all of BC's resources are covered by TCs.
Yeah, and BC's building walls. He's going to go up to castle, so it feels like this knight's going to move across the map and then go, oh, I can't do anything. I need to run home. And Puppypaw will at least be able to fast build his landmark once he gets to the point where castle age is needed, but it never feels good when Abba is the one aging up before you.
Yeah, definitely doesn't, especially because as soon as the age up comes in, they already have enough resource to basically go up to the next age. Was that Culture Wing cancelled into Economic Wing? I feel like I saw Culture Wing and then got cancelled into Economic Wing. If so, I don't dislike that. Economic Wing before the farm transition is where most of its value comes in because of the big wood discount.
We see one villager picked, so, forget my assessment of the knight being completely worthless. It was at least able to get one secured. Puppy was moving out to the boar in the southern side as well, so bounty is no longer going to be as much of a problem. He's got that 250 bonus coming.
Up.
Oh no.
The boar's still alive.
Oh,
Puma
no.
is still. He's still kicking.
No. Oh my gosh.
Oh
stop.
no. 2 villagers down. Don't let it be 3. Okay, he realized. That is a big screw up.
I feel so bad. Oh my gosh, that's one of those that just hands to the face.
And suddenly you see the worker kills from Beasty. That was all him. 3. We can tell Capture Age knows Beasty killed 3 villagers there in that situation.
Yep. Puppy is causing a good bit of idle time with those knights, so is giving himself the timing that he needs to go up. But this also sucks because now that's 2 extra villagers that should be on the nicest, best food gathering on the map right now. A lot of walking time that he spent. So I think he's even sending 2 more villagers back out there because he wants them. Yeah, he is. Because he wants the maximum efficiency on this boar gathering.
Yeah. High Trade House now coming in, but Economic Wing gonna finish up nice and early here. Wall's not quite finished yet from Puppypaw. Will close off the map a little bit though. Knight still causing a little bit of annoyance. Actually getting another villager kill in, so, makes up a little bit for that mishap.
Yeah, but this is one where, in the back of your mind, you're like, I should be more ahead. Puppy should be sitting at 66 villagers. A header. Yeah, a header. 2 more knights circling around. He is really forcing Beasty condensed in his base. Like, it feels like anytime a villager moves out, tries to build something, tries to take a resource that's a little further out, that Beasty's getting punished for it.
High Trade House soon finishing up, but behind this, the deer, they're also pretty much getting vacuumed up by Puppypaw right now behind this. Some production buildings coming in, and Granted, with the resource that Puppypaw has in the bank right now, this kind of feels like an Abyssite age up because he goes up with enough resource to basically age up again.
Yeah, and it looks like he's doing a men-at-arms play. However, Beasty is producing crossbows already, so the men-at-arms doesn't feel the greatest. Walls trying to be built again. Hopefully those villagers have an escort of spears. If not, there's going to be some more villager picks. And there is not an escort of spears. There it is. Oh, they weren't too far away, but they were not close enough still.
Early Knights now promoted to normal Knights.
I think he just takes the crossbows out now. That he,
actually,
that wall's gone. That wall's not built. Just run away.
It's not, yeah. Might be able to get some point-blank charges off.
Oh.
Ooh, 1 Knight remaining. And there's still the Camel Archer, so Camel on these is gonna mean that you're gonna need an extra hit. Okay, TC did enough damage.
Well, the Knights have died. Puppypaw has a slight villager advantage, albeit, you know, nothing crazy at this point in the game. A 5-villager lead at the 10-minute mark with 1 TC is a little bit different than a 5-villager lead at the 10-minute mark with 3 TCs. But again, I know we're a little bit further.
Yeah. Puppypaw going for men-at-arms and archers. I like the archer call here. Sometimes players, they shy away from archers in the castle age when they haven't been making archers in the feudal age, just because, like, you feel like you don't have the unit mass, but you can surprisingly, like, build them up really quickly, especially as Roos. 134 gold per minute.
Yeah,
Relic and a half.
1,500 wood per minute in the bank. So you said, you know, Puppypaw should be able to mass that archer number up quick, and easily should be able to do so with that much wood coming in the bank, but you got to have the production down as well.
Couple of farms coming in for Puppypaw as well. Should also be coming in for Beasty now, since his farms are going to cost quite a bit less. Warrior Monk has been sniped, wasn't carrying a relic though, and it looks like Puppypaw is going to be able to secure himself 3 of the 5 relics on this map.
Yep, Beasty going ahead and burning down some of those walls, even though he has a clear path around them if he wants.
You never really know. Like, it could be that it's only one. Like, even if you click on the other side and you see your units are moving towards the bottom side, could be that it's only one tile that's getting walled off right as you speak, like right as you're walking over there.
That is true. Even still, Puppypaw doesn't have enough here to defend this up, and he is going to be the first one to make siege in this game. He's men-at-arms, archers, and mangonels.
One of the most important units in the game.
I mean, I feel like he's still got a ton of resources in the bank. He's got a ton of units in queue. It's just, he needs more production out, honestly, and his numbers would be right there with Beasty. He's got 8 men-at-arms in queue. He needs more barracks. Oh, no.
Oh, that's a rushed up outpost. There aren't too many armored units up, though, from Beasty, to be fair. Like, this outpost would do a lot of damage, and there's not a lot of ore left either. Beasty scouts sees the villagers moving away, though.
And
they would have been safer in the outpost.
Yeah, I think there wasn't enough melee units there to... I guess there's a lot of spears. I don't know if they're all there, though. Oh, those villagers are dying now.
Yeah, I mean, they ripped that boar apart. There's not much food left there.
Chop
the end of the world.
Potentially. Beasty's building his own mangonels now, though, and that's the benefit of playing the Abbasid, is they can build up their own siege on the field. Super easy to equalize the numbers, and meanwhile, Puppypaw going ahead and getting that Stranglehold in queue as well.
Yeah, definitely going to be needed here. Puppypaw's got a good army mass now at this point in time. Sure, Beasty has more raw numbers, but the men-at-arms are going to be much more worthwhile than these spearmen so far. Just no crossbows to be able to deal with the golems yet.
Yeah, Gulam mass hasn't climbed up too high, but that is one where even if there's just a few on that front line, your archers, you got to make sure you are constantly microing, hitting spears, hitting archers, hitting crossbows, and not those gulams.
That's a big army now from Beasty. He's sending his units into the base from Puppypaw. Puppypaw has a mangonel and a Stranglehold, though.
Oh, mangonel. Beasty.
Oh, that's a big shot.
God. First shot is absolutely massive in the grouped up. Going through the choke point too. Beasty can't step back forward. or else the Mangonel will be able to fire. The Springald's already out for Puppypaw. And remember, BC doesn't have the Siege Workshop. He built it, so he has to stop with all of those units to build up more Siege. So if Puppy continues the fight, continues stepping forward, then this makes it all the more difficult for BC to stabilize on the Siege War.
Yeah, Springald now coming in for Beasty, but at the same time, Puppypaw also sending in more Springalds through his Siege Workshop, banking up a lot of resource in the bank as well. So at any one point in time, this could be an age up into Imperial Age if he feels like it. He's getting close to 200 pop. Both players are. Beasty already there almost.
Yeah, I mean, both players going to be 200 pop. The key difference is Beasty's been spending all of his resources, and Puppy is about to be at the point where he's 200 pop, and the High Armory, 15 villagers on it. The siege superiority immediately goes through the roof. He can get, you know, the banded arms. He can get all of that extra range on the Springalds and just win from there. Beasty?
Each fight.
Mangonel? Oh my. Mangonel's gone.
Snipes it out and has the Springald still.
Springald's trade. Fall back a little bit. Villagers are there. Fight's being taken. Another Springald trade.
And
the Mangonel's alive, though. The Mangonel's alive.
The archers, they're all firing onto the Springald.
Oh! A lot of villagers did go down over onto the gold vein, but the villagers aren't the biggest problem here. Puppypaw calls the gremlins. The militia are going to be that front line. Mangonel trying to push forward to take down the ranged master Beasty, and Beasty is having to fall back.
Now Beasty has to be able to go up to the Imperial Age himself. Has a full farm transition. More farms coming in yet. He's got the sacred sites behind it all. So gets a lot of passive income.
But you just said it, Beasty's needing to go up to Imp. That means he needs the idle out military production. And oh my, keep drop. Though. There's also a couple men at arms here from Beasty, so we'll be able to spot out the villagers. Puppy needs to fall back.
Puppy.
Oh no. Oh no. The
realizes
villagers
now.
Again.
Gets the information though about Beasty being there with the keep as well. So at least has that going for himself. Could, in theory, invest into a bombard to try and take that down. For now, villagers are going to have to do a little ring around the rosy there.
A couple of
BC soon able to go up as well behind it.
Yep, it's not too far. The key difference here with Beasty is the timing. It takes a while, and he's choosing Trade Wing. 1 minute and 40 seconds. No rushing that one up for ABBA. It will take 1 minute and 40 seconds or 1 minute and 30 seconds left now.
All going into Streltsy. Classic Rus army composition here. Upgrade on the Springalds has come in. He's only got 2 Springalds. Beasty up on 5, but with the bonus range, might still be able to push into Beasty's base. I have to see how exactly that's going to go. We're getting upgrades for the Horsemen now as well. Horsemen and Spearmen. So classic Rus composition, Streltsy, Spearman, and Horseman. That's going to be the name of the game here for the Rus, as is tradition, I want to say.
Yep, knocking on the front door as well. Is that a chop through? Not quite, but walls will be burnt down and won't take too long to do so. There's the Master and Beasty. It's still all range. There's 8 Ghulams. There's the Springald stepping up now. First one gets sniped out, and Puppypaw able to immediately fall back. Can circle back, probably snipe out another Springald. There we go yet again. Mangonel's fire! Oh my god, Mangonel shots! Oh,
huge damage done there.
God.
Mangonel's
no front line for the Springals. No front line to deal with this men-at-arms mass just from running into BC's eco. He's trying to do the best he can to kite back. There's a keep next to the wood line.
He's healing up the... Oh, God.
And now this mass from Puppy is just meant to dive. He just wants to trade. Springals are still trying to trade with their extra range, but Beasty reaches Imperial, and now Puppy, he's overstepped. He's inside the production. He's inside the walls with his Springals and needs to fall back.
Yeah, Springals need to get out. Streltsy are able to do a good amount of damage here right now.
Blocking.
To those Springals. Traders have to be careful where they want to go. And Puppy has secured himself a gold mine.
BC's trying to build some more walls on this southern side, splitting off units, not allowing units into his eco. Puppy could use building some more walls himself, as we all know what BC's known for, splitting off a few units, throw some into the eco, and that is what gives him the chance back into some of these games.
Walls on the sides being harassed now by the horsemen that Puppypaw is switching into. A lot more upgrades coming in. Boya's Fortitude now as well. Great, not great, but normal bombards also in queue.
Great bombards would be something else here. A couple of the Streltsy walked past. They were starting to take down some villagers, and there's the Master and Beasty. Right as the wall gets burnt down, Puppy's units will get taken out. He does not have as many military units out. He's definitely going for a higher quality. He's getting that bombard. He's getting the Streltsy, and he has the siege mass.
Yeah, Streltsy do take a while in order to really mass up. You need a lot of archer ranges to really constantly be able to produce them. At the same time, Horseman mass is building up for Puppypaw. He's going to try and find some raids with that. Try to keep the army from Beasty back and occupied with those horseman raids. More walls now coming up from Beasty.
Yeah, Puppy just kind of... He
keeps
doesn't have
as
any
well.
blacksmith upgrades, so these keeps are actually shredding the horsemen.
Absolutely. Blacksmith upgrades now going to be getting in queue. It's going to take a while. BC now finds the keep there from Puppypaw. Gold mine is going to be protected.
Yep, Puppypaw gets the knowledge, gets the information of where BC's big army is headed towards, but still not reacting from that information. I think has some villagers on the stone down there that need to watch out, but Puppy wants to start denying the gold from Beasty.
Bombard moving over there to that gold, and that is one of the most important upgrades to deny. Beasty, you look at his economy bank, he's up to 150 villagers. Any villager he loses now at this point doesn't really matter to him. And he's got an insane eco bank behind us all. The only thing he's lacking right now, or the only thing he really needs, is gold.
Yeah, and I feel like this is one of those things you see BC do this all the time. Just soak up all the resources on the map, deplete them from your opponents. You know what Roos needs a lot of is gold. Well, if you're taking up the big 8k gold vein on the northern side and not allowing Roos to get that, that is your huge advantage. Getting a decent bit of raids, but now Puppy, he's about to take down that keep you talked about. It was just a few minutes later than what we were expecting, but the pressure is still there, trying to deny gold.
Great force there from Beasty is getting taken down, and Beasty right now, military-wise, military numbers not looking too hot for him. A huge chunk of his military has just been taken down. Tries to repair the keep here, tries to buy himself some time. Streltsy are moving up now, though.
Oh, and those villagers are going to fall fast. Like you said, though, the villagers don't matter right now. He is all about taking all the resources on the map. As villagers fall, it should be able to get replaced by actual military pretty quick. And there's what we see it now. Some spearmen headed over to that bombard. Springolds take out the bombard before the keep falls, I believe.
Yeah, we got some aggressive traders in the mix of Beasty's army there as well, moving forward.
And the keep stays up. The gold vein is still secured. Springald's still trading out with each other. And Puppy winning those trades.
Streltsy just, yeah, doing Streltsy stuff. They're still getting peppered by the keep, though.
Puppy's up to 5, Springold's 2. He has that siege superiority that he needs. Has the horseman number starting to climb up a little bit. There's still some units on the backside here from Beasty that are doing some damage.
Some damage, yeah. Beasty stuck at 200 pop right now. Puppypaw not quite. He's trying to get these really expensive unit mass going, but it's taking him a while.
I feel like Puppy's been getting the super expensive upgrades too, instead of some of the ones that could be more vital for himself. He doesn't even have burst ranged armor in.
Yeah, blacksmith upgrades definitely important here for him. Right now, he's just massing archers and spearmen, so just going for the very cheap army composition. He doesn't have that much gold currently.
Yeah,
While the income is big, though, he's just spending it all.
Oh, there's the stone walls, so doesn't want to have to deal with any horseman raids, so a great way to deny those is build up some stone walls.
The Puppypaw now got another bombard out. Might want to try and get another go in against that keep.
Ooh, Mangonel in decent position to potentially get some shots onto the main army mass of Beasty, but that army mass will be so easily replenished. This is one of those games that, you know, once you see 3 TCs on either side, we know we're getting into late imp.
Yeah. That's a lot of Streltsy in queue right now as well. Puppypaw is getting a really big army mass going now. Beasty, food bank up to 8.5k.
Another keep being dropped as well. So these raids, these locations that he's trying to take and secure, it's going to be so much harder for Puppy to continue to send horsemen. The stone wall has secured up the trade route, even though it's not that vital for himself, as we do see the market has been dropped a little bit further out, though, to the north.
There's the bombard trying to fire onto that keep. Beasty's bank is just climbing and climbing when it comes to the resources.
And he just keeps making more villagers and more eco, because Puppy's not actually causing damage. Yeah, it's just kind of been sitting stagnant. The key is if Puppy's able to start getting some map control, taking some sacred sites, moving on to some of these resources more to the center rather than in his home.
Streltsy moving forward once again. Couple minute arms soaking up the arrow fire from the keep here. And now once again, units coming from the side. Mangonel getting picked off. Gets one shot in.
And the Streltsy are fighting up against archers with composite bows. It's not the most valuable trade. Yeah, they're still doing work, but it's still resource probably efficient for Beasty. But the keep finally falls. The gold vein that Beasty was on denied, but he's already fallen back to another gold vein. I don't know how much gold's left in that 8k, but it did not look like much.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is still roughly 1,000. That's still worth getting. But BC now, with this much economy, I'm wondering when, like, the 100 horsemen start coming out. Soon, probably.
Considering he is making the horseman switch now, he's getting biology, horseman upgrades. I think the horseman swap is about to happen as we speak.
Yeah. I'm happy for, though, the Streltsy. If it gets to the point where Beasty's just trickling in units, Puppypaw's got this. But if Beasty can, like, get the raids in his opponent's economy, like, Puppypaw is spending all of his resources.
Puppypaw needs walls. He needs full walls from this horseman mass. But, I mean, Beasty doesn't have the horseman mass yet. He's still not even on double-digit horsemen. Meanwhile, Puppypaw's got 16 Streltsy in queue, so it doesn't seem like Puppypaw has a bank, but it's because he has a lot of resources tied up. Rams being sent to that gold location, that keep location of Puppypaw's. Villagers being pulled forward, probably looking to go to the Stranglehold's mass. Beasty's ready to throw away Vills, but Puppypaw still has Streltsy there to defend. And oh my trade.
Is likely to go down. Villagers try to repair it. That keep is not long for this world.
So both players kind of just trading sides on the map control. Keeps are starting to fall. Beasty's trade route, though, it should fall here in a second. And the question is will Puppypaw be able to start streaming in units to his economy rather than being on the back foot? Because I see Puppypaw about to be on the back foot if Beasty is able to make this full transition and not have 150 economy units and instead have 100 and spending all the resources.
Yeah. Puppypaw has a Stranglehold and a bombard inside of his opponent's base, but needs to push in deeper now.
Yeah, remember, this is ABBA that Puppy's playing against, so only needs to take down 2 landmarks. Could technically force a fight, force an engagement on one of those landmarks if he kind of just draws his line in the sand. Streltsy being the front line. Horsemen circle around the backside, going for the bombard. There isn't a lot of units there to defend on top of the siege. Villagers being pulled there. Streltsy starting to be surrounded, but these are horsemen. They are tankier. Not easy to clean up super quick.
Streltsy standing still. They do get a massive attack speed bonus, and Beasty has eaten through half of his food bank. But the Streltsy numbers have fallen by half.
Streltsy numbers have essentially disappeared. Mangonel's units on the backside aren't all attacking the reinforcing units from Beasty, and villagers, what is going on here?
I mean, the gold's pretty much gone, but still, these are ideally villagers that Puppypaw will want to keep alive. He is starting to drop below 100 population soon in the villager department.
Another keep being dropped. This one by Puppypaw, though. Still units trying to stream forward. Still has a big unit mass. Villagers running from that location. It's a Vill-on-Vill fight, but there's a keep to fall back to for Puppypaw, at least. Does Beasty have wood? Beasty doesn't have wood.
He's got 1,000 wood.
I meant more to gather from. I think that was what that exposure was from. I don't think he... yeah, see, he's having to move out of the stone walls.
Yeah. It's a lot of vills there, yeah. Definitely will want to get some of that. Puppypaw's really struggling with this, like trying to push this in.
Yeah, it really feels like from one side, you're like, oh, it's still going. There's still a lot of red units. It's like, from what we're seeing, though, the gas is running low. There's units in queue, but there's no big bank. But speaking of big bank, Beasties, it was 10K. Now, it's 1K with 22 Ghulams.
Yeah, but Ghulams, there's still plenty of Streltsy out on the map.
Plenty of Streltsy. I'd love to see Puppy just have a few spears or a few more walls to be able to deal with these horsemen. Sent some men-at-arms down to this location that Beasty kind of expanded to with those villagers. And raids are just happening on both sides of the map now, but Puppy is still the one who is trying to deny the trade, trying to break into Beasty's base.
That's Puppypaw right now. He's not yet at 500 bounty, and there's like 15 deer next to that high trade house.
Oh no, that is such a feels bad when you're watching it. But Puppypaw, he's deciding to step in. He's not
military.
looking.
There we go. Now it's firing. Men-at-arms are great frontline here. There aren't any backline units from Beasty at this moment. No crossbows, nothing like that. Streltsy, though, are running back from this military mass there.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the stuff was out of position, but the whole exposed villagers on the woodline in the south get taken down by Beasty, just replacing them with traders, though.
There from Puppypaw keeps chasing behind those couple of horsemen. From Beasty, villager count is still pretty even. Both players having killed a lot of villagers this game.
Both the players are now getting the point where they were both overboomed, and now there's so much damage just happening everywhere that the economy numbers are dropping. The military numbers are still staying pretty healthy just because that is all what both players know what they need. And it's got to keep making military, got to keep playing this aggressive/defensive game.
Yeah, keep now here on the defense, boiling all as well, doing damage to these units. Probably baiting Beasty to take that engagement over there. And right now, I mean, Beasty, food income is dropping rather low for him now as well. Like, these raids finally have started to show effect.
Oh, and Puppypaw was able to wall out that northern side, get himself another set of gold for himself. Horsemen are there to do some raiding. Roos, they need gold. He doesn't have any sort of potential to trade right now. Beasty can constantly raid the trade. There's no walls. So this is actually to the point where it's starting to look scary for Puppypaw running out of gold.
It is. He still does have 3 relics, though, the high trade house, as well as the potential of making a couple more hunting cabins. But gold at this stage in the game is going to be rough. And when it comes down to it, Addison has the better trash units.
I love the triple walls by Puppy. He can easily like run out the northern side, circle back around where his keep is, and come back to that gold. Mangonel barely able to stay alive. Rams should get taken down before they're actually able to do any damage. And BC ultimately just lost a lot of units again.
Yeah. Single Streltsy trying to defend this here.
I think this is actually going to be a game where wood is an issue. Like at this point,
it already is.
Wood. Yeah, gold and wood are going to be the two things. It's not food. That's obviously infinite. It is gold and wood.
We're just trying to repair, but trying to repair puts them under pressure here.
on the side. The spearman with the long-range spears as well from the Abbasid. Lots of villagers just went down there for Puppypaw.
Yeah, drop below 100 yet again. Engagement happening in the middle. Speaking of villagers, oh my god. Beasty has to run away with about 40 villagers there into the center. All of those rams he was producing having to circle. There's still a huge Streltsy mass dealing with the horsemen at home. And I'm scared for Beasty's military pop. He hasn't been rebooming as much. He doesn't have the food. Rapidly. He just fast built a keep. He has a lot of traders, but like this, he doesn't have a lot of food coming in and a lot of military staying alive.
There's so many idle farms right now from Beasty. He's got a lot of trade going, but it's only a short route to the market.
Oh my. Oh Mega no!
Oh no! Oh no!
Again, this is 40 villagers that are just idled running around for Beasty, so him having the extra vill count number doesn't matter too much. Horsemen trying to dive in. There was still some military there. There's some mangonels on the backside that Puppy really needs to take out with his main unit mass he has of spears and Streltsy.
We're down to less than 100 wood per minute now for Beasty. He's trying to still use the remaining wood that he has for rams, try and get some more presence there on the map, trying to take down these keeps. So these keeps from Puppypaw have been solely positioned in a way to make sure that he's got wood access long term.
And now he gave Puppypaw the idea, and Puppypaw has better rams. He's the Roost. They got the Wandering Towns, moved over, dealt with this easy path, and Puppypaw has 2,000 wood in the bank. He's about to start sending the ram mass across.
He is, and Beasty right now, he's kind of struggling at this point in time. Food income does look better for him now, but can he hold this?
8 rams into queue, and Puppypaw is doubling the military mass. I don't know how you can hold this. Puppypaw even has Springleds in case the mangonels start pushing a little too far forward. Horseman trying to dive past towards the Springleds. Not enough spears there. Streltsy trying to defend on up. First Springled down, second Springled down, but there's a mangonel too for Puppy. Keep about to fall, and there are more and more rams that are moving across the map too. I said it, there's 8 in queue, there's 6 more in queue, 7 out onto the field.
Now production buildings are under attack. Beasty still has a lot of production buildings remaining though. What unit is he gonna make right now? Got a lot of gold in the bank, but it doesn't feel like it's enough in order to start investing into mass hand cannons at a point in time where Puppypaw has 40 Streltsy out on the field.
40 Streltsy, bunch of spears in queue, and now the production falls from Beasty, so this makes it so much harder to stabilize. You don't have as many places that units are popping out. That defender's advantage starts going away a little bit.
Streltsy are broken, dude.
Streltsy are so strong, just able to sit there with their static defenses. Mangonels trying to take down Mangonels on the other side. Same thing with Streltsy, and did a decent bit of damage there to the other Mangonel. Oh, it just disappears.
Goodbye, Mangonel. Still so many units in queue for Puppypaw. It's just a never-ending flood. Beasty, though, behind his walls right now, being able to just get those Mangonel shots across, but sooner or later, these rams, they're starting to make holes.
Yeah, it's all the different spots that Puppypaw was going. This is one of those that sometimes you'll see people just headbutt the same spot over and over, and Puppy, he's not going to do that. He's going to split it up, go to a couple different spots. Now farm's starting to be denied again. He's got another free path to send units in to start raiding, and he's down on the southern side too.
That is not a good trade. That is a sad trade. Actually, can we quickly check the House of Wisdom, see if BC has all the eco upgrades for his trade?
No, he's just now getting them. Look.
Oh no, 30% is quite a bit, even in these very short-term trades. That's the difference between 20 and 26 gold there.
Yeah, and with that many traders, it proves to be a massive difference. BC still trying to deny the gold of Puppypaws.
Get Horseman in.
Walls himself in, actually, but now the Rams are going to be able to hit the trade, hit more of the farms, and there's 3, 4, 5 different holes now for Puppypaw to run through, Puppypaw to send units through. His only worry would be gold and losing some of these high-value units, but oh my holes, oh my villagers of BC. He's back up at 128. It's going to fall quick.
Yeah, now the traders are getting taken down. No armor on these traders. Not that it matters against the high damage output from the Streltsy. Just like that, traders falling by the dozens now.
Yep, all the farms are falling. I want to see Puppy focusing on some production as well. Villagers trying to burn down rams encircled by spears. Mangonels, though.
Mangonel did some great damage there. Only the dead bodies remain.
There's still 35 Streltsy, 21 in queue, though. Puppypaw is not worried about his gold situation at all, and Beasty drops below 100 economic population. Horsemen circle on the Mangonels. First Mangonel goes down. There's still a few more horsemen there. Spears closing the gap as well. Beasty cannot take this fight, but has to take the fight.
There's no way. Golems in mass. They have a hard shelf pool, but it's not going to be enough. They're barely able to get past the Spearmen. And the Streltsy are just picking them apart. The traders keep going down. Beasty trying his best to stay up with the economy. Up to 100 economy again, but still falling rapidly to 250 killed economic units by Puppypaw in this game now.
And right when you think he's stabilizing the southern side fight, which he's still struggling to do, another mass goes in on the north side, on the hole in the north. So he is nonstop keeping this onslaught going. More rams, more Streltsy, spears, horsemen, everything. And now the northern side of the trade, the northern side of the farms are going to be hard.
There's no more wood for horsemen. He literally can't afford the wood for the horsemen now at this point in time.
He's going to have to buy the wood, and that's trades that he cannot afford to make. Puppypaw is keeping the onslaught up, and will we see him clinch the series and get redemption against his brother next?
Oh, man. At this point, it kind of feels inevitable, doesn't it? 55 spearmen on the field now. Buildings start getting torched down. It takes a while because all of these buildings do have +5 torch armor. But the trade is gone. Beasty now at 93 economy. The military just doesn't stand a chance against the mass of Streltsy pushing in. The Golems without a backline only hold the line, but they can't push it back.
Yeah, and more production just keeps falling. And now as the production falls, Beasty can't make more production. He needs that wood for horsemen. You just said he ran out of wood. Well, 150 wood a pop for these production buildings is so costly.
Oh, getting onto the final remaining landmarks here. All the production buildings going down, and Beasty can't afford remaking these production buildings now. At this point in time, trying to sneak out, trying to go to another wood line now. The Streltsy are already in once again.
I love the Streltsy raiding parties. It's just great. It's like, yeah, you can't send units to deal with these easily. You have to send mass to deal with this. And then by the time you send your mass there, he has another set that's grouped up on a different side, and you immediately have to run around differently. So Beasty, he says, enough of that. I want to do some raiding myself. And at this point, any economic units lost for Puppy, he's got more than enough queue to just end this game.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point in time, it is safe to call it. Puppypaw is going to be able to knock Beasty out of the Red Bull qualifiers here.
And at this point, we know an NA player will be moving along against Marine Lord. Will it be Puppy or will it be Wham? That is what the hype is going to be tomorrow.
And good thing Red Bull's pockets are deep, because these flights aren't cheap from the US to Europe. So definitely gonna be one of those flights. And man, looking at this game, Puppypaw with the Rooster 3TC, it looked very, I want to say, fakey there throughout the beginning. Once Castle Age came in, there were some big armies from Beasty trying to push that in. And man, Puppypaw able to hold it. Went for the siege investment, and in the end, able to get the dub 3-1 against Beasty.
Oh, so many economic units killed. So many just units killed in this game in general. Crazy back and forth. What a game to finish the series on as well. You know, this is one that a lot of people would say, you know, Beasty is that late game extraordinaire, that defensive player, and Puppy just beat him at his own game.
3 years of hard work. Puppypaw and Wham, they began from nothing, no namers, just emerging in Age of Empires 4, and what a year 2024 is turning out to be for them. One of the reigning champs, the absolute tops, Beasty, has to go out in third just for the qualifier, 4th overall finish. And as you guys rightly said, that does mean we're going to have some intercontinental showdowns to look forward to later this year in Spain, because now we have guaranteed not just European presence, but NA presence. And I've got to say, Dabston, man, after what we saw in the Elite Classic 2 as well, out of both Puppypaw and Wham, I think it's time to wake up and realize that this is not a one region race anymore. It's not always Europe on top.
Yeah, it feels good to say, especially it being NA, being the breakthrough. You know, there's been times where we thought, you know, maybe, you know, some of the Chinese players were breaking through some of the other spots. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of the Australians who were making some names for themselves for a while, but just timing didn't work out for them. But the NA squad, they've been looking good for a while. They've been in form for a while, but finally, this is the breakthrough they've been wanting.
And what a way to do it. I mean, it's going to be heartbreaking for one of them, right, Crackety? Because tomorrow we have to sign one off to fly across. We can't have both. It feels outrageous that it can't be the case. But Puppypaw and Wham, I think there's something impressive in the fact that you were right? You trained together like this for a long time. You got that deep. You know your approach was the correct one. But at the same time, having to take out your bro, it's got to be a mixed feeling day.
How do we know which one of them is going to Spain?
Right?
It's just one haircut. It's one haircut.
I'm glad someone said it, because I'm sitting there, I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, all right, yeah, Puppy's going across. It's like, well, what if Whamp's the better matchup versus Marine Lord? Is he's just like, hey, yo, you got this one for me. I'll just act like I'm you for a couple days.
Boys.
They share a flight. They just check in twice.
I know what it is, right? It's like average game length in that series, an hour and a half, right? Marine Lord's in like game 2 is like, whew, getting tired. Wham's like, oh man, really just be right back. Bathroom break, right? He just sends his bro out fresh, ready to go for another 2 or 3 games. I mean, that's the big brain. There you go. And Marine Lord, the lesson here is it's just biological, mate. Natural selection. Be a twin or be better. But I know he's watching in the chat. I know he's a little bit proud. He's hyped for that. I mean, it's quite interesting, right? Because now we have this beautiful combo meal, Dabston, of the old guard and the new, right? Marine Lord really is the boomer, whether he likes to admit it. He's been around for years. He's got the experience under his belt. Puppypaw and Wham, either way, we're going to be sending someone to a castle in Spain that has 100% of their prize pool winnings in esports in Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels cool saying that. You know, a lot of times, you know, these players, a lot of the players have come from StarCraft. They come from Warcraft. They come from a lot of these other games beforehand, but not Puppy, not Wham. I know I think Stronghold was where they kind of came from, but I don't know how competitively they actually played it. So that's one where I don't even know if there's that big of a competitive scene at all there. So what a name that they are making for themselves, and all from Age of Empires 4.
I mean, it's incredible. And yeah, we can see the head-to-head stats. Like, it's quite interesting to think the way they play out, like a series win one way or the other, but down the line between them, like, I'm excited to see these two go at each other. And just a reminder, folks, like, potentially a best of 7, but actually potentially a best of 14, because funnily enough, Puppypaw has got his work cut out for him tomorrow. He has to actually win 2 series to qualify for the LAN now, courtesy of the fact that Wham took him down today. But, you know, the beautiful thing as well, I think, with that set, Crackety, is the way it ended. It was almost poetic, right? It was, you know, we mentioned the old guard versus the new, even the old playstyle. I feel like Beasty, it may be his final game for Rebel Wololo, but in a lot of ways, he got to play it the way he loves to play Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, he did. These were some games that definitely went down and dirty there the long way around. And yeah, the classic mud fight analogy there that we had in Puppypaw in the end, man, with the ruse and against the Abbasid, one of the best late game civilizations there as well, but the Streltsy just in the end proving to be the stronger late game unit there.
Ooh, and I mean, you know, it's kind of crazy to think, like, you know, do we put the praise in Puppypaw? I feel like we put the praise in Puppypaw, right, Dabston? Like, you know, this player a year ago, I think he'll admit he would have bowed to that type of style of Beastie in the late game. But there seemed to be something more calculated. I feel like more of a killer instinct. Even small things like that car stage fight where he dove the mangoes in, knowing the Springles would take one of them out just to get that opening play. Like the small differences that have evolved into big changes here out of Puppypaw in the last year have been incredible.
I mean, you just hit the nail on the head, and that's what being an RTS pro is in general. The difference between being a top 15, being a top 8, and a top 3, it's not just this one glaring weakness or one glaring thing you're bad at. It is a lot of little things all across the board that you have to improve on, and that is what they have done time and time again. The biggest thing that I'll say with the last game that kind of I would say Puppypaw learned from some of the previous ones was first one to make siege. Bruce also has that siege superiority, so that really helped him get the footing in, helped him be able to be aggressive and defensive at the same time.
And man, now we've got to look forward to tomorrow. And thinking about what we've seen here today, Crackety, I have a feeling we could end up with 14 games, right? With how close that Wham and Puppypaw series was, there's a realistic chance we get a bracket reset and we get maximum length on the day.
Yeah, something also that I'm quite excited about is how these games, like the playstyle from Puppypaw vs. Wham, these like I want to say like the games that they play against each other are very different compared to like the games that we see from, let's say, Vortex and Lucifron when they play against each other. Very, very different. They definitely know how to play a game when it gets chaotic as well. Right. They don't just throw in the towel. They know, okay, let's get down and dirty. We're gonna do this like for the next 2 hours. This game is gonna go long.
That's the interesting thing, right, Dabson? We mentioned it a bit between those two, the attacker and the defender. You'd think Lucifron and Vortex have that, but I feel like whenever we watch them, they're both just trying to attack. They're both just trying to end the game in 20 minutes.
Yeah, and usually if you're the attacker, you're doing the all-in play or that all-in push, and you have this military loss or the all-in fails, it's over after that, which is a lot of times why we see the Vortex and Lucifron matchup end really early. They throw in the towel. They're like, oh, I was all-inning someone who dropped a second TC, and now he has a military lead and an economic lead. Bye, I'm done. Let's go to the next one. Puppy and Wham, it's a little bit different. They're focusing on macro. Yeah, they might be being, aggressive, but it's also one where they have this feigted aggression and they're casting behind it potential or all these other things, and they're not giving up immediately.
No. But it's almost over, guys. We have just one more day to the online portion of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. Kickoff time should be tomorrow, as is norm. We could get 7 games. We could get 14. All I know is we are going to have an absolutely insane day to finish off this week. And, big shout out to those subbers. I see you coming through still to the very end. It helps. It supports the channel. Also, big shout out to everyone taking advantage of the Surfshark side of things. Reminder, if you use our code WOLOLOL, go across to our Discord because we do have a giveaway for Age of Mythology. Appropriate considering what is going to be coming up next. But before we even get to that, boys, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on the mics. You've done it justice. But I think it's time to let everyone get a good night's rest because tomorrow we might not crown a champion, but we crown a challenger. And either way, it's coming from the other side of the pond, a long flight across to see if they can topple the beast, the unstoppable Marine Lord, or if he will reign dominant over Age of Empires 4. Either way, I know we are sending a strong contender. But let's find out who it is going to be tomorrow.
See ya then.
Play the anthem.